honestly, I've never heard anything like it. And people say you can't wear... And then, of course, you've got the mask thing. And then you always get people who've read the internet, you know, and they're all the acknowledged experts. No, they're not. No, they're not. You know, it says on this mask, not to be worn for this and not... Well, you're obviously buying the wrong masks then. You know, so, I mean, it's a fairly simple thing to do, but people just don't know. They just do not know. They have no idea. They've read something on the internet. The ones that, my favourite ones, are the ones where they walk into somewhere like Costco and they're not wearing a mask, and they immediately, the people go... Because they've got people walking around Costco in this country going, can you put your mask on properly? You know, you do get the bozos, and they are the bozos, on the trains and on the buses, where the mask is underneath their nose. They really don't understand that it's spread by breathing. They have no idea, because they're not bright people, they're a bit simple, and they just... Or failing that, it's underneath their chin. Or even worse, they're holding the mask, which we've discussed in the past. I could never get used to the fact that you feel like saying to them, why don't you just throw it in the gutter, dear? You know, because it's a waste of everybody's time, including your own. You know, it's selfish. You know, but Chris says it's not a good idea to go and talk to somebody if they're not wearing a mask, as their reply could contain the virus. Absolutely. You know, people don't know, because as we all know now, you can have the virus and not know that you've got the virus. But the very idea, they go, excuse me, don't come any closer. And they do that in America. They turn up, there's a woman in a Costco, and they go, you need to put a mask on. No, I don't. And in fact, you've now discriminated against me, and I can fine you $60,000. I'm going to take it up. Oh, go away, you stupid little nincompoop. These people are idiots. They've read some load of old hooey, a fake news story on the internet, and they then think that means that they can take you to court. No, they can't. It's a private shop. They don't have to let you in. They don't have to serve you. You can go into any shop you like, and if they don't want to serve you, they don't serve you. You can stand there at the checkout screaming blue murder, and they're still not going to serve you. It's as simple as that. Why do you have to put up with idiots like that? Ridiculous. Florida's wildlife. Do you know what they've got an infestation of in Florida at the moment? Pythons. Snakes. They've about 300,000 pythons. They don't really know what to do with this. Obviously, people have them as pets. Now, I don't like snakes. I'm not big into snakes. Big, reticulated, or bone-crushing. I mean, have you seen pythons? They dislocate their jaw. They can swallow antelope. Complete. Snakes on a what? On a plane? No. I don't know. I wouldn't like snakes anywhere. People used to send me in pictures of their vivariums, and I've got a corn snake and this. And a friend of mine used to have a big python, used to put round his neck and walk around the Hippodrome when it was a nightclub, and people used to come and touch it, and the majority of people used to go, take it away from me, because these things, you know, they're big, and it used to live in a tank, except when you used to take it out, and you'd pop it in a bag, like a little suitcase kind of thing, take it into work, and then just sort of take it out, and it seemed quite happy. I don't fancy them. I remember seeing once, I think David Attenborough did a programme on snakes, and mice in the jungle, or rats or whatever they were, follow the same route. They're a bit like foxes. They do the same route every night. Foxes, they go up one side of the road, cross over down the other side. They know exactly where they're going and where the area is. And this was a rat, or something like that, which was going the same route. And the snake was waiting, and they had it with infrared cameras. And you could see the snake, and it watched it go past, or felt it, I think, because the tongue comes out, they're testing the moisture, and it went past twice. On the third time, the snake just strikes, hit it, and the thing sort of goes, whoa, what was that? And then the poison starts taking an effect, and all the snake does is just give it a couple of minutes, and then just follows the trail, and there at the end of it, you can have a dead mouse, which is not very nice, is it? Not very nice at all. Apex predator. What does that mean, apex predator? Oh, king of the jungle. I just don't like them. That's why I could never do that, you know, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where they drop cockroaches and everything else on your face, and then snakes and all that. You think, listen, I'm not either that desperate for the publicity or desperate for the money, thank you very much indeed, thank God. That would be better. Steve and Dave listen all the time. They're on night shifts at a petrol station in Liverpool. How lovely. I know you might think that's a bit of a Mickey take, but I used to love working in a petrol station. We used to live in a petrol station some years ago when my parents were house hunting in Berkshire, and they were sort of re-evaluating the petrol station. They were putting up a big garage. It's still there. Still there. And we lived there in a little caravan, 4 of us. And I always remember nighttime, the fog used to come in and everything else, and people used to drive in, and I used to go and put the petrol in the cars. I used to love it, absolutely love it. The smell of petrol in the, nighttime, fantastic. Fantastic. And then afterwards, you could sort of rush back in, and then you'd give them the Green Shield stamps. That was my favourite thing. I used to love stuff like that. So, Monsieur Roadblock gives way, but they're not going to let people on unless they've got these certificates. You're going to have to get a certificate which proves you do not have the coronavirus as of that moment. Also, the Marquis and his daughter, apparently she's a socialite, broke COVID rules to leave London. Only fined 30 quid. There's been quite a few people. There's also a fake cancer bride. What a sick old bag this one is. She pretended she had cancer. Like you do. And so they actually sort of started appealing for donations. She doesn't work, as you can well imagine, being the sort of person she is. And £8,000 came in, so she spent it on her wedding. But to prove that she had cancer, she shaved all her hair off. She shaved all her hair off, and only after she'd done that, and people went, "Are you sure you've got cancer?" There's been a few people over the years. They're filth. Absolute filth. Anyway, they've sent her to prison. Only for 5 weeks. Not quite long enough. Should have been 5 years. There's also Christmas set to be a washout with threats of flooding. I don't mind. I've had the car washed. My car looks immaculate at the moment. And a 1,000-foot hedge was stolen in a night raid. It's worth about £6,000. Who steals a hedge? Because it was all, they'd only just planted it all up. This farmer had just bought 28 acres and he put a hedge in down the middle to separate the 2 fields. And it's also good for wildlife and everything else like that. Not a very big hedge, no. It starts off sort of small and then it gets bigger. That's the way it works. I can only explain it that way to you, Jake. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. Well, not always. Take my word for it, not always. And so 1,000 yards of all these planted up with stakes and plastic tubes and everything else, and somebody came along and just lifted them all up and nicked the whole lot, worth 6,000 quid. What sort of person would do that? A peasant. A peasant, that's who. Oh, yes, I forgot to say about the 1,000 pythons. What are they doing about them in Florida? They've discovered you can start eating them. I don't think I'd want to eat snake. I know there are certain countries around the world where they eat snake, but, I'm going to stick to traditional smoked salmon and things like that. I wouldn't eat snake if you paid me. I can't think of anything worse. And yet Michael Palin went to China. And he met a friend of his over there who is Chinese, and they went to a snake restaurant. They literally go there, and all they've got in the kitchen is cages and cages full of snakes. Big, small, little, thin. It's like going to the floating restaurants in Wan Chai in Hong Kong. It's all fish in tanks. And you pick out the fish you want, and then they hook it out, and they go and cook it and bring it back to you. In this particular snake restaurant, the bloke brings them out from the kitchen and puts them on the floor so they can see that they're fresh. I mean, seriously. And it moves about and wriggles, and he picks it up and he kills it there and then in front of Michael Palin. Then they take it off to the kitchen and it comes back fricassee, sweet and sour, and various other different, formations of how you cook snake. I can't think of anything worse. Cannot think of anything worse. I mean, there's certain things you can eat and there's certain things you can't. And this time, of course, everything tastes like chicken. You'd probably find if we cooked you taste like chicken. I don't know why you would, but I'm assuming. I don't know. There are people around the world. Yeah, it's probably, I don't know actually. I don't know what people taste of, but there are cannibalistic tribes around the world, and they do eat people. They used to. I would think it's, well, in their community, it's not so much frowned upon. It's a case of that's what people did. They used to do shrunken heads. Don't you remember those? Shrunken heads are very popular. You can see them on the internet, where certain tribes take people after they've eaten them, and they take the head and I don't know what they do with it, but it sort of shrinks down and it becomes like a trophy. It's a bit gruesome, isn't it? Very gruesome. But, listen, what the heck? I'm not here to sort of start enforcing laws and stuff like that. I'm just grateful that I've got lettuce and I've got cauliflower and I've got everything else, which you can buy. Of course, if you go to the wrong supermarkets, where sort of people go panic, stockpiling bread and toilet rolls again, these people are buffoons. Absolute buffoons. Really. Steve, massive thank you to all the other spikers. My dad is seriously ill in hospital at the moment, and Rachel in Leicester says all the lovely spikers have sent so many messages of love and support. That's nice, isn't it? She's one of the original spikers. And Anne says that could be the funniest thing I've ever heard. A stolen hedge. I know. People nick anything nowadays. You know, if you put a wreath on your front door, there's a very good chance somebody will go past late at night and nick it. You know, I want to basically electrify the wreath on the front door. And touch it, and you're going to get a very nasty little shock. Very nasty little shock. Marilyn and Michael in Toronto say congratulations on 41 years at LBC. I've been listening since your first broadcast, first in Hertfordshire and then latterly in Winnipeg and now Toronto. In Canada, you're on air at a much more convenient time. Earlier this year, you were looking for a fundraising gift and you chose the Prosecco glasses. I'd suggested to revive the LBC watch. We had an LBC watch some years ago, and it looks like that. That was what the LBC watch was. And we had, well, because LBC had merchandise. Yeah, we had bags, T-shirts, sweatshirts, photo cards of all the presenters. Now we have, yes, I don't think we have mugs anymore, do we? I don't think we have mugs and pens. But yeah, we used to have all the presenters had photos. Mine were the most popular. And, in fact, mine, they used to have to order 3 lots of photos. And, but you find our Poor Religious Affairs, presenter didn't get anybody asking for his photo at all. Obviously, God wasn't nearer to anybody at all in the building. But for some reason, people wanted photos of me. And now people write in and go, can you send me a photo? Well, we don't have photos anymore. You can go to the internet and you can see loads of pictures of me. And then you can download them. Yes, I'm probably on eBay. I think there are loads. I mean, every year we had another picture taken. So you can basically watch yourself ageing over the years. I mean, if you really want to guarantee you can have a miserable bloody Christmas, that'd be the thing to do. Oh, look, here's the latest Steve Allen picture. By God, he's aged. You know, I love it. I don't care. I don't care. Fans of Barbara Windsor have donated more than £100,000 since her death already. That's very, very good. That's what they're saying. Her funeral is on the 8th of January. And Scott sent out a thing to, obviously, all the people in his phone book, saying they're looking for flowers from a couple of florists, if you want to send flowers to the funeral. I never send flowers. You know why? You see them for a very short space of time for the funeral, and then you go away, and they leave. And what do they do with them? You go to cemeteries and crematorium on Mother's Day and things like that, and you will see acres and acres and acres of flowers, and they just sit there rotting. It's, you know, as somebody said to me once, a very famous psychologist, he said, give flowers to the living. They appreciate them a lot more than the people who are dead. So give a donation to Alzheimer's, and that way you can get some good work out of it. Look when Diana died, all those flowers in front of Kensington Palace. How much did they spend? £30 million worth of flowers sat there in paper polythene bags, rotting. It was really, I mean, it looked fantastic. Showed the outpouring of grief that the country had. Although you still find the people, probably the same people that complain about, I don't want to wear a mask, will be the same people that go, oh, we never liked Diana, she always milked the public. You can always guarantee, can't you? You'll find something on the internet that will appease all sorts of people, and they drone it out as if they're world experts. This is going to be the most important call you've ever taken. Don't be so stupid. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. The most important one would be saying, you know, Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump actually spoke. That would be an important phone. Those poor lorry drivers. Have you seen how few toilets they've got between the lorry drivers? It's one like every 6 or 10 lorries or something. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely. One here from Nikki. I think it's Mickey. Yes, who said this year has been tumultuous. Just having you chatting to me each morning has kept me sane. I shall be toasting you with my Groovy Gang glasses on the 25th. Listening every day. Thank you very much indeed. This is from Nairobi. Nairobi. Good grief. I love cards that we get in. Oh, I put glitter. Blooming glitter again. It's glitter cards. I do like them, actually. Seriously, in a strange way. Paul is a CAA member and a proud spiker. He sends season's greetings to the Groovy Gang, which is very lovely. Lots of cards with glitter on, actually, which is good. Marilyn Edwards, good morning. And also Carol from Accrington. That always, do you know, always makes me, if I live to be 37 3/4, Accrington just makes me laugh. My poor friend, Callum Hyder, you know my poor friend Callum? I nearly sent him a sympathy thing yesterday. He's a big Arsenal supporter, and Arsenal didn't do very well yesterday. I didn't want to write to him and tell him just how bad I thought it was, but, you know... I might rub it in a little bit later, actually. Still enjoying the sugar-free Prosecco. Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. Up there in Norfolk. I love the card. I love the card. I can't tell you how much I love the card. In fact, I loved all of them. The original Spikers Facebook group. Dear Steve and the Groovy Gang. We managed to get a photo of Auntie Enid for the front of the card. Yes, that's lovely. You get bigger... Have you noticed you get bigger and bigger cards nowadays? And I'm loving these. This is a Moonpig card. They're very nice. What? Thank you. And, sorry, that's quite big. That's, you know. You send Moonpig cards. Extra large, right. Oh, well. I'll look forward to mine arriving. I'm sure it'll be here any time soon. So far, it's not arrived. Also, lovely Jonathan Shallett, who sent me not only the Christmas card, which I'm loving. I love the Christmas card. And, he says... the world's greatest talk host. He always says that to me. I have to pay him huge amounts of money, but he's worth every penny. And he also sends me a list. I get his catalogue of all his celebrities that he has, and he has everybody. Oh, he has everybody. I was telling people earlier on, so just looking at the 2020 review, and you will remember, I nearly forgot the other day, when you do your invoices, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, for the next one, which will be for January, you will remember the year will have changed. It'll be 2021, okay? So who has Jonathan got? Dame Joan Collins, Emily Atack, Scarlett Moffat, Omid Jalili, Jacqueline Josser, Shirley Ballas, Fleur East, Rita Simons, the Kingdom Choir, Ian H. Watkins. Have you noticed a theme emerging here? They're all the people who feature on my programme. Jess Wright, people from Emmerdale, Coronation Street, EastEnders, Holby City, Hollyoaks, Mark Wright, Kelly Brook, loads of people. I mean, seriously, just about everybody. I don't think that, seriously, many people in the business that he doesn't have. And he's got new signings as well, like Alex Beresford, Adam Smithy Smith, Chelsea Grimes, Trisha Goddard. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing. I hope he's saving his money. I think he will be, actually. But we also support, they say, we've been inspired by the words of the great American president, John F. Kennedy, who said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. There you go. It's as simple as that. And I hope that you all have a blessed time this Christmas. As I say, no matter how bad it's been, those people who've lived through wars, you know, have seen rationing. You know, we had ration books. I'm old enough to remember when they issued a petrol rationing book. We never got round to using it, but they did issue it. And all these people who, you know, can we have a Christmas tree this year? No, we won't have a Christmas tree. And yet we're moaning about whether you can get bloody lettuce and cauliflowers. I mean, seriously, we have got, you know, when people say you've never had it so good, we've got no idea just how good it can be. You know, people who lived through the war saw their houses bombed. They saw everything disappearing. They would go, watch Dad's Army if you want to know what rationing was. Absolutely terrible. Yes. We are doing really, really well. Really, really well. I've got a couple of things here. The Christmas tradition and the angel on top of the Christmas tree. I've done before, actually, but I'll do it again for you. It's nearly as good as the making a Christmas pudding, which I've done a few times. This is the Christmas tradition of the angel on top of your Christmas tree. When 4 of Santa's elves got sick, and the trainee elves didn't produce the toys as fast as the regular ones, Santa was beginning to feel the pressure of being a bit behind schedule. Then Mrs. Claus told Santa that her mum was coming to visit. This stressed Santa out even more. When he went to harness the reindeer, he found that 3 were about to give birth, 2 had jumped the fence and were out heaven knows where. More stress. And then when he began to load the sleigh, one of the boards cracked and the toy bag fell to the ground and scattered the toys. So frustrated, Santa went into the house for a cup of apple cider and a shot of rum. When he went to the cupboard, he discovered the elves had hidden the liquor and there was nothing to drink. In his frustration, he accidentally dropped the cider pot and it broke into hundreds of little pieces all over the kitchen floor. He went to get the broom and found that the mice had eaten the straw from the broom. Just then, the doorbell rang, and irritable Santa trudged to the door. He opened the door and there was a little angel with a great big Christmas tree. The angel said very cheerfully, Merry Christmas, Santa. Isn't it a lovely day? I have a beautiful tree for you. Where would you like me to stick it? And so began the tradition of the little angel on top of the tree. Did you get that? Okay. I'd like to bring a bit of happiness to people's lives. I mean, come on. It's the 23rd of December. You should have had it up by now, the tree. And you should have you should have bought the vegetables because you're going to be eating them in 2 days. So you should have got things like that. Have you wrapped all the presents? I tell you, don't give presents this year. I've given a few little bits. I sent my brother the Paddington Bear book, How to Be More Like Paddington. He loved it. I knew that him and Marion would absolutely love it because it's got them written all over it because they're huge Paddington fans. My ultimate ambition would be to find a real Paddington and make him turn up at their door with a Christmas card and stand there and give them a Christmas card. But it's not, I don't think so, no. I don't think so. But I did ask, actually, if you've got young people, take them away from the radio. When we talked to Hugh Bonneville about the Paddington Bear film, and I said, what were you acting to? You know, because it's obviously it's superimposed afterwards, the Paddington Bear. He said it was a hat on a broom handle. He said, and that was it. He said they would move it about, and that's where we would look. He said, and that meant that they could then put it into the film. Very clever, isn't it? Ruined it for me, of course. Ruined it, but I don't mind. No, not forever. I don't like them explaining how films work. When I saw the Titanic and the ship tips up and all these people fall into the water because the ship once it had tipped up, which didn't take too long, it then went whoosh, straight down, and that's when it provides a vortex and it drags people in, so a lot of people drowned. But then they showed you how they made it. First of all, when you first see the Titanic steaming out, that didn't exist as a ship. It was just a drawing with little stick insects moving about on top of it. And when they tipped the ship up, they were all on ropes, and it showed them being dangled on the rope, and it ruined it. Ruined it for me, but I did like the film. I thought the film was great. No, I know, you should never see behind the scenes, should you? I went behind the scenes at Phantom of the Opera, because a friend of mine was theatre manager, and I'd done so many bits on it. And I went behind the scenes at Miss Saigon. I've been behind the scenes at loads of West End shows. Absolutely fantastic, because I've got lots of friends of mine who work within theatre. Not at the moment, but hopefully very shortly. Joe Swash, remember Joe? He's a little show-off without very much talent. He turned up on the Gogglebox thing the other day with poor old Scarlett. Is it Scarlett? No, it's not. What's her name? What's his girlfriend's name? Stacey Solomon. And to be honest, he said the first time he actually kissed her, it was like kissing a dead person. I mean, what a charming person for the man with a bit of cotton wool shoved on his head. And this fake tan and little pokey white legs. Silly boy. Silly boy. But they were showing a football match or something, and he was doing his fake acting, because that's about all he's good for, I'm afraid. There's also the long life secret for a lady called Minnie Liddell. Minnie Liddell is 107. 107. What does she put her longevity down to? Fags and booze. Fags and booze. And that, you know, you can get to 107. It's not bad, is it, really? I mean, I used to smoke like a trooper, I did. 60 a day, me. 60 a day. She still, yeah. She smokes and drinks, yeah. She likes Baileys. She likes Baileys. Do you like Baileys? God, you're a cheap date. Really. Bottle of Baileys and old Jake. Yeah, we're happy. No, I never thought about that, actually. There's one. There's a discussion we've got going, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. There's a discussion. Sex Pistol Johnny Rotten has said he fantasises about being a priest. Right, more rubbish, I'm afraid. Also, what have we got here? Oh, I've got the great story about Ming from Flash Gordon. Somebody's not very happy. Also, happy birthday to Harry Judd and Carol Smiley. And also, the bionic limb, which lets a young lady called Gracie go after her dream. She wants to be an actress. And she can't because she's only got one arm. So there's a charity that have bought her a £10,000 arm, which is fantastic. And she thinks this is going to help. See, I don't think your arm is the kind of thing that people look at when you're acting. Perdita says, it's her birthday on Christmas Day. Woo! I shall put that to one side. She said it would be a lovely start to the day and give me the green light to have a glass of fizz too. You will remember that on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, we are here a smidgen later. We're here at 7 a.m. in the morning until 10. Christmas Day and Boxing Day. And that's, I've now forgotten what days that's. That's Friday and Saturday. So tomorrow, Christmas Eve, and a lot of people celebrate Christmas Eve. A lot of East European countries will be celebrating on the Christmas Eve. We always do it on the Christmas Day. They have different food and stuff. I don't think they have turkey. I think they have carp and pike and things like that. All sounds a bit exciting, doesn't it, really? Listen, it's just an excuse to put your feet up and go, well, it's been one hell of a year. Been one hell of a year. It really has. I mean, many of us have actually got through it, and many of us didn't get through it. Another one here. There's a change, says Johnny Perry at Costco of their mask. I can't open the thing. Wait a minute. It's a change of no mask policy, and so they've said here, effective 23rd of the 12th. We will require all members, guests and employees to wear a face covering that covers the nose and mouth at all Costco warehouse locations. Entry to Costco will only be granted to those wearing a face mask or a face shield. This is no longer the case. They say here, Costco has a face covering policy in effect from 24th of the 4th 20, but members who could not wear a mask due to a medical condition were exempt. This is no longer the case. It's a private shop. If they don't want you in there because you have to join Costco, you can't just walk in and do your shopping, they're not going to have you there. It's as simple as that. And so, no more arguing. Thank you, Johnny. I had a feeling that they would have to do that. It should be in operation in every shop. If you can't do it because you can't wear a mask for medical reasons, get somebody else to do it for you, because we don't want you in the shops. It's as simple as that. You might have it, we don't know. It's not like you break out in blotches, if you've got mumps or measles or anything like that, which is visible, or somebody coughing their guts up all over the place, which I've had on occasion. You don't want to go anywhere near these people. So Costco seemed to have pushed the boat out and said, no, from now on, no mask, no service. They had it in America. They had a woman, she goes into I think it's a fast food takeaway, and all the staff are wearing masks because they don't want to get coronavirus. And don't listen to the stupid people who've read something on the internet, and believe just about anything, like the moon is made of green cheese and all that sort of thing. And there really is anyway. And so what happens is she goes up there and she goes in, and the woman says, no, I can't serve you. You will serve me. No, I'm not serving you. You're not wearing a mask. I don't have to wear a mask. You do have to wear a mask. This is a private shop. We don't want to serve you. Get out. And it's as simple as that, as hard and fast a rule. And then the ultimate, oh my God, this one was a gift. Two older women, and they're in a Mexican takeaway where they do tacos and all sorts of things, which sounds quite lovely, actually. I've never been in one, but it sounds delightful. And these two of the people behind the counter are Mexican, surprise, surprise. And so they're speaking to each other. They're having a private conversation in Mexican. This old woman goes up to the counter and goes, speak English. And they go, sorry? You're in America, you speak English. She's the biggest racist you've ever seen. And the manager comes over and says, I don't want you in my shop anymore. It's not your shop. He says, it is my shop. I don't want you in here. Get out. You're racist. No, we're not. They're supposed to be speaking English. And there was a Chinese man who owns a supermarket, and there's a woman standing there in front of her own child, berating him for speaking Chinese. I mean, seriously, it is unbelievable. You get the most vile people who sort of, so I'm quite glad that Costco put their foot down and said, no, if you want serving, you'll wear a mask. If you don't wear a mask, they don't want you in. They won't let you in. And also, the other good news is that Marks and Spencer's have said one person per family. You don't bring in the entire family, thank you very much indeed. That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. There was a woman the other day, she's got a pushchair, there's the husband and there's her, and I'm thinking, what, you're clogging up the aisles with a blooming pushchair? And so the woman said, sorry, it's only one person per family. It was like this last time round. I don't know why they think it's such a surprise now. And I'm in a very bad mood this morning. I thought I'd just realised I'm in a bad mood. But actually it never lasts. And so she had to stand outside, bemoaning the fact. And you think, well, I mean, surely you must have thought about it. Failing that, get your old man to stand outside with a pushchair and you go in and do the shopping. Why don't people understand these things? We've got a 6-foot Santa cake. Used to be a shop called Chocky Wocky Doodah, and they used to make all these fantastic cake. What? What's the matter? What? Chocky Wocky Doodah? Is it? They used to make... In fact, I used to buy all my Christmas chocolate in there because you'd love it. You'd love it. They used to do a chocolate Father Christmas, but he was wearing Speedos. And he used to have his little hat on, and he stood about, what's that, about 8 inches, and you could buy Gay Santa. It was the funniest thing you'd ever seen. I used to buy loads of it. It was so good because he was in lovely dark chocolate with the bright red hat on, the only bit red on him, and a little pair of Speedos as well. I thought that was the best ever. And they did a programme on Chocky Wocky Doodah because they could make cakes for any occasion. Whatever you wanted, they would make you a cake. So if you wanted a cake in your image, or if you like cars or something like that, they would make the cake for it. And this is a 6-foot Santa cake. 17 tiers, because you build up, then you cover it all, and then you start sculpting it. A bit like a wedding cake, but a Father Christmas. Because I love some of these cakes, some of them on the television. I mean, I can't make cakes, God knows. I'm not even good at eating them. I'm really not. Conrad says, we always had a great Christmas, as I do for our daughter. It's because Mum and Dad made sure we had one. As their best Christmas presents during World War II was an apple and an orange. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're moaning about things now. We have so much now compared to what people have had in the past. Seriously, I mean, we were lucky. We did have a turkey at Christmas. Well, that I can remember. I can't remember all of it exactly. I only remember my mum's roast potatoes. And they had a chicken for lunch sometimes, because you couldn't get these things all the time. Roger says, after wearing a mask when I'm out for 9 months now, it feels weird if I'm not wearing one. Absolutely. Yes. Steve, how do you steal a hedge and not be seen? Very easy. You go at night, you see the hedge, and you go, right, that's it. And you literally it's only just been planted. You go there with a truck, early hours of the morning, you pull up the hedge very quickly. It's not a big hedge. This has just been planted, remember. Good on Costco, Steve, says Ed. More places should do the same thing, including public transport. I'm sick to death of people not wearing masks and using excuses. I don't mind somebody using an excuse, but some of these people quite clearly are not asthmatic. They don't have any things at all. They're just making it up because they're a bit thick. You know, but unfortunately you can't tell. It's like, can you tell if somebody's sitting on the pavement with a sign saying homeless, hungry and all the rest? How do you tell if they're genuine? You can't. Go to Kingston, down the road from me, and you'll find a whole family of beggars sitting there. Mum, dad, daughter and son. And they've all got exactly the same sign. Homeless, food. Oh, they've all got mobile phones. They've all got mobile phones, you know. Didn't have a mobile phone, he could have lived somewhere, I should imagine. But they're there day in, day out. Rain, everything. And they sit there, and the mother sort of holds her hands out pleadingly. Really, you're not helping the situation. You're really not. Steve... Good on Costco. A lot of people saying good on Costco, actually. I think all supermarkets, says Bob in Bracknell, should follow the same as Costco. It makes sense. It absolutely does, especially with this new strain. That the idea is you don't want to get it. But all these stupid people who've read rubbish stuff on the internet, they don't know. Oh, if you wear the visor, it doesn't do this, doesn't do that. Well, I tell you what, get somebody else to do your shopping. It makes it much easier, doesn't it? And, Steve... flowers given at funerals are put on the graves. Well, there's a limit how many flowers you can put on a grave. And indicates life everlasting. No, it doesn't. It just means it looks pretty. That's it. It's, people like flowers. Like flowers. Sam says, and I'm a regular spiker, getting ready to go to the shops for the last minute bits and bobs. I think you should today. You really want to, don't you really, Sam in Derby, want to, get everything done today, and then tomorrow you can put your feet up. And go, I tell you what, the whole idea of Christmas is it's supposed to be a bit of a rest. For the kids, it's Father Christmas and it's presents and turkey, and for the rest of us, because it won't be the same this year, but why should it be? I don't mind giving up my Christmas this year, which I will. I'll give up Christmas Day and Boxing Day. So it doesn't bother me. I can do it later in the year. It's not like I'm not going to see anybody ever again. It's not like they've said, well, for the rest of your life, you're going to be isolated. But we've had people crying on LBC that they can't see, family and loved ones. And I keep saying, get a phone that's got Skype on it or FaceTime, something like that. Then you can see somebody go, hi, what are you having? Nothing. But another drink, so I'm kind of forgetting, which is good. Drink yourself, have a Prosecco, have 2 Proseccos, have a bottle of Prosecco, have some everything. Shove some vol au vents in the oven. You don't have to cook a turkey for one of you. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Go out, buy some chicken, get a little chicken, stick that in the oven, heat it up, do it with some little roast potatoes and some sprouts. and stuff like that. That's a nice thing to do, isn't it? Come on. Actually, you've got to suffer with me on Christmas morning. So, I mean, what a hardship, eh? We can share our presents. I can tell you what I've not got, and you can tell me what you've got. And then we could sort of share misery between the two of us. So, I can remember, actually, I have to tell you this, because it was so funny. Years and years ago, when I first did shows on LBC, they put me on Christmas Day. And we opened up the phone lines, a very rare thing in the world of Steve Allen. And I got loads of people phoning up, "Hi, Steve." And I said the same to the first two or three. I say, "So what did you get for Christmas?" And there'd be a pause and they'd go, "I'm Jewish, we don't have any Christmas presents." And I used to go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then I did it and then I suddenly realised this was absolutely pointless to open up the phone lines because nobody had any presents. I was the only one who had presents on Christmas Day, but people cheated. People did get presents. Even my friend Helena, her sort of pussy gets little presents every year. Because I said, "Should I buy a present for the cats?" And she went, "No, don't." Because I bought things before. And have you seen this fish at the moment? It's battery operated and it flaps its tail. And cats kind of like it. And I was going to buy that for her. And she said, "No, don't. They have enough things. They just get a little treat in a piece of paper. They rip it apart. And then they just go back to sleep. That's what cats do. They don't do anything. They just go to sleep. You know, it's a great life, isn't it? They don't. Occasionally, our one, we used to shove out the back door at night. If it was raining, the cat would look at you like, "I'm not going out." And you go, "Bloody well, oh." Out it would go and sit under the car and stare at us all night, which was good fun. Your company, Anne says you are the light in the darkness. Yes. I think that sounds like a religious connotation, doesn't it, really? The light in the darkness. There is light at the end of the tunnel. It's just that we haven't quite got through the tunnel at the moment. We might. And then somebody here who quite clearly doesn't understand anything says, "So you're having a full-on attack on people who can't wear a mask." No, we're just telling you. We're just telling you what the law is, okay? If you don't understand the law, I can't do anything about it. These are private shops. They don't have to have you in there. It's as simple as that. Get somebody else to go and do the shopping. And Costco have now brought out the ruling that no mask, no service. It's been in America for ages and ages. If you don't understand the law, then, that's not my problem. I can't help you with that. I can only tell you that I don't want to sit on a bus with somebody not wearing a mask. I don't really care what the reason is. I don't know if they're clear. It's selfish not to. Get somebody else to go and do your shopping. It's quite clear that it can be done. I've got some neighbours. I do the shopping for them because they don't want to go outside. It's ridiculous. I mean, you can look at where you have to wear a face covering. You've got to have a reasonable excuse. But if the shop decides they don't want you in there without a mask on, they are well within their rights not to let you in. So, in other words, in England, you must wear a face covering in the following indoor settings, examples in brackets. So, public transport, aeroplanes, trains, trams and buses, taxis, private hire vehicles, transport hubs, shopping houses, auction houses, hospitality, post offices, theatres, estate agents. You have to have them on. And if you don't have them on, they don't have to serve you. It's as simple as that. There's no, messing around with it. We quite understand what people's problems are, but they don't have to serve you. And the more you stand there arguing, the less chance there is of you being served. Can't do anything about that. That's the law. That's why we're having lockdown. Maybe you've not understood lockdown, because we've just seen a case, 36,000 new cases 2 days ago. In one day, 36,000 cases of people with coronavirus. I mean, surely, come on. Open up your eyes just a little bit. Steve went to Holland and Barrett, not a mask in sight. Well, actually, not all shops, the staff have to wear a mask. It's as simple as that. And I'm wondering, what do you think about all the shops who've said they'll be keeping all of their shops closed on the 26th of December because they want to give the staff an extra day off, says James. I don't have a problem with that. Blimey, if you can't last for 2 days in this world without having to go to a shop. The 26th is Boxing Day. You don't have to do anything. It's a case of you've had Christmas Day, you've stuffed yourself, you sit down, you go, oh, God, I couldn't eat anything else. And then you put your feet up. So, if people want to open on the 26th of December, that's great. If they want to close, that's great too. I don't have a problem. I don't need to go out and I'm coming into work. I shall go home. I've got food in. And then everything will be normal the day after that until we get down to New Year's Eve. And then we're not sure what's happening. We're not really sure, are we, on New Year's Eve, what's happening? Shame. Graham says, I went to 3 large supermarkets late this PM. Not a sprout or parsnip or chicken in sight. And so they went to the local co-op in a petrol station, got the lot. Yeah. I mean, it always amazes me that people go, oh, and they buy everything in sight. You know, they see the last chicken on the shelf and stuff like that. I mean, you should have done this a week ago. No good leaving it till the last minute. David says a poor excuse for a sports programme was the BBC Sports Personality of the Year. Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is, I think it should be renamed. It's a sports person. There's no personality involved. I mean, Lewis Hamilton, he's very sweet, but he's not exactly the most live wire you've ever encountered, is he? I mean, come on. All right, so he's allowed to put his foot down on the accelerator. I try it and you get a speeding ticket. A great racing driver. But who cares about racing drivers? Blurred adverts at 200 miles an hour. Who cares? Who cares? Oh, you watch racing? That's like watching bowls or synchronised swimming. It's about as dull as that. It's like football. Who in God's name wants to watch that rubbish? Put your hands down, both of you. I mean, there's ganging up on the diabetic who doesn't watch football. And also, fans of Arsenal. Not a good day for you today, is it, really? As you didn't do very well yesterday. I don't want to rub it in, you know. And another one here says, a good man's words are silver and gold. Oh, right. And Steve, wearing a visor for those who are exempt from wearing a mask does not compromise their breathing or mental health. Wearing a visor is not much different to wearing a pair of sunglasses. Probably. But there we go. You know, in Vienna, every store has somebody at the door giving you a face mask. If you refuse or take the mask off, police are called. They're not, listen, look at the state we're in. 40 countries don't want us going in there. Where do you think that's come from? The moon? Blimey, ridiculous. So, definitely, you know, wear masks. Wear masks. Where possible. If you can't, get somebody else to go and do your bits and pieces for you. Sorry? But even if you're exempt, you know, they're not going to let you in shops. They're going to start clamping down on you. That's why we're in this state. Henry says, good win for Aston on the weekend, eh, Steve? Yep, woo, up the Aston. And poor old Callum. Oh, look, it's a picture of me with Carol Smiley. Me with a saw. Poor old Callum, honestly. He must be suffering. He's a big fan, Callum, of Arsenal. In fact, he's a season ticket holder. Yeah. I don't know what that means. Does he go to every game? It's funny because I've met him and he doesn't look like he's interested in football to me. Knitting, you know, over 35's nudist leapfrog, but certainly not anything to do with a football club. But they didn't do well yesterday, did they? I think 4-1. Well, that was a bit bad, wasn't it, Callum? Don't want to rub it in. 4-1? Are you sure they were playing football? Were they just sort of out there and just go, oh, don't touch the ball. I can't bear to touch it. It's very dirty, very muddy. Let's wait till it's sort of cleaned up a little bit. No, 4-1. Who were they playing? Manchester City. That's like playing Accrington Stanley. You know. Who, Manchester City? Well, of course they are. 4-1, I think, indicates. That's like, you know, Mike Tyson fights somebody they've dug up from a cemetery and put them in the ring with him. And then they wonder why it's all over very, very quickly. Frank Bruno gets in the ring with him and Frank Bruno's out within seconds. Ridiculous, honestly. What else we got for you this morning? We've got so many good stories, actually. Oh, the BBC. Well, I say the BBC spent 84,000 quid last year on tea and coffee. Now, I don't want to moan about it, but that's my money. I think they should pay for their own tea and coffee. I pay for the BBC. That's what I do. I had some Primula cheese on a cracker this morning, and I stupidly didn't take a plate in with me. And so I took one bite out of it, and the whole thing collapsed on my lap. I've got Primula cheese all over the place, honestly. Not a good look. Also, Jeremy Clarkson. This is one I've never heard of. Jeremy Clarkson said he's very grateful to the boarding school bullies who made him lick the lavatories clean. Well, I don't know what boarding school he went to, but at my prep school there was none of that going on, thank you very much indeed. Really ridiculous. Anton Deck on the TV show that made them stars. This is S&M TV. I used to worry about it, thinking, can you really call something S&M TV? And apparently you can. Apple are planning to build their own electric self-driving car by 2024. And Mark Labatt is warning contestants on Beat the Chasers. The brain boxes are smarter than ever. I like that programme. I like the chase. I think it's quite good. I can actually answer some of the questions, which is a bit of a result as far as I'm concerned. I can answer some of the questions. We've got the news at 5 coming up very shortly. This is Wednesday, the 23rd of December. So today you've got to go out and do... I mean, of course, if you don't celebrate Christmas, today doesn't make any difference to you. I mean, I queued yesterday for M&S to go and get some little bits and pieces, and I waited probably less than 10 minutes. Less than 10, as long as there's no more than 20 in the queue. You know, it's a case of just to stand and queue. Nice to have your company. It's the 23rd of December. I told you it would creep up on us. Well, it's not so much crept up on us. I mean, we're sort of here. We've got all these lorries. They're going to let them through, but they've got to have an exemption certificate for COVID-19, so they're going to be testing people. No exemption, no leaving. And so they just don't want these people there. That's how bad it's got. 40 countries are now not allowing travellers from this country to go there, unless there are one or two exceptions. If you've booked a package holiday or something like that, then you might be allowed in. But they're not messing around at all. We have it bad in this country. Why? Because people are lax. You can walk down the street, you'll see whole families, nobody wearing a mask. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, but they should. They should. Steve, I was in M&S in Bangor in Northern Ireland, and the shelves were full of turkeys. Yes, I mean, the staff are refilling, but of course, the more people panic buy, I mean, we have to have turkey for Christmas. I don't know why. We have to have turkey because that's what traditionally we have. I mean, some people have goose, some people have chicken, some people have vegetarian. But, I couldn't get off on a nut roast. Not for Christmas. It's got to be a turkey. As a side. No, not even a side. No. How naff. A side. What's a side? I'm sorry, we'll have the turkey dinner, and on the side, we'll have some Brussels sprouts. Do you have nut roast? We'll have the nut roast as well, actually. Or with some chips. Can't beat chips with your special Christmas Day lunch. Chips and gravy. It's very northern. We don't do that down here. We just put chips in a box, polystyrene generally, or a little cone, and then we put on salt and vinegar, which is very nice. And if you're very lucky, a sausage in batter. I love a sausage in batter. I seriously, I could be so happy. And they used to do round my way. They used to do a beef burger in batter. Well, that was nice. Yeah, that was a cooked beef burger and then just done exactly the same way as the sausage. Oh, that was heaven. I can't tell. No, not battered Mars bars. No, that's just ridiculous. No, not battered anything else. Battered what was the last one? Snicker. No! Chocolate. Are you mad? Deep frying it. Only somebody north of Watford Gap would be cooking stuff like that. It's bad enough when they go, do you want curry sauce on your chips? No. Of course I don't want curry sauce on my chips. No. I'm an adult. I don't want things like that. That's for peasant people. Curry sauce on chips. No, it's not. Oh, I'm surrounded by heathens. They've come down from the Highlands. Oh, Steve, you've got to have your curry sauce. From Devon. Well, you've come up from Devon. Do they do curry sauce in Devon? Oh, my God, Father, it gets worse and worse. At the seaside. Oh, dear, I bet the dustmen round there are loving it. Oh, look, there's more curry sauce all over the place. Why? Because they put it on their blooming chips. Definitely. Sorry? The seagulls get it. Good. Listen, I couldn't come. I mean, have you seen the size of seagulls round here? Round here, they are in. You get the piddly little seagulls, and then you get the socking great things, which could carry you off. They're really quite big. Quite big. Morning, Steve. On my duty as a London bus driver, says Paul. Yesterday, I refused entry to 11 with no mask and told 6 to put the masks back on. I'm sick of it. No excuses. Listen, this virus is spreading like wildfire, and the only way you're going to stop it is by people being sensible. If people want to be stupid about it and just go, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, and not making any effort, then we're going to be in a terrible situation in another 6 months' time. It's as simple as that. We can't make somebody, if somebody gets on a bus, I mean, I've been on buses with people with no mask on, I don't want them anywhere near me. Because, as I say, I don't know whether or not they're carrying the virus. I don't want somebody breathing over me. I don't want them sitting next to me, sitting behind me. If they sit behind me, I move. I can become quite pedantic about it. It's a case of, I'm sorry, I think you're a risk. Simple as that. But today you should be stockpiling everything. And all the things you've got to remember, OK? Have you got enough milk in to last you 2 days over Christmas? Because nothing worse than saying, everybody want a cup of tea? Because most people want a cup of tea. I'm not bothered about the booze for Christmas lunch. Occasionally, but I mean, not really. And I always go and have a cup of tea. So you're going to run out of milk quicker. OK, have you got brandy snaps? Gotta have brandy snaps. And then you've got to have a piping thing with cream. Cream you might need, double thick cream, spooning cream. Put that in the middle of the brandy snaps and then stick it in your gob. That's quite nice. What else have you got? You've got all the last minute presents, because otherwise it's stressful. The whole idea of Christmas every year is to take away the stress. Go somewhere else. Go and stay in a hotel. If you can stay in a hotel for a couple of days, that's quite nice. Let somebody else do the cooking. Let somebody else do the worrying about it. Let somebody else do this, do that, make the beds up, everything. If you're doing it from home, the less stress you get, the happier you will be. Steve, Anne says, I've just heard on the news that people have been treated in hospital for crocodile bites this year. Who has a crocodile for a pet? Oh, quite a few people. Quite a few people. There was a woman I saw a while ago on the telly, about a year ago, and they went into her back garden and there was a shed there, and in the shed was this pool thing, and there was a crocodile in it. Not a small crocodile. This sort of looked fairly well fed. Steve says, TJ, I went to Weymouth and there was a fish and chip shop selling battered Cadbury cream eggs. Oh, Lord, you see, this is... honestly, you're mad to even think about things like that. Honestly. I'm trying to do my best to make them healthy, but it's not working, is it? Not working. Well, no. Do you go to a gym? Yeah, you did. Obviously didn't do anything there. No. Did you just sort of go in, okay, very nice, now I'll go home. I got a poem for you from Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1807 to 1882. And this one is called Holidays. The holiest of all holidays are those kept by ourselves in silence and apart, the secret anniversaries of the heart, when the full river of feeling overflows, the happy days unclouded to their close, the sudden joys that out of darkness start, as flames from ashes, swift desires that dart like swallows, singing down each wind that blows, white as the gleam of a receding sail, white as a cloud that floats and fades in air, white as the whitest lily on a stream. These tender memories are a fairy tale of some enchanted land we know not where, but lovely as a landscape in a dream. There you go. Every time I think of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, I always think of Neil Diamond and Longfellow's Serenade. Longfellow Serenade. No, it's a bit before your time, isn't it? I sometimes wish I wasn't as old as I am, but you can't have everything. Oh, goodness sake, you know. At least I shall not be having anything sort of chocolatey covered in a batter and eaten. I mean, I can remember, actually, I did go to Newcastle once, very quickly, and I did go and get some chips from the shop, and she did ask me, would you like gravy on your chips? I said, no, thank you. Tracy says, I'm a northerner. Gravy is staple with chips. When going to a fish and chip shop, I ask for fake gravy. That would be curry sauce. In Devon, they don't do it. They do it, Tracy. I've got people here who've been there. Yeah, he's from... Oh, they've been very, very protective now. I'm from Devon, he said. Almost threateningly, you know. Yeah, of course we have curry sauce. But they do it in Devon. They do it. They haven't got anything else down there, apart from tourists. And you haven't got any tourists either at the moment. Have you? No. I mean, listen, if we're all good about it, and you stop talking to people on the radio who go on about, I'm not wearing a mask, well, then you're not going shopping, are you? I mean, I can only tell you what these shops are operating, and as the government sort of struggle, we try to tell people, you can go shopping, if you've got an exemption for it. But, I mean, the way people argue, which is phenomenal, I don't have to wear a mask and I don't have to tell you what my problem is. Well, we're not serving you then. We're going to have to stop this thing once and for all. We really are. Steve, I had chippy dinner last night. They did battered pigs in blankets and large and battered sprouts. Sprouts? Oh, no. But pigs in blankets battered, you can get those in Marks and Spencer's. It's part of their deli food. And it comes with a curry sauce. Sprouts is where you draw the line. Don't you like sprouts? I love sprouts. Little, not the big fat things, little tiny ones. The little tiny ones are just you could eat, spoonfuls of little sprouts. No, sorry? With the lardons. You can go and buy, if you can't get lardons, just cut bits of bacon up into little bits and then just fry it. Stick in these sprouts as well. They cook ever so quickly. And if you really want to be indulgent, wrap some mashed potato around it as well. That's very nice. That's very nice. You're lost. Yeah. Well, you have a side of nut roast. You know, what can I tell you? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Enjoy your turkey dinner, Steve. I'm dreading Christmas dinner in Vienna. Fish, soup and schnitzel. Not to mention, says Declan, the live candles and sparklers on the Christmas tree. I like schnitzel, actually. I haven't had it for ages and ages, but I do like schnitzel. I'm not big into fish soup. And they don't seem to do salads in Austria that are dry, whereas we have a dry salad here. Everything there is drenched in oil, so the thing comes wringing wet, which is not so good. Robert says, people online bleating about the likelihood of going into Tier 4 on Boxing Day and it ruining the Christmas holidays. Well, whose fault is that? This thing's spreading like wildfire. Could be very careful. Apparently there's a posh fish and chip shop in Thornham in Norfolk that's doing battered Christmas pudding. Oh, God. It's insane. That's too much, isn't it? Or battered sandwiches, a battered jam sandwich. That actually I could see working quite well. Actually, I quite like the combination of batter with bread, and then in the middle there's a sweet filling. That sounds a bit all right. We're not on the same page. No, you're the one doing Snickers, dear. You're doing Snickers and Mars bars, and I'm going, look, hello, who has the trim figure here? You know, don't want to make a big deal about it, but Mr. Skinny that you're listening to at the moment. I love the idea of a posh fish and chip shop, as opposed to what? A really common fish and chip shop that does fish and chips. You know, like, what do they do? In fact, the more bizarre things they actually do, the less I want to go there. I just like, you know, chips, but they've got to be cooked properly. I don't want them just dipped in the oil and then taken out again. They've got to, you know, they've got to be good. There's a girl in the paper today, actually. She was a British model called Madeline. I don't know what sort of model she was, but anyway, she goes on holiday to Sydney, and she wants to take some photographs of the sunset and all the rest of it. And what she does, she climbs over a balcony, and she falls 80 feet to her death. And now, this is not the first time we've heard of this. They've got a lot of people in Spain who jump balconies, and they miss. Her body was full of drugs. She had this MD, thing? MDMA. She had cocaine. She had alcohol. She had just about every drug you could... And I'm thinking to myself, what is it? She was only 23. What is it with young people now that make them go, I think I'll take all these different drugs? What is it that's missing in their life that means they have to take drugs? I mean, does that make me sound like a bit of an old fuddy-duddy? Probably. But her family are now going to get used to Christmas without her because she took all these drugs. I can tell you a very famous actor. We were doing Five's company, and this actor turned up for an interview, and he was off his face. Off his face. He was sweating profusely. He was sitting there. He didn't know what he was doing. And I'm looking at him, and I said to one of the producers, I think he's on something. And it turned out he did. He had a problem. I just don't understand what the appeal is. There must be something really missing in your life if you... I take drugs, but all of mine are prescribed. All of my sort of tablets are sort of things that you have to take anyway, actually. Best things from so far, Steve. Mini sausages in batter with curry sauce. That's Marks and Spencer's, part of their party food. Little tiny sausages. Little tiny sausages. The company Sprouts are the devil's grape, says Claire. Right, you're barred. Can't have people dissing Sprouts. It's Christmas. I say, I don't understand the people who like parsnips. Swede. Who has swede? Oh, disgusting. Oh, it's a Devon kind of thing, isn't it? Sort of stuff they have down there. Oh, dear. But we were talking the other day about everybody going, oh, what are we going to do about the vegetables that come into the country? We do grow vegetables here. They might end up being a little bit more expensive, but we do grow these things. That's the whole idea, is that we can have things. When I was in Paul Cooper's yesterday, they had everything. Absolutely everything. There was nothing they didn't have. You know, they had the grapes, they had all the fruit that you could need, the cranberries, they had packets of nuts and dates and stuff. That's the thing you've got to remember. Mind you, some people don't like dates. I quite like dates. I like those Magellan. Is it Magellan? Anyway, they're very good. I can't work out if dates are good for me, but they seem to be okay. Drug taking by the young, shocked that at the music festivals there's a tented area and they check your drugs to ensure they're genuine. I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, I remember saying once there used to be a place in round near me, and drug taking was openly done, and there were drug dealers openly operating. I remember saying to a friend of mine who was a copper, and he said, we allow it to go on, he said, because we know where it is. It's contained. And I remember a friend of mine went off, he went to a gig once with a load of people, and they were all taking drugs. He was the only person who didn't take drugs. He said, it's really weird. He said, people coming going, I really love you, and all this kind of stuff. He's like, going, yeah, right, whatever. Done drugs? Have you ever taken drugs, Jake? No. God, you are a good boy. Just doing that chocolate in the batter kind of thing. No, we don't recommend taking drugs at all. Well, I mean, not for that girl, but she seemed to have a complete concoction in her system. Very, very dangerous, you know, because you believe that you can do things that you can't do. And she fell 80 feet. Very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Stuck drivers slam Prez. Truck off, they say. Army's bug tests at ports. They're not going to let you through. I mean, this queue is just miles and miles and miles. And then the reporter, Emma James, hands out copies of The Sun to the truckers stranded at Dover. I think they'd rather have a toilet and a bath. And then they get treats as well and stuff like that. It's all very nice for The Sun to do it, but, I mean, you know, we just need to get this thing moving. Absolutely ridiculous. So here we are. The areas of greatest risk at Tier 4, Burnley, Pendle, West Lindsey, Lincoln, Boston, Stoke-on-Trent, East Staffordshire, Rugby, Rushmore, Wealden. You know, it's spreading. It's spreading. You know, and as somebody said, medjool dates, says Tony. They're very nice. Very, very nice. And, Steve, I went to the doctor's yesterday. I said, I feel like a supermarket. He said, how long have you felt like this? And I said, ever since I was Lidl. Banned. Banned immediately. We don't want any more things like that. It's bad enough having bad jokes in the Christmas crackers without people writing in and sending them to me. Steve, I know you have a good selection of vacuum cleaners. Mine broke yesterday, so I've just ordered a new one to collect. I've moved from Dyson to a Shark. Yeah, well, Dyson are so expensive. So I've got a handheld Dyson, and it was, I think, something like £300. I mean, seriously expensive. Seriously expensive. Well, yeah, but they all do the job. They all suck up dust. You know, what more do you want? I've got a Vax upright, which is quite nice. Yeah, that's very good. I mean, that's got very good suction. Very good suction. I mean, that really, and stick it under furniture and everything else like that. Yeah, car boots clean. Oh, carpet's clean. Yeah, yeah. You can use it in car boots. Yes, absolutely. Dancing failure. Maisie Smith and Harvey have had their first snog. Oh, God, honestly. You're beginning to look a little bit desperate now, Maisie. I'm sorry, dear. You're 19 years old. You're in EastEnders. Just concentrate on your acting, OK? Going a little bit by the wayside. Steve says, Jeff, I used to buy raw tripe from the local butchers in Twickenham and ate it raw with salt on. Ugh. Tripe. I don't know what tripe is. It's horrible. I think it's the inner lining of a stomach, isn't it? Is that tripe? I'm not sure. I can't think of anything worse. Sounds absolutely ghastly. But then, you know, lining from stomachs. Is it lining from stomachs of sheep? Or cows? Or... yeah, various farm animals. Tripe is a type of edible lining. You're eating the lining. It was like, you know, they go, oh, have you eaten pig's cheeks? No, of course not. I've had sausages and I've had bacon. I don't want to eat the cheeks. It's the muscle wall, beef tripe. Other animals... the stomach of any ruminant, including cattle, sheep, deer, antelope, giraffes and their relatives. No! It looks horrible. It looks absolutely horrible. And there are lots of dishes prepared with tripe around the world. And I mean lots of dishes. I mean, seriously, there must be about 50 or 60 around the world, if not more. No, hundreds. Hundreds. We don't... yeah, at least 100 on there. Oh, okay. But then people eat different things, don't they? I remember seeing in... what were they selling in Waitrose a while ago? Duck's feet. Why would you want to eat duck's feet? What's going on there? What's happened to the rest of the duck? Is it doomed to spend the rest of its day going around the farmyard on casters? What happens? Taking away its feet? Oh, I don't like that. It's like... pigeons. I can't eat pigeon either. I couldn't eat... there's loads of things. I've never eaten venison. No. Is it delicious? Oh, right. Oh, apparently it's delicious. You see, they're all so rich round here. They go, oh, venison, Steve, yes. Have you had caviar as well? No. Oh, thank God for that. I've had caviar. The lone voice in the wilderness. 26 minutes past, whatever time it is. And nobody cares today. Listen, it's Christmas. Come on, it's Christmas. Today you've got to get out there and you've got to finish off doing the shopping. I hope we've all budgeted. The reason I say that is because a lot of people have been paid. Now, if you're paid monthly, if you're lucky enough to have a job, then you get paid before Christmas. So we got paid yesterday, Monday. And, but of course, the next time you get paid is January. And that's 6 weeks away. It's a long time to survive on the money. I always used to say to people years ago, because I was always terrible at Christmas, but as I say, now I've got this system where I save the money for Christmas and it's kept separately, and so I've got the money there. Steve, my husband loves the Dyson vacuum cleaner more than me. Wow. That's amazing. And somebody says you can get bags now that collect dust. You just leave them around the house. Bags that collect dust. What are they? Bags that collect dust. Find out. A bag that collects dust. Steve, you don't know what tripe is? Watch Steph's Packed Lunch. That's a pile of tripe. God, I watched it the other day. What a load of old baloney. It really is. The sooner it's axed, the better. What a waste of everybody's money. £2 a kilo for Majul dates in Ilford High Road, says Tony. I do like them. I've been known to sort of pick at them. And are they any good for me? I always used to get the Eat Me dates. They were always very, very popular. But nobody ate them at Christmas. All we wanted was Satsumas and Quality Street. And it's got to be Quality Street. It's got to be the big tin. And I've got a big tin. Very big tin. Here we go. This is a bag that you leave. Dust waste it. Oh, it's an extractor bag. Yeah, it's an extractor bag. It clips. No, it's like a complete unit, isn't it? Yeah, you can buy one at $12.79, two at $12.66, and three work out at $12.53. These things connect on, don't they, to central extraction, I think. I don't have that. I've just got something you plug into the mains. Mind you, I've got a Henry that's cordless. A cordless Henry, which is quite nice. Yeah, I've got one. Cordless Henry. You should find them on Amazon. Have a look. You charge it up, and then you're not restricted by how long your cable is. You know, if your cable's only little, you can't go very far. This one, because it's cordless. I forget what I paid for it. I bought it ages ago. I haven't used it yet. It's still in the box. There you go. Bagged cordless cylinder vacuum, 170 quid. And it's cordless. So you just, it's got batteries in it, and you just charge the thing up. It's cool, isn't it? There you go. Now you know what to buy people for Christmas. A cordless Henry. Rita Ora is stuck in Bulgaria. We're hoping she stays there forever and a day. The government has suspended all flights to and from the UK. And she had to publicly apologise and pay a £10,000 fine. She hosted a party and she didn't self-isolate. A rather stupid person, as we all know. Also, Lad Baby has all but captured the Christmas #1. So I do like it. That'll be the second time they've had a #1. 3 in a row. This is Don't Stop Me Eating. Don't stop me eating. Da, 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 da. It's all to do with, I love sausage rolls. And I think it's really good. I think that ever since we built this city on sausage rolls. I think it's really good. Really, really good. I think they're a very happy little bunch of people. Lovely. Oh, look, Rebecca Vardy again. Goodbye. And here's this lady. This is great-great-grand Minnie Liddell. She celebrated her 107th birthday with fags and booze. She's made it through 2 world wars, the Spanish flu pandemic, 4 monarchs, and 21 different prime ministers. And she raised a glass. She's enjoyed a daily brandy or Baileys and puffed away until she was 99, so she stopped 8 years ago. But I mean, she's still doing well. She looks better than most of the people I seem to know, bless her heart. I'm not wild about the Baileys, but Jake likes Baileys. He's a bit of a fan of something like that. What would you like to drink? Baileys. Yeah, the end of lunch. Christmas time, you have a Baileys. You can have it any time you want, though, can't you? You don't have to have it at Christmas time. No, you're not restricted. I mean, there isn't any law that's stopping you having a Baileys. Yeah. Do you know you can add a brandy to a Baileys? You ever tried that one? Oh, you don't like brandy? Oh. And yet you drink Baileys, which is whiskey-based. Strange. Very odd person, honestly. Comes from down, Cornwall places, things like that. That's where they do. Nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 6 is the time for those people getting up early to go and do the shopping. A lot of the places open early today, so that people can go and collect stuff and things like that. But I reckon there's a queue around the block. There will be for most places. Morrison's and Waitrose and so. Do you know, it was all right. When we first went into lockdown, Waitrose used to let pensioners in before other people, so I was fine. I was allowed in. I was very happy. But, I'm not sure how it works at the moment. Dates contain 61% carbohydrates, so as a fellow diabetic, Stevie, it's the same as spoon-feeding table sugar or eating a jacket potato. Oh, I love a jacket potato. I eat the skin. I love jacket potatoes, definitely. Anne says deep-fried grandmother image. So funny. Thank you. Steve, was there a story that more than 6 of the royals gathered together? Yeah, there were 9 of them, I think. It ran on Sunday. I think it ran on Sunday. It was in one of the papers. It could have been the Mail on Sunday. And it was up at Sandringham. They were there, William and Kate and all the other people. I think they were with Sophie Wessex and Edward. Oh, you've done it? Is that mine? Well, how have you done that? It was on my emails. Oh, right. What did it come under on the emails? What did you look for? Oh, right. Oh, right. You print it and it's got my name on it. Oh, we've all got unique codes. How exciting. We have a gift. We're always getting gifts, aren't we? I quite like the idea of gifts. And the boys printed it off for me. Sorry. It's printed off for me. We've all got a little gift. We can go to John Lewis and buy things. We've got to... Oh, I've just realised. I was just trying to think, actually. John Lewis. Where's my nearest John Lewis? Down the road. Kingston or Waitrose. You can use it in there as well. Really? Blimey. Well, of course, we're not having Christmas this year, so it doesn't make any difference. Oh, I don't know what to buy now. Blimey. That's a bit exciting, isn't it? Good Lord, honestly, what a happy person I am today. Still not having any turkey over the next few days, but it doesn't matter. I could live without it. I'll just have to have it later in the year. My brother's wife, Marion, has sworn that she's going to put all the stuff in the freezer. Because I just want to go... do you think all the places, after we sort of get back to normal, which I would like to think, do you think a lot of the places will be having, you can come and enjoy a Christmas lunch with us in sort of like April or something like that? That'd be good, wouldn't it? I could do that. We could be happy with that. Oh, I quite fancy the idea. I could eat it now, actually. If somebody produced a Christmas lunch here, I could eat it with little roast potatoes, crispy. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't... Yeah, it's not going to be COVID secure, is it? And we've got to follow the law. Steve, where'd you store all these vacuum cleaners, says Gary? Where I live. What do you think? Stick them on the roof, up the chimney? God in heaven, honestly. Steve, our son loves turkey at Christmas, but his wife is a fully paid up veggie. She's having nut roast. He's in charge of cooking all the vegetables. I said to him, don't cook the veg to her satisfaction. You'll be having a nut roast. Thank you. Yes. I've never had nut roast. I do eat vegetables. I'm very good at eating vegetables. I never used to be, but I'm very, very good at doing them. Anastasia says hello into 2021. Thank you very much indeed. And most areas of England, say LBC, could be put into Tier 4 from Boxing Day. Fears growing over the spread of the new variant of the coronavirus. And this is all the people... Of course, there'll be loads of people listening. Well, 3. Generally the bewildered, who've read something on the internet that don't worry about it, it's fine. These are the sort of people. And there was a grandmother, Diane Bate. She was violently ill when she scooped a £3.8 million lottery jackpot. She saw the numbers and she realised that they were real, and she'd frantically asked husband Michael, she's 70, 74, and her granddaughter to check to prove it wasn't a hoax. And she said, I must have checked it about 6 times in total before I started to believe it was real. And at that point, I was physically sick. Now, she comes from Denbighshire. She bought the ticket at Asda, matched all 6 main numbers in the draw on Saturday. And she said that was it. The most I've ever won before is £100. I've just won £6. I've just got £6. I don't know what to do with it first. It's not for me, I know. But I used to play fantasy lottery. Fantasy lottery is where they sort of announce that, there's £173 million up for grabs, or 178 or whatever it was. And then, because nobody says anything, I then pretend it's me. I'll get 4 or 5 notifications and it'll say, the ticket you bought for the Euro Millions, blah, 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 has won you a prize. And I pretend for a few days that it's my money. So then I start going on fantasy spending. You know, I go, which house would I buy? There's a nice house I'd quite like in Whitehall, which is very nice. I'd like a super apartment with 6 bedrooms on the roof. It's got to be penthouse. I don't want people living on top of me, thank you very much indeed. I want to sort of be on the top of it. And that'd be quite nice. And change the car. And that's it. And Charlie says, some people are working over Christmas, like you. So please say a word for them. Listen, they're getting paid for it. They're not doing it for free. They get paid. Nobody can force you to work over Christmas. If you don't want to work over Christmas, don't work over Christmas. It's as simple as that. Loads of people work. I mean, there are so many people who work over Christmas. People think it's just like 3 people or something. But no, there's loads of us work over Christmas and love it. I love the atmosphere of Christmas. You know, I'm going to wear a Santa Claus outfit. I thought better of it, actually. I found a great recipe for those duck's feet, Steve, says John in Bromley. It was on the web. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so we got the granny. Also, there was a dad. He conned Boots out of 18,000 quid by claiming fake refunds for hundreds of electric toothbrushes. Matthew Twigg bought cut-price goods, then returned them with fake receipts for a full refund, swindling 17,756. Police found thousands of pounds of discounted goods at his home in Leamington Spa in Warwickshire. Married Twigg admitted fraud and got a year's suspended jail. They should. What's the point of suspended? Send him to prison. Make him pay for it. God, blimey. There's a river here has been given special bathing status for the first time in England, meaning regular tests to ensure it's clean and safe for swimmers. I don't want to swim in a river. I don't swim in lakes or anything. No, it's not great fun. It's really not great. You go to a swimming pool, or you buy a bigger bath. You go to a swimming pool. You sit in it. You go to swim, get out, dry yourself, go home. Okay, that's it. Not a fan of chlorine. Well, just keep your mouth shut, and then you won't swallow so much, will you? No good waving a bit. Hi. You don't want to do that, do you? But no, not swimming in a river. I know people, actually, who swim in these lakes. They do these sort of cross-country marathon kind of things, and they swim through all those animals in the bottom of the lake that could grab your legs and pull you under. No, thank you. There's also the amount of shopping trolleys that you'll probably find in there as well. Martin in Carlisle says, I thought that was just me. I love playing fantasy lottery, win the car, the house, the holiday, the boat. Love it. Yeah, I do it all the time. I do it all the time. I sort of think, OK, I've got 178 million. Where am I going first? Knight Frank, which is the estate agent. So I'm looking for a house in Richmond up to, well, no limit. Imagine saying to somebody, no limit. The fun you could have. Oh, imagine the abuse you'd get if you won. Can you imagine? Oh, Steve Allen's just bought a big house. Or you can see the old moaning Marys now, can't you? Oh, and he's changed his car again. Oh, diesel flash. I love life's miseries. Did you see Scarlett Moffat on the Chase Celebrity Special? She asked one of the Balearic Islands with the land. Not very good at geography. I usually am drunk when I'm in places like that, says Tony. Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest. Did you see the size of her? Scarlett Moffat has ballooned beyond all man... I mean, seriously. Is the apple nice? Is it a nice apple? I like a good apple, actually. I think that's either a Braeburn or it's not. I think it's a Braeburn. Is it Granny Smith? Did you bring that in? I brought apples in today. That's why I asked you... And I suddenly realised yours is very green. I've got apples. Did you offer? Did you not want one? Such a snob. Such a snob, honestly. You get people like them. You know, I brought my own apple in. Granny Smiths. I think I've got a Pink Lady and the rest are Braeburns. They're very crunchy. And free. And I've got peaches as well. But they're a bit hard. They need to go a day, actually, without, until you sort of soften them up a little bit. I love a good peach. It's Heavy Company. Welcome to when... You're probably queuing already. I reckon there are people who are queuing now to make sure they get in the supermarkets first. I mean, it's obviously people who don't work, or they've actually sort of, they have a wish that they've got to get in there as quick as possible, whiz round and then get out again, which is what I did the other day. And I shall probably do it today as well. I've got a couple of things to catch up with, but it doesn't make any difference. I shall get back, nip into M&S, pick up a couple of bits and pieces, and that's it. I don't need anything particularly major. It'll all be done nicely. Steve, Colin in Morecambe. Merry Christmas. Lad Baby was a man who used the Trussell Trust, a charity supporting food banks, charity who supported his family in difficult times. And thanks to you for keeping mentioning it. I think they're great. They make me smile. They make me smile because they seem really good together. Really good together. The kids look lovely. Everything about it is great. Great. Roger says on Police Interceptors, a bloke stole a car, smashed into 3 cop cars, was drunk, had no insurance, and he got 9 months suspended. I know. The police must sometimes wonder whether or not we've gone completely round the bend. And yet, of course, you go somewhere you're not supposed to go and they fine you. 30 quid or 200 quid, that's all I know. And Tony says, I was watching an old Minder the other day. Terry was driving his Capri and listening to LBC. Sounded like you. I featured on a couple of programmes, actually, newsreading. From ages and ages ago, and all sorts of people. All they did was just lift a thing and then just said, "Can we use it?" And we all said yes. I mean, it didn't make it. I mean, I can't approve it. Nothing to do with me at all. The reason being, I'm just the voice on the stick. LBC owns the station, and I'm broadcasting, so they own all the stuff I do. I am their. They own the copyright to everything that I do, because I'm broadcasting on their station. Simple as that. One of the nation's favourite TV presenters, says Andy Hall in his Biz column, he thinks Ainsley Harriott is one of our... I don't think he is, actually. I don't think he is at all. But he's not one to hog the limelight. Ainsley Harriott, are you serious? Ainsley Harriott, who spent the formative part of his career going on places like the Des O'Connor Show, talking about his giant pepper pot and things like that. Very sad, but he reached out to Alison Hammond. And over there, I tell you what I watched the other day, actually. They were showing a bit on the television. Actually, it was Bad Baby. They were being interviewed by Eamon and Ruth. Eamon, who didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. He was on another planet. And Ruth, who was sort of all up for it and having a bit of a laugh. So Eamon and Ruth, I think Eamon and Ruth are doing something on Christmas Day, aren't they? Or something. Because I think the best that Eamon can get now is just sort of being a guest on a programme. I don't think they're really thinking about it in terms of being a presenter. What he needs to do is slow down. He's pushed himself for so many years. He's made a small fortune. And all he needs to do now is just sit back and sort of watch the television and pig out on the food. Which is very nice indeed. You can go quizzical. Look at this. This is hilarious. Have you been paying attention to Love and Lust? Who won Love Island 2020? This is how vacuous it is. Paige Turley and Finlay Tapp, Curtis Pritchard and Maura Higgins, Luke Trotman and Sienese Fudge. Sienese Fudge? I ask you. I mean, who would have the faintest idea? You wouldn't. Which member of the royal family got married in private this year? Who cares? Who cares? Also, what did a doctor say was a hot trend in lockdown? Was it Botox on the abs to increase orgasms, vitamin injections to boost libido, same sort of thing, and cosmetic surgery on the genitals for the perfect fit? I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess at the answer to that one. So that's what a doctor said was a hot trend in lockdown. Seriously, yes. No, not wearing masks. No. No, you would have thought so. Vitamin injections to boost libido, cosmetic surgery on the genitals, and Botox on the abs to increase orgasms. I mean, I'm not sure whether I'm in the real world anymore, actually. Which past winner of Celebrity Big Brother got engaged this year and will be inviting her first husband to the wedding? Katie Price, Charlotte Crosby, Chantel Houghton. Who cares? Who cares? All total and non-entities. According to some company, sales of sex toys surged by how much this year? 87%, 156%, 200%. 200, yeah. Yeah. Sex toys. I mean, is that like a puppet or something? I mean, is that a sex toy? What is it? I don't know. I'd best not go there, okay. And also, which city was the nation's kinkiest and bought the most sex toys according to an onbuy.com? London, Liverpool or Manchester? Manchester. It's always Manchester, isn't it? The answer to every question is Manchester. I should imagine so. What else we got? What else we got today? Apart from the fact, as I say, I know you're all up early this morning and you're all going to be out queuing around the corner. I don't mind, actually, because we do it every Christmas. It's not because we're in lockdown this particular Christmas. Just past the new butchers in Twickenham, Steve, says Phil, next to Sandy's. There was a queue of about 10 people at 05:30. I think they're opening early, because I think today's the last day he's open. I have a feeling he's closed tomorrow and Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I think so. Another one here, which says, hard peaches, Steve, can be halved, stoned, sprinkled with sugar and cinnamon, baked to soft perfection. Do you know, I've seen peaches in jars with liquor in there, booze in there. I like boozy fruit. Boozy fruit's very nice, because you can have that on Christmas Day and just put some ice cream with it or some double cream, and that's quite nice. But you can heat peaches up. Peaches are... I like them. They've got to have a bitter bite to them. Not totally solid, but if you cook them or bake them in the oven, that's quite nice. I nearly bought it to bring it in and eat it. A dragon fruit. Have you had dragon fruit before? It's delicious. Have you ever seen it? You ever seen a dragon? Yes, it's an odd shape. And what you do is you cut it in half, and it's got all these white seeds in there, and you just spoon them out. It tastes similar to dragon fruit. It's very, very popular in the dragon fruit line. It's supposed to be quite healthy. I nearly bought one, but they're quite expensive at the moment. They're about £2 each. So I bought some light cheese instead, and I gave them to Zora Suleiman, because she likes light cheese. Steve, says Ian the Skip, is a mop and bucket one present or two? Depends if it comes as a set. If it's a set from Addis, it's one. If you've had to buy them both separately, it's two. I'm already queuing, Steve, at Griffin's Butcher's on the bridge, Newbury. I'll be going home to cook black pudding for breakfast. Woo! I know that one, Sue, very well indeed. I know the bridge in Newbury. I used to live down there. I know exactly where you are. Stephen, myself and my partner couldn't believe what we've seen this week. 4 presenters on the Sports Awards, 15 to 20 kids on a skate park, no masks, panic buying again, and an elderly lady saying we need the army in to lock the country down. I think we're doing it quite nicely by ourselves, aren't we? Don't you think so? What else we got here? A lot of people telling about hard peaches, which is very good. And why don't you do a shopping list, Steve, and shop once a week, says Jackie. Because I shop every day. I like shopping every day because my taste varies. I don't plan meals. I don't go, right, on Tuesday we'll be having corned beef hash, on Wednesday we'll be having this or fish finger. No. So I buy on a daily basis. I go out and then I decide what I'm going to have to eat as I'm wandering along the shelves. It depends. Depends what sort of mood I'm in. So that's why I don't do it. Johnny in Watford says last day of work as the Czech Republic on the 24th, so Simona will be making the traditional dish of potato salad and carp, and then traditional UK Christmas on the 25th. How lovely. That sounds quite... I'm not into fish, so I can't do carp. I wouldn't know how to cook that. I've seen fish things where you sort of put fish in there. Who's our lovely page 3 girl today in the Daily Star? She's a little Christmas cracker. She's called Lily. And Lily's got badly dyed hair, and she's going around with sort of like pretend Christmas tree stuff draped all over her boobs. That's what you wear, isn't it, nowadays? So will you be wearing a Christmas hat over the festive season, Jake, or will you not? A jumper. Okay. That did sound very festive. Will you be wearing a Christmas hat to enhance that? No, you won't be. Okay. Your hair is fine, absolutely. You don't want to mess it up, do you? Otherwise we'd be in a very bad mood. There's the worst thing you can do to Jake. Go up behind him and go like that on his hair. He'd literally go mad. Yeah, I think he would. We'll try it later. Film censors. Oh, I'll have to tell you later, actually. I'll tell you more about the film censors later. SMTV reunited. So we're pleased about that. And Dame Barbara Windsor's husband, this is Scott Mitchell, has asked fans to donate money for research into Alzheimer's. So far, they've had over £100,000. £100,000. And he said, it's filled me with pride and been a huge comfort. It shows how loved and respected and adored my Barbara was. She was. He knows that. Secretly, he knows that. He knows exactly what we thought. Because we've told him a million times. Final push for me, Steve. Still got 200 cupcakes to bake and decorate, and then delivering today and tomorrow before I take a week off. I have a fab day, and that's my resident baker in Walthamstow, Ellie. Morning, Ellie. Walthamstow. One of my favourite places. I'll be accompanied 23rd of December. This is the best way to start your day with LBC. It's Wednesday, and you'll be queuing up. Most of you. I think most people at some point will go out today. Some of the places are open till quite late. And so some people have said, I think I'll go out late in the evening because it'll be better once it's all died down. Because this morning there will be queues. Because once you're up and you're dressed, out and go and stand in a queue and sort of make sure that you've got everything sorted out. Because there will be things you'll forget. So while you're standing in the queue, start doing a list. And the reason I say that is because I still see people getting on a bus. Okay, I'll be on the bus and mask on, all the rest of it. All very nice. And somebody gets on the bus and then they start looking for their bus pass. And you think, you've been standing at a bus stop waiting for a bus. Why did you not get your bus pass out of your bag? And sometimes, you know, the bus has gone like another 2 stops and they're still ferreting around trying to find it. These people are idiots. You're standing at the bus stop. You've been waiting there because you wanted the bus to arrive on time, and they generally do. Except I hate it, where they just pull in and we sit there and he turns the engine off. The driver has been requested to stay here while we do so. And you think there's no other bus, and then 3 other buses go straight past you and you're sitting there like the lemon of all lemons. Dreadful. Dreadful. Gary in Woolwich says, getting ready for Christmas. Best I can. Might do last minute shopping locally, which is good. Are we going to get snow for Christmas? No, definitely not. Definitely not. And somebody says, do you ever get a song stuck in your head that you can't stop singing? I can't stop singing Thank You Very Much by Albert Finney and Scrooge. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing that anyone's ever said to me. It's a good film, actually, Scrooge. In fact, all the Christmassy films are good. I love all that kind of stuff. I feel in a festive kind of mood, so I shall probably watch something today. But no snow for Christmas. Rain, I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you we will get loads of that. Also, what's this a picture of? Karen Brady's daughter. She's obviously started posing now, which is a bit tragic, really. I thought she could have gone into a slightly better route. You know, just getting your kit off and posing, you know, in sort of bra and knickers is sort of, it's a bit of a waste of time, isn't it, really? Also, the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs have been blasted for binning 9.4 tonnes of grub from its headquarters in 6 months. Jeremy Corbyn said, what a disgusting waste. I think he was talking about that. Could have been talking about something else, I suppose, really. And I've just been outside, actually. Nick Ferrari's breakfast team have all dressed up. They've all got festive jumpers on. Wanted to know when I was going to be wearing my festive jumper. A little bit personal, I thought. I mean, honestly, I fancy deciding what you're going to wear, but they all look very good. They look very good. They've obviously been out and spent money. Spending their vouchers, I should imagine. One person capable of cheering folk up during a pandemic, it's Dolly Parton. I think you found it should be Steve Allen. It's as simple as that. And Shaggy wants to join forces with Dolly Parton. Of course you do. You've not been in the charts for ages. Billie Eilish has teased she'll kick off a new era next year. And Nina Nesbitt. Who are all these people? It's hilarious, isn't it? I've never heard of any of these people. Paloma Faith I've heard of, and I've heard of Dua Lipa. But it doesn't mean I couldn't name anybody's records or anything like that. Pop to Costco at 7. Pretty quiet, though the post office in Teddington has a queue back to Nando's. Yes. We haven't got a Nando's, have we? Wait a minute. Nando's. Oh, right. I know exactly where you are now. So I just had to remember where Nando's was. Joseph in Bethlehem says the Christmas countdown now. 1 day, 17 hours and 50-something minutes. And then it's jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. What about the ones that don't let you on the bus until they're ready to go, says Jackie. It's just people who get on there and then start faffing around trying to find their bus pass. And you think, mine's in my pocket. Literally, I'm holding it in my hand. The bus arrives, you get on, you touch it, and then it's other people. Put it on there, it doesn't work. Put it on another way, turn it round, do it backward, wave it in the air, stick it still doesn't work. You know why? I've got no credit. No credit. So Mo Farah says joggers are always welcome to have a selfie if they can keep up with him. Oh, that's a challenge, isn't it? That's a challenge. The Jonathan Ross Christmas show. I don't know why they've all of a sudden got a bit excited about Jonathan Ross. He's looking a bit ancient for doing it. Keeping an apple a day helps keep the love handles at bay. Eat more apples, Jake. Eat more apples, dear. I'll give you some more. Munching one just before dinner makes you feel fuller after. It's a British apple and pear study. So there you go. I mean, now he knows that. Whew, could be a different person. Time we get round to the thing. Dawn Neeson's column today talks about lettuces. She says, there you go, same thing we were talking about. She says, just in case you had something better to do, those lettuces don't stockpile themselves, you know. I'd like to confirm that Sports Personality of the Year still lack that one vital ingredient, personality. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton's not a personality, he's a racing driver. Why do they say personality? Evidently, says Dawn Neeson. We're now supposed to ring a bell on Christmas Eve to spread togetherness and encourage the public to reach out to friends, family and neighbours who may be isolated. That's nice. Genuinely sad, she says, to see the end of Strictly Come Dancing. Plus, she says here, my dad drove lorries. So looking at pictures of all the truckers gridlocked by politics and the pandemic in Kent is heartbreaking. No loos, showers, warmth, Christmas comfort or hope. What a grim end of year for a group of mostly men who've kept us literally on the road throughout everything that 2020 has thrown at us. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. And they're sitting there, the toilet facilities are almost non-existent. So the sooner we get it going, the better. The potato is the vegetable most likely to get jazzed up over Christmas. Because you like to have it What are you eating? Oh, is that? Yeah, they're nice, aren't they? I know. They do lots of different ones. I did go back to the garden centre the other day to try and buy all the rest of them, and they'd all sold out. I should have bought loads more. Mind you, they could be in the boot of my car. Things vanish in the boot of my car. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. You put stuff in there, you go back the next day, and it's vanished. You know, there's either somebody who's got a key to my car. I've got loads of elves on shelves. I bought some little ones the other day. I don't know what to do with them. I suppose you're supposed to put them onto a shelf, but I've not actually got there, which is a bit of a shame. Celebrities showing off their pooches wearing festive costumes. I hate people dressing their dogs up. It's the only thing that really annoys me. Gary Barlow, Gemma Atkinson, and Lorraine Kelly's Angus had antlers on. You don't dress dogs up. Why would you want to humiliate a dog? Dreadful. Jessica writes Bella was festive. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. And Alan Carr and Rhianne Sugden. Well, no big surprise there, really. But you shouldn't dress dogs up. They're not meant to be dressed up. Ghastly. Dreadful people. Apple planning to build an electric self-driving car by 2024. Do you think it's going to look like an apple on wheels? I don't know. And an angler, Shay Williams, holds hand grenades he reeled in with a magnet. You know, you've heard of people who go magnet fishing. Army bomb disposal experts declared the catch safe after Shay called the police about the World War II weapons, 2 of which still had the safety pins in place. He found 19. More than 8 million adults expect to be alone during the festive period. 83% unlikely to speak to anyone face-to-face on Christmas Day. Well, that's why we're here. That's why we are here, which is lovely. Joe Swash, you know, the one who you're not really sure what he does, he's just irritating, says the first snog with Stacey Solomon was like kissing a dead person. They've revealed their secrets on Shopping with Keith Lemon, another dreary, boring programme. They can't make Keith Lemon into something, sort of anytime soon, can they? They don't know what to do with him. You know, the sort of programmes he does are so naff. Also, Charlie. Dahl's Charlie, the top bedtime read for kids. This is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or Willy Wonka. It seems to go with different names. The 10 best children's books: Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, The BFG, Big Friendly Giant, Matilda, Taylor Peter Rabbit, Winnie the Pooh, The Gruffalo, The Twits, The Cat in the Hat, The Tailor Mrs. Tiggy Winkle, and The Hungry Caterpillar. I only knew about half of those, but I did have them. Here's a picture of testing staff in Dover last night, a queue for Waitrose in Balham, and hauliers arguing with the police, and there's all these lorries, hundreds of lorries held at a disused Manston Airport in Kent yesterday. So where we go from here, God alone knows. The young people say Britain needs Thatcher now. Well, that's not going to be happening any time soon, is it? And weighing 30 stone and containing 360,000 calories, and it is fantastic, and you'll see the picture in the paper today. It's Santa Claus cake. Rosie Dummer, it took her 2 weeks to make. She wanted to make something for the NHS, and so she's made it. It's got 1,200 slices of chocolate cake soaked in orange syrup and orange frosting, and it's called A Hug for Christmas, and it's an NHS worker hugging Father Christmas. It's brilliant. She's ever so clever. I love people like that. People that can make these sort of... I see them on the television programmes. People who make cakes, and I'm thinking, they just look so good. Sometimes you can't tell that it's actually a cake. I saw some pictures once that were sent in to me of cakes. One of them looked like fish and chips. One of them looked like a bucket with Domestos in it and all sorts of things. Good, isn't it? Why Domestos? Well, because it kills all known germs, doesn't it? Domestos. It's a bleach. It's a bleach. You can use it on surfaces. So that's why Domestos. Okay. Yeah. Shouldn't have asked. Oh, my screen's gone black. Oh, no, it's come back again. And Steve says, Donny, if somebody in Coventry's done something bad, where do they get sent? You know, they used to say at school, you're going to be sent to Coventry. We didn't actually mean, I think it meant a place of silence. And I've just arrived at M&S, Kings Lynn from Hemel Hempstead with a 45-ton lorry full of food and turkeys. Says Dean, enough for everyone. See, now we've told them, they'll all be heading that direction. And Andy says, our spies in Essex saw a garden centre refuse to sell mistletoe to Gemma Collins. Oh, we don't want that kind of stuff going on, thank you very much indeed. That's not good. And how to recreate a cathedral with Lego. And here's a couple done it, 400,000 Lego bricks. I mean, this is a work of art. It's Ely Cathedral. Oh, and guess what sales have soared of? Jigsaw puzzles. Who does jigsaw puzzles? Who does jigsaw puzzles nowadays? Not me. Not me. Your granddad. Jigsaw puzzles. Oh, I can't get into jigsaw. Why would somebody want to do jigsaw puzzles? I mean, they're not exactly sort of that bit goes there, that bit goes there, that bit goes there. Oh, look. Big Ben. Very exciting. He doesn't do them anymore. He doesn't do them. Well, he probably is. He's probably still doing them somewhere. Why not? Goodness sake, you don't stop doing things just when you go and sit on a cloud. In fact, if anything, you've got to keep yourself busy. So jigsaws would be ideal. Do you imagine there's probably a jigsaw of the pearly gates? Morning, everybody. 6:20. Somebody says, my family were obsessed with these puzzles during lockdown. I can't do puzzles. We didn't do them as children. I don't remember having, as children, jigsaws or anything like that, really. We had games like Monopoly, but that was about as far as it got. We didn't do anything else, which was great. You know, we were a family who read. We read books. We always had books to read, which is good. Another one here. I'd like to invite all the lorry drivers to my flat for refreshments and a shower. Have you seen how many there are? Have you seen how many lorry drivers? Good Lord, I mean, hundreds and hundreds. Some will be able to get out, some will not be able to get out. Interesting. This shameless woman, I've got to mention her again because you can't believe somebody could be this disgusting. Her name's Tony Standen, and she faked having terminal cancer. Okay? And this was basically to con friends, who presumably aren't her friends anymore, into donating almost £8,500 for her dream wedding, has been sent to prison. She shaved her head and told friends and family, it's gone to my brain, my bones, it's everywhere. She comes from Widnes in Cheshire. She told friends she had cancer in 2015. She said she wanted her father, Derek, who really was dying of cancer, to walk her down the aisle. He died before the big day, but a video he recorded was played at the wedding, leaving everybody in tears. Her friends launched a GoFund webpage to give her and her partner the wedding they deserve. But she gave regular updates on her fake illness with such clarity and detail that the friends never doubted it. One donor gave 2,000 quid. The wedding in Widnes at the Catholic Church was followed by a reception for 150 guests before the couple jetted off on honeymoon. Suspicion grew about her condition following the wedding, and then she confessed her cancer diagnosis was a lie to friends. She's jobless, ha ha ha, pleaded guilty to fraud by false representation, and the judge said every right-thinking member of society would be appalled by Jehovah. It's a disgusting piece of work. Absolutely. Doing something like that when people really do have to face up to that. And she just did it. She's jobless. Couldn't even bother to get off her fat bum and get out there and do a job to pay for something. And comes up with that. I'm glad they sent you to prison. I'm glad. Should have been longer. Also, a trucker ran a drugs... Do you know there's more and more of these stories in the papers about drug cartels? This is somebody here who ran a major drugs ring from his front room in a suburban cul-de-sac during lockdown, has just been jailed. Thomas Marr helped move Class A drugs and cash around the world for top criminal gangs. His trade stretched from the poppy fields of Afghanistan to the cocaine cartels of Colombia. He coordinated the crooked operation at a 4-bed detached home he shared with his wife in Warrington. Luxury car. Where did she think they came from? Luxury cars on the driveway. The father of 3 bought the house for $255,000. Police believe he ran the business for 20 years. But his downfall was sparked after his firm was linked to the deaths of 39 Vietnamese migrants. So he's 40, Thomas Marr. He's gone to prison for 15 years. I mean, seriously. It's just absolutely amazing. You know, he could be seen bidding for jobs, typically charging £2,000 a kilo for drugs he moved or requested 1% of cash he was hired to transport. Get these people. Here's this model. She's appeared in quite a number of papers. This is Madeline Davis, who was on this dream backpacking trip, and she plunged 80 to 100 feet of a place called Dover Heights, which is, I think, Diamond Bay, Sydney. She climbed over a fence to take a photo. That's what fences are there for. Unfortunately, when they actually found her body, they then discovered that she'd taken illicit drugs and alcohol, and obviously a horrendous combination. Horrendous, because the substances, illegal, would have impaired her decision-making, balance and coordination. And so, through doing it, she was on a year-long trip to Thailand, funding her travels with modelling work. So she'd gone to watch the sunrise, and then people allowed her to sort of cross over this fence. I mean, just absolutely dreadful. She was wedged in a rock shelf when they actually found her, but it was the drugs. And as I say, we asked the question earlier on this morning, what is it about young people taking drugs? There must be something severely missing from their lives that they need to take drugs. Peter says, Steve, they keep telling us what's happening in Dover. What about our drivers trying to get home? Well, they're in the same position. And they're going to have to take this COVID test to find out. Nobody's going to take them if they don't prove negative. Steve, board games are huge now. About 1,500 new ones each year. Not like Monopoly. They're now online simulators of board games, so they can continue during the pandemic, says David. Are there not board game clubs? I seem to remember you could go to a club and it's people who just want to play board games, so they'll take Scrabble or different things like that, and you just sit there in a room. It's a bit like speed dating. Very dull and boring. Where you sit down and you have to explain yourself to somebody you've never met before. Hello, my name's Steve. I'm 27 and I like travelling. You could do speed dating over a board game, but people like playing board games. But obviously, all their family think they're so mad that they have nothing to do with them, so they have to go and join another load of mad people to sit down and play board games in a room. I mean, we had played board games. Christmas time, we would play board games. Always been Monopoly. Always been Monopoly, because it's the easiest game to play and it involved money. And I was always the top hat, which I liked, which was good. There was what? Sorry. I don't know what sorry is. Is that you're going to get? Oh, right, home base. Did you ever have that game where you'd flip things over? You were trying to do an identikit picture of somebody. Somebody'd have a picture and you'd do it. Have they got a beard? No. What was that called? It's called what? Guess who? Guess who? Well, that's been around for donkey's years. If you look at the pictures of the people on there, it's really ancient. But my favourite was electronic battleships. B7. Yes! No, Monopoly was always the one for us. Monopoly was the one. We'd always do the short version, where you throw the dice and all start off with a set of hotels or something and then see if you survive after that. But that was always good, never involved in rows. And you have to play Monopoly when you've got a big tin of Quality Street and a big bowl of Satsumas. That's the only way to do it. And for kids, if you've got kids, anything for anything upwards of about 4, 5, something like that, at least they'll appreciate Christmas. If they're under that, they've got no idea what it is. It's just a tree with lights on and pretty coloured paper and stuff like that. Sometimes they rip the paper off and they don't realise that there is a present in it. They just go for the paper. Paper's fab. Look, woo, woo. Silver and gold paper. And the kids love it. For Christmas time, it is absolutely the best time for children, because they end up with tons of stuff that, it's almost too much. We used to take all our stuff up after we'd opened all the presents and put them on your bed. And then you go up later on and look at them all again. And that was quite exciting. You don't do that when you get to a certain age, I promise you. There'll be people listening at the moment going, presents? What are presents? Don't get presents anymore. You get to, for me, I think it finished probably about 18. Friends buy presents and things like that. But mainly the presents from the family give up at about 18. A little bit less than that, depending whether you're still living at home. But it's still an exciting time, isn't it? So let's try and make it as exciting this year as we possibly can. I wonder because they're still showing adverts on the television for certain things which appeal to children, and children have no concept of money. So if they see something and go, it's only £160, and the kids go, I want that. They don't know what 160 quid. They think everybody's got £160. They must have. That's why it says it on the television. I saw this thing today. I nearly bought it. It's like a pen thing, electronic, and you hold it against your skin and it makes you look younger. And I thought, I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't. But I was watching people using it thinking, oh, that's quite good. You know, you just sort of run it over your skin to keep your skin looking sort of beautiful. And then I thought, no, there's no simple way to make your skin look beautiful apart from drinking lots of water, eating healthily, and doing some exercise. And that's about as good as it gets. Steve, there are board game clubs, but no one plays Scrabble. Oh, do they not? Right. Anastasia said, I'm glad you shamed that woman who faked cancer. It's absolutely dreadful that she would do that. It is absolutely appalling. That's about as bad as it gets, isn't it? Apparently, Steve, the board games are all modern ones, nothing like the ones you're talking about. That's right, go on, tell me I'm old-fashioned. Tell me I'm old-fashioned. Yeah, you're old-fashioned, Steve. Margaret, no, it's not. It's, I'm going to Aldi to get desserts, Martini and Margate. Desserts. I bought 2 little trifles yesterday, just little trifles, because I'm not supposed to have them, but as a bit of a treat for the festive season, I thought, you know. And somebody says, if you're 27, Steve, I'll eat a Scrabble board. Listen, come on, it's radio. You can be any age you want. You don't have to be the age you really are. I mean, I'm sort of Amazonian build, long shoulder-length blonde hair, which I just sort of toss to one side, you know. Don't need to do anything special with my face. I have inner beauty, which radiates outwards, and a gift of entertaining. What more do you want? What more do you want? I mean, I am the nearest thing that you're going to be hearing on the radio that is perfection. It's as easy as that. I can't explain it to you. If you could see the happy, smiling faces I'm surrounded by, you would know it was true. I'm 23. Well, congratulations to you. 23 years old. And I listen to LBC every morning at work. My colleagues call me old for not listening to Radio 1. What's the average age of your listeners? 23. 23 would be the average age now, actually. 9 to 90. 9 to 90. It really is 9 to 90 LBC, because there's something for everybody, as you will discover. You know, if you've listened to LBC every morning, you know that you get sort of me in the morning, and then you get Nick Ferrari, then you get James O'Brien, then you get Sheila Fogarty, and then it runs all the way through with Eddie Mayer and Ian Dale and everybody else. And we do not sleep. 24 hours a day we are here, and all over Christmas as well. Whether you're at work, because there's 20 million of us who are not going to be celebrating with family. 20 million extra people listening to LBC suits me fine, and we're national. So no matter where you are, you know, no matter how fed up you might feel, we're always here. You can sort of, you know, you can take your wrath out on us, because there are some people who get very angry about not celebrating Christmas, but you just have to put up with it. As I say, think back to how the people coped during the war. Think back to how they coped when they had nothing. They couldn't even have the sort of food that we can get nowadays. Our favourite game is Frustration, says Joe in Hornchurch. We play a family knockout game, Quality Street and Monkey Nuts, the gaming snacks. We used to play card games with buttons. What is Frustration? Wait, is it a tube, a cylinder thing? And it's dice in the middle, you have to hit it. You move around a board. Do you know the thing I hated? Trivial Pursuit. A friend of mine did the German version of it, which sold phenomenally well. And all of a sudden, and you think, wait a minute, they're just quiz questions. That's all they are. They're just quiz questions. Connie says, I'm happy every time I do the shopping in the Co-op in the Strand, because the Global building is not far from the supermarket, and I always think of you when I'm in the area. Well, that's very nice. We are so epicentral. You know, in Leicester Square, we've got Trafalgar Square down the road, Covent Garden, we've got Piccadilly Circus, Regent Street, we've got the Lights, we've got Oxford Street, we've got Buckingham Palace, we've got Whitehall. We're very centrally placed here, and very nice it is too. Very nice. Steve, you've cheered me up. I'm starting my day in a better frame of mind. Thank you to you, says Mrs. B. Ooh. Steve, bananagrams are better than Scrabble, as you don't have to sit and wait for that person to take ages to get a word out, says Tina in Moray. Is that Moray Firth, Tina? Is that Moray? I mean, I don't know. I've only ever heard of Moray Firth and Moray Eels. And as I don't like eels anyway. Robin Chertsey says the customs in Calais are British, so there are no restriction on trucks returning. It's French customs in Dover that stop them. Well, it's getting through these blooming these sort of passes to make sure you know that you're okay. Elaine says, thank you, Steve. You helped me through many nights of horrendous anxiety. I barely sleep, but hearing you makes me feel that there is somebody there for us all. Well, we're absolutely here for you and have been for a long, long time. Did you ever play Escalado? I did. I bet you don't know what Escalado is. No idea. It's a bit of green baize, which you stretch out, and you put some metal horses on, and you turn a handle, and the vibration makes them move along the cloth. And then one of them would pass the winning line, and they would win. But you just turned the handle. It didn't matter who actually turned the handle. It was a case of one handle vibrated the whole pad, and the horses just moved like that across it. You see them at the... Yeah, you could play little... I mean, nothing particularly serious, but you get them in the fun fairs, only they're electronic, so you all bet on the red or blue one, and they're off, and they go, and then one wins. And I think that one moves on the amount of balls that you get through the holes. You get balls and you get holes with different numbers on them, and that moves that many feet. They're always very good, actually. I always like stuff like that. Definitely. Steve, I think you should explain the sent to Coventry, a hard decision to have to make. Yes, you used to send somebody to Coventry if they'd done something silly. You'd go, we're sending you to Coventry. And it was a case of, it wasn't Coventry the place. It was a place of silence. You went there all by yourself. Basically, you'd be sitting there twiddling your thumbs, being Billy No Mates. So, but as somebody said, where do people in Coventry send people to? The answer is absolutely nowhere. Do you have an exercise regime, says Gemma? Absolutely. Good Lord. I'm telling you, when I finish the programme this morning, I'll be changing into my Lycra shorts, and I've got my bandana on and my mask and all the rest of it. I go for a run around Leicester Square, and then I run down and I go all the way down Whitehall, cross over the bridge by the Palace, come all the way up the other side and cross over Westminster Bridge. That is a total lie. Okay? I'd be very good on telling lies, actually, on television. So absolutely not an exercise. The exercise regime is I just walked out a minute ago to go and get a cup of tea. That was the exercise regime. I mean, at least I'm moving. It's a trek to go. I mean, I could have done the thing here, but it was too full of cleaners. So I sort of go to the kitchen round there, and I did quite well. In fact, at one point, I think I ran. Yeah, cleaner's fantastic. But, I need a cup of tea every so often. I can't trust them to go and get it for me, which I would do normally. But because we're in lockdown, and it's not COVID secure, I can't let them make me a cup of tea. Because somebody said to me once, can you actually make your own tea? Of course I can make my own tea, it's just that I'm a celebrity, and I shouldn't have to. I just basically tell them, if I say to them now, I'll have 3 pieces of peanut butter on toast, 3 pieces of peanut butter on toast would appear. It's as simple as that. Up in the canteen, they'd be listening, and they would seriously, on the way out, they say, would you like some toffees to take with you, Steve? I go, thank you very much indeed, no. The technology is phenomenal, and that's what makes us the happy station. That's what makes us the happy station over Christmas, because they're all going to be working their little socks off, and we're all going to hope that everything gets back to normal, and we're all going to hope that I'm still trying to work out whether or not I think that Costco thing is genuine or if it's fake news, because we do get fake stuff that appears on the internet, and this is the thing I read out earlier on from my friend Johnny, saying that Costco are now not letting people in without masks. They're not doing if you have a medical condition, they're just saying you have to wear a mask to come into Costco. No mask, no service. And they'll stop you at the door. You won't even get as far. Unlike normal supermarkets where you just walk in, they do try and have security to go, sorry, you need a mask on, and they'll go, I'm exempt. Well, in Costco, apparently, according to this thing that we've just read out, which could be genuine, it's a case of no mask, no service. It's as simple as that. We've got to stop this in some way, shape or form. Apparently, there is in Moray, says Andrew in Tayside, there is a fine single malt whisky called Glen Moray. Yes, there are lots of Glen somethings, aren't they? From the Speyside area of Scotland. I'm not a whisky drinker. I love the idea that Dave Beckham's got a whisky out. I mean, have you seen him when he's had a drink? Oh, it's the laugh of the century. Oh, I had a drink, Victoria. Yeah, we know you have, Dave. She had to try and drag him away, didn't she? Steve. Long queue at Tesco New Malden. We've got in quite quickly, and there was plenty of everything, says Julie. Yeah, there is. There's no shortage of anything. I love the way that people think all of a sudden, because there's 800 lorries down there, we haven't got... The supermarkets are empty. You'll have to make do with sort of one boiled egg, and that'll be about it. Justino says, thank you for putting a smile on my face. Stephen Telford says, I always thought they'd spelt them wrong. Should be board games, B-O-R-E-D. Christmas family gathering. Let's get the board games out. Oh, we loved them. That's what families do. Families don't talk to each other nowadays. You know, at least if you've got something, you can talk to somebody. I love a good game of cards. I'm just as happy with a game of cards. Not Snap or something like that, or Happy Families. You know, that's a bit naff and a bit dated. But, I mean, I could still play Snakes and Ladders. You know, competitive level, of course, you know. Olympics. Here's a picture of Prince Edward. And it's the... He's wearing jeans as well, actually, which is quite interesting. They say a little bit awkward. Happy birthday to Carol Smiley. Carol Smiley is 59 years old. When the Glasgow-born TV presenter was told the premise for the BBC's Changing Room, she said, "So, have we actually got to that point where the nation is watching paint dry?" It became a massive hit. She hosted the show for 7 years. She was known as Smiley Smiley Carol Smiley. That's what she was known as. Harry Judd as well. He's from McFly, but of course Jake's never heard of him. Have you heard of Harry? Yeah. See? No idea. Yeah. There's a reason why people know Harry Judd. Essex-born drummer McFly won Strictly in 2011, voted the show's best ever champion by Radio Times readers. He joined McFly the following year, giving up his passion for cricket. Very good-looking boy. Plays drums. Very good-looking boy. Unbelievable. Seriously. But he's good. We like him. And if you're celebrating, happy birthday today. I should be the first person probably, because, I mean, it's too early for the postman. And in 1919, the Sex Disqualification Removal Act was passed, allowing women to enter a range of professions, including the law and the civil service. That was in 1919. Look what's happened now. They've got the vote. They can drive buses, taxis. I mean, it's unreal, the things that are taking place in our lifetime. In my lifetime, we've had telephones. You hold a telephone and you can there's no cable, and you can speak to somebody the other side of the world. When I first started, telephones were put on the front of the Sun and everything else. They were going, yuppies have telephones. And there was some bloke, he was on a train, and there was a yuppie there. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's fabulous, yes. Oh, buy them. And then he sort of, I'll speak to you later, I'm on the train, okay. And this bloke said, here, Gov, he said, is that a mobile phone? And they go, yes, it is a mobile phone. He said, is that one of the latest? He said, yeah, it is one of the latest. He said, can I have a look at it? So he said, yes, you can have a look at it. And he gave it to him, and the bloke threw it out the window. Because people used to get really annoyed that only yuppies had mobile phones. Now you get little kids, little 7 to 10-year-old kids who've got mobile phones and they know how to operate them. News again. It's non-stop, I tell you, this morning. 14. One here, Alan goes, it's illegal to refuse those exempt from wearing masks into shops. No, it's not. Sadly, it's not. Another deluded person. No, they're private shops. They actually decide if they want to let you in or not. And as this virus is spreading like mad, the mutant bug on the rampage, I'm afraid the wrong person, Alan, would be you, darling. Never mind. One day you'll be educated. Wayne, the trolley dolly, says, catching up on old TV, only Fools and Horses fans will remember Rosalind Knight. Remember she died the other day as Mrs. Creswell from the iconic Jolly Boys outing episode where she played the landlady of the haunted B&B. And also, didn't Barbara Windsor play the original Saucy Nancy in Wurzel Gummidge? She did. You are quite right. She did. Yes, she was there with Una Stubbs. I was looking at a picture of it the other day, actually. I think that's amazing that people have donated £100,000. Phenomenal. Who's eating lettuce this time of year, says Ali, apart from rabbits. Can't think of anything worse. I eat too much wrong food already. Not going out for my walks and the weight goes on. That's the trouble is it's so easy, isn't it, to sit down. Some people are more prone than others to putting on weight. And that is a big problem. According to the Sun's front page, forget COVID, Brexit and Christmas misery. Apparently, Maisie Desperado snogs Harvey. I mean, really, 19 years old, obviously thinks she knows everything. But publicity, all the wrong way. The kick in the baubles. More Brits will be in Tier 4 from Boxing Day. And Braveheart star Mel Gibson says he's now so porky he was told to stop eating to play Santa Claus, who for some reason is supposed to be a bit fat anyway, isn't he? He's a jolly man. And jolly used to mean fat. So that's the way it is. Looking at all these lorries all over the place, my goodness me. I mean, 800 lorries, I believe, winding their way up the M20 in Kent. Shopping queues out there. So far, since Monday alone, 2.5 billion has been spent at supermarkets, because there's one thing that we want to make sure we do, and that's enjoy the festive season. Lovely. Pointless host Richard Osman has become the first debut novelist to have a Christmas #1. He sold nearly 135,000 copies of his book last week, which was twice the number for Barack Obama's memoir. And I think David Walliams as well. He was about third or fourth on the list, which is good, isn't it? And they're celebrating in Wales. They found a fresh seam of gold. There is a lot of Welsh gold out there. They now say there is gold in them thar valleys. Test drillings, they reckon it could be worth about £700 million. Wow. I've seen a mine where they get the Welsh gold out of. Ulrika Johnson is a guest columnist for The Sun for today, talking about Stanley Baxter. She says, I first saw him on telly when I came over to England. He's a comedic genius, a fine actor and an accomplished author and writer. At the grand old age of 94, he's just come out. At 94, he's come out. And she says, it has not come as a surprise to me, but moreover a point of sadness that this charming man has either felt forced to sit with his sexuality private for so long due to social expectations. He was married for nearly 50 years to a wife who understood his internal battle and let him bring men home at a time when being gay was still illegal. He said, I never wanted to be gay. I still don't. But he is. Because it's like, the old joke about, I want to be gay and things like that. And it's a case of, for somebody of his generation, very difficult. I think the oldest person I've ever heard of, I think, was 99, who came out as gay, and sort of they became totally liberated because they'd had to keep it quiet for ages and ages and ages, because it was different, it was illegal. People used to get beaten up. Really. Steve, Costco at Thurrock has been operating a no mask, you can't come in policy for months, irrespective of any problems. Yep, absolutely. And Keith says that face covering is required for Costco customers, so people can wear a visor instead of a mask, which should suffice. Yep, you've got to wear something. They're not letting you in otherwise. Simple as that. Nothing to do with that silly man who thought it was something to do with the Equality Act. These people read this garbage on the internet and they sadly start believing it, which is a bit of a shame, really. And they go, oh, you could be fined for it. These people are so dumb. Seriously, that's why we're in the mess that we're in at the moment, because of people like that. Robbie Williams is gearing up to launch his own secret recipe range of oat cakes. Oh, Lord, I'm not sure we can cope with that, can we? And a song about not being able to get home for Christmas has become an anthem after Boris Johnson's U-turn. Christmas ain't cancelled by, oh my God, it's the church. I still think Bad Baby's going to be it. I hope so anyway. I quite like that idea. John Lydon, he was Johnny Rotten, but he's a bit dated and a bit out of touch with life now. Says he took drugs to stop himself sleeping because he was so fearful of waking up. I always thought he was a bit sad, really. I didn't sort of go for it at all. I didn't buy into the act, as it were. And still, there's this woman here. I knew that's why. Grace. Her name is Grace McGonigal, I think. Got the best Christmas present she could wish for, a bionic arm to help her chase her dream role. She was born with her left arm missing from below the elbow. She's already starred in short films, TV ads and local theatre shows, but this new £10,000 arm has enabled her to join a performing arts college course in London. So there you go, a happy Christmas for her, a very, very happy Christmas for her. Pictures of all these lorries. Emmanuel Macron proved he was no friend to Britain last night. Oh, let's not get this thing sorted, shall we? And dreaming of a black and white Christmas with a dash of Hollywood Technicolor. Christmas Tinseltown fashion. And all the people who sent out their Christmas cards. And they were quite beautiful. Bob Hope and Doris Day, Shirley Temple from 1936, Elizabeth Taylor from 1955, Audrey Hepburn. It's all posy pictures, but they're just so fantastic. You'll find them in the Express today, and they're well worth looking at. And Widdicombe's column, talking about Boris never learns from his mistakes. I mean, to be honest with you, nobody knows where we're going with this thing, do we? But we have to make sure that we get it all right, because then we can be hopefully having a better year next year, which is good news. You get more arguments on the radio from people going, it's my human right not to have to wear a mask, because it's all made up. There's not 1 million people who have died across the world. They've just made up the figures. And so you get a lot of that. And then you get people complaining about this thing and that thing, and you think, oh, dear me, honestly. You feel like saying, look, there's 66,000 people are dead through coronavirus. You know, I mean, if you want to be a statistic, well, bully for you. But, you know, nobody surely is that thick in this day and age, are they? Oh, I don't know. Somebody says, I've got chronic COPD and wear a face mask. I'm very severe and don't have to wear one and yet still wear one everywhere, says Dean. I mean, isn't it the toss-up between living or not living? You know, so, in other words, if you are asthmatic, as I said the other week, and loads of other people have said it, it's been in all the columns, you can't miss it, you know, get somebody to do your shopping for you. Because I don't want anybody getting on the bus who hasn't got a mask on. I don't want people getting on trains without masks on. I don't want these stupid people who've stuck it under their noses. But, I mean, we've been saying this for a year. It's not made any difference, has it? The Oxford vaccine could be given a green light in days, and we could get a load of people vaccinated by, you know, January, February, March. That's what we're looking at, I think. But the figures are up, as indeed we predicted they would be. After Christmas, we suddenly worked out that, in fact, more people have got coronavirus now than had it before. Why? Because they're thick. Because they go out there, they're infecting people, people are infecting them. I mean, the whole idea of wearing a mask is to save you. You know, that's what it's there for. It's to make you be able to go on so. Because we don't know. I wish there was something that happened to your face that was visual, that if you had COVID or you had the signs of it, something happened, like all of a sudden, you know, polka dots appeared on your cheeks or something like that, or your hair went red or something. But there's nothing. You can look at somebody. You know, I looked at Callum earlier on and he looked relatively normal. I mean, he doesn't appear to, I mean, that's what he's always looked like. But I mean, if he had it, why isn't there some sign that we can see and you go, oh, you've definitely got it? The only reason I could tell is if I got my little thermometer out, and tested his temperature. Because you're supposed to be about 36.4, 36.5, and I'm knocking that every day. Every day I'm doing 36.4. I think I had a 34 point something, and I went into a little bit of a panic. Mind you, I had a panic last night. I had a couple of very odd dreams. Very, very strange dreams. I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, they weren't those sort of naughty dreams. They were just sort of dreams about things at work. Stop it. Honestly. Nothing worse than Callum back-chatting. You don't want to hear what he's saying. It's rude. It's rudies, as my mother would say. Yeah. Of course, I'm alone on that one, am I? I'm alone on that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No comment, he says. But we haven't had him on the programme for ages, so we've got him back with us. As I say, every time somebody says, "Oh, who have you got in the team?" There's quite a big team for this programme, actually. It's quite a pool that we can take from. And luckily, Callum's he's done the rounds, as they say in the business. He's worked on every radio station that we've got in the building. I think barring one or two, something like that. Three. I think three. I think I can think of three off the top of my head. And so over Christmas, he's been very busy. Very, very... I mean, admittedly, he doesn't have a life as yet. But then he's joining the club because none of us have a life. Yesterday, I was good. I went out... I had a little doze when I got in because I like to do that just to sort of spark myself up a little bit. And then at 10:30, I thought, I wonder if everything's open, being a Sunday. And so I go out. Marks and Spencer's was open. And there was no queues, nothing. So I thought, I'll risk Waitrose, because I like their toilet tissue better. And so I go to Waitrose. No queues in Waitrose. No queues at all. I was able to wander around the dates and the Satsuma department with sort of wild abandon. And so I bought a few little bits and pieces. And then literally, I mean, luckily on the toilet roll shelf, and the kitchen roll shelf, they didn't have a huge amount, but they had some in there, so I just picked up a roll of toilet tissue and picked up some other stuff. You watch that, somebody writing in, well, you shouldn't be buying that, should you? What about all the other people who need it? You know, I tell you, we are actually producing a nation of moaning Marys. I mean, seriously, they seem to pop up all over the place. I mean, there's another bloke in the paper today who believes in UFOs, and apparently because he said something definitely exists, we're all supposed to believe it. Which, as you all know, is a pack of lies. There are no unidentified flying objects, people coming in from another planet. Teresa says, my husband has COPD and he wears a mask. There's no excuse. No, there's not. Tom says, pure sure asthma sufferers would rather just have asthma rather than asthma and COVID. Then you'd be really struggling. Can't wear a mask, wear a visor. Yeah, but didn't they then say, isn't there something on the internet that said, oh, you can't wear a visor because the air gets underneath? Well, listen, there's a couple in Canada who've gone down with coronavirus and they've got the South African strain and they've never even been to South Africa. So how does it transfer across continents? We have no idea. We just know that there's people who can pick up this thing and they've never been outside of their own little back garden. Where does it come from? Is it on Post? Is it on these newspapers? Because I'm top of the list for picking it up. I'm quite high risk. I've never managed to catch it, but I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's on this microphone. Is it on the headphones? I mean, where is it? I'm sharing loads of things in here. I mean, I'm sure that there are other better presenters than I am, much better, and they sort of disinfect everything and wipe everything down with a wet wipe. But I'm not as good as that. But I am distancing. I'm socially distancing, and I've got a mask as well. But I don't know. I mean, some of the people I have seen over the last few days, they might have it. I might have it. I don't think I have. I'm 99.9% certain I haven't, because I feel fine. And I did check with Callum. I did say to her, do you feel all right? And apparently he's feeling all right. And so that's good. We're all very happy about that. I wrote it in my diary. Today, Callum's feeling all right. And that goes down. I should be doing the documentary of Steve Allen and COVID in about a year's time. Callum looked okay today. Nick was looking a bit peaky. Nick had a mince pie. And, all the things he's not supposed to be eating, but he loves it. He's still looking forward to getting his sort of Wetherspoons breakfast again very shortly. He liked that. He liked his Wetherspoons breakfast. There's no way you can get a breakfast at the moment. I'm a bit disappointed. I was looking forward to the only time I ever see breakfast now is 4 in a bed on the television. Do you know, it's all right for you. You're a skinny little thing. But if you had McDonald's every day, I think I'd be ill. In China, now what did I hear yesterday? Somebody was talking about China. They have a huge obesity problem with children because they've got McDonald's there. They never had McDonald's for years. And then in Tiananmen Square, I think there is a McDonald's on the outskirts. And they've got a big obesity problem. So they've had to send the kids to fat camp. And they're also going to cut out... What are they going to cut out soon? Two for one offers on drinks, or three for two, or something like that. Also free refills. Well, at the moment, you go to Costco, you get a free refill. You buy a hot dog for £1.50 and you get free Coke refill. So you can go up as many times and have Coke or fizzy drinks and things like that. It's 22, isn't it? April 2022. And they're going to stop supermarkets selling all this stuff. And there's kind of go to McDonald's. Look at me. Goodness sake, honestly. A fine figure of two men here. You know, and all of a sudden, I have had a McDonald's before. I am partial to a little something in a bun, but then I don't want it every day. Well, you never mentioned KFC. I mean, of course I could go to KFC every day. Just have a little stuff. I've always wanted a Zinger burger. I've never had one, and I can't bear the idea of gravy on chicken. That sounds really odd. On fried chicken, gravy. But apparently it's the latest thing for people to have. And they always go, did you get the gravy? And I go, no, I didn't. But I could eat Kentucky Fried Chicken now. It is actually very, very addictive, isn't it? It's just fried chicken in a pressure cooker with the Colonel's secret recipe. I mean, somebody's got it written down somewhere. They must have secret recipes. And then Nigella Lawson was salivating all over my television the other day. You know, I'm going to do my favourite food. And at this moment, she sort of breathlessly falls to the floor, and we all have to revive her with a kiss of something. And then she goes, I'm going to do fried chicken. She's like she's working on Babe Station. I mean, it's unbelievable. She said, we're going to do fried chicken. And then she loads up this sandwich with, like, so much food. How she got it in her mouth, I'll never know. But she did. She managed to cut it in half, and she can move. She's a bit like one of those snakes where they dislocate their bottom jaw and you can get more in, like a complete antelope. I've seen them, and they digest it. And then there was a horrible thing the other day in St James's Park. A pelican pounced on a starling. And because pelicans, I mean, you'd think the starling would be a bit aware of it, but it obviously didn't see the trouble coming from behind it. The pelican scoops it up in its bill and then swallows it. And up until then, the bird is flapping away, trying to get out. But of course it doesn't. You can see it going down its neck. And I think the Downing Street cat had a go at a pigeon the other day. I don't know. Where are we going to, ladies and gentlemen? Steve, I had a dream, says Shane. I had a dream. I had a dream. Do you ever hear that? Do you ever hear that whole speech, the I have a dream thing? Which was good. It's funny the things you hear, isn't it, throughout your life? I still like the Churchill speeches. Callum, of course, remembers One Direction and the things that they were announcing. There's a song that sampled it. Really? A house song? Callum's a DJ, he knows these things. Actually, there was a very famous one, which was called What the World Needs Now Is Love, Abraham, Martin and John. And it was Tom Clay, and it came out on the Motown label. And it starts off with a little kiddie going... with somebody saying to a little kiddie, do you know what segregation is? And the little kiddie goes, I don't know what segregation is. Do you know what? And he asked all these different questions. And then the choir coming over the top with what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Because that's what I quite like to see. A lot more love next year. A lot more hugging. I'm definitely going for the hugging. I've almost got a hit list of those people who are in line to be hugged, whether they want it or not. You know, I'm going to be definitely one of those people going, thank God we're out the woods. I can tell you the time, not that I think you need to know about it. We will be talking about the top Catholic school. You'll know it because James O'Brien spoke about it all the time, because I think he went there. They're sorry for the abuse that went on. Plus, the NHS warned, get every bed ready, because there's going to be a surge of COVID cases. Mask, anybody? It's a bank holiday. It's called Bank Holiday Monday. Bank Holiday Monday today. This would have been Boxing Day, but of course, because it fell on a weekend, they've shunted it today. Richard in Bromley says, can you please stop leaving your sweets in the studio? All the something I'm moaning about, especially James in the After Eight. Well, actually, they weren't my sweets. Oh, no. Au contraire. No, it was Nick's sweets. It was Nick's box of After Eight. I do leave sweets out there, but then I brought in a huge tin of Quality Street. Well, yesterday they went mad out there. Yesterday there was a full tin of Quality Street. A full tin of Quality Street. This morning, there's like 4 in the bottom of it. They are going to be as big as Wales. Not the country. So, not always me, but I always bring stuff in over Christmas. Always have done. I'm just that sort of person. Morgan says, some folks tried to get into banks and shops wearing masks for years when it was disallowed, and now they refuse to wear them. Yes, that old joke is fantastic. Martin wants to know why they're paying me. Well, you keep listening every day. You've added to my figures. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, you're obviously a bit of a, I'm sorry to say it, Martin, but you're a bit of a dreary, aren't you? It's not your fault. But, you know, when somebody has no friends, they generally write really stupid things. So I'm assuming you're, you know, what we sort of put down as sort of somebody who's very lonely. You know, why are they paying me? Because you listen every day. You don't think people are going to sit here for your entertainment for free, do you? Honestly, do try and grow up. Do try and grow up. Makes you sound silly. Makes you sound very silly, I'm afraid. Steve, why don't you do a Christmas bauble? Says Mari, because she's got the tea towel, the tote and the flutes, courtesy of her daughter, which is lovely. So why don't you do a Christmas bauble? Well, do you know, we thought about a Christmas bauble, which you could then bring out every year. I might look at that, actually, because you could probably do 2 Christmas baubles from the Groovy Gang, which I think would be, that'd be quite a nice idea, actually. I mean, I've got various ideas running around inside my mind. The idea is to sort of make as much money as possible so that we can give it to a very, very good cause. Steve, I have to say, I've had the worst Christmas ever. I was in hospital for something, which is now over, and they put somebody in the bed next to me, and now I've got COVID, says Matthew. Always useful, isn't it? Well, you're in the best place. You're in the best place. Rory says, Nick Abbott was eating your After Eights tonight. They're not my After Eights. Why do people keep thinking they're my After Eights? These were Nick, the producer's After Eights. He won't make that mistake by leaving them in there. Yeah, I gave them to him, but, you know, he has to pay. I sent him a bill, but Nick Abbott will thieve anything. Honestly, he left in the studio and he starts going through it. And yet, when I've offered him sweets before in the office, because I speak to him occasionally through a medium, and I always go, no. He generally doesn't accept anything. Leave it in the studio, and he's delving into it like a good 'un. It's amazing. Dreams. Loads of people have dreams, don't they? And I am one of those who dreams on a fairly regular basis. It's just one of those sort of things. I mean, I don't know if it's... Somebody used to say to me that you dream if you've eaten before you go to bed. Now, I didn't eat before I went to bed. I'm trying to think what I ate, actually. It wasn't something particularly exciting, but I did buy... Look at me, pushing the boat out. I was wandering round Waitrose thinking, what should I buy? I saw a couple of... I bought some bratwurst, and which I always like. But I saw some of it, stewed rhubarb. Now, I love stewed rhubarb. And this is from, I think, a company called Bon Marché or something, whatever it was. I haven't seen it for ages. They do stewed apricots, but I didn't fancy stewed apricots. But the rhubarb, I really fancied. So I looked at it, and I walked away from it, and then I walked back, and then I looked at it again. Then I picked up a jar, and then I picked up another jar. And so I bought 2 jars. And so what I'm going to have with it today, I'm going to have sort of a few spoonfuls of stewed rhubarb with some zero-fat yoghurt. I think Yo Farms do one, which is it's quite bitter taste, but it's very good because there's nothing. You're basically just eating nothing, and so that's quite. I might put a dollop of that in it, or some creme fraiche. Quite. Oh, I can't. No, I can't. The pastry. The pastry, and also I couldn't make a crumble. I think Nick says, why do you make a crumble, honestly? Assuming I'm like Mary Berry or something like that. Other people listening be going, yeah, my mum used to do it. My mum used to make loads of stewed rhubarb, and she'd freeze it, and then bring it out as a dessert, and I came to love it. Absolutely love it. Some people hate it. So I think I might have that, and I think I might go creme fraiche. And stick some berries in it, or something like that. I haven't tasted it. No, I've had it before. I had it ages and ages ago. Yeah, it is quite sweet. Because when you're doing rhubarb, you seem to be adding the sugar. But I'm hoping that sort of, due to the cooking process, might burn it off. But I think that's a load of old cobblers. To be honest with you, I don't think that's true. But something about stewed rhubarb that kind of gets the old gastric juices going a little bit. So today I'm enjoying it. In fact, all this week I'm enjoying. And for poor little Martin, poor lonely little Martin at the moment, today's the day I do an invoice for working. You have to do these invoices. They don't just sort of pay you without you sort of submitting bits of paper, and I have to submit 3 bits of paper every month. I know, I just go mad. I do 3 bits of paper, Had to speak to Callum, bit of paper. Had to speak to Nick twice today, bit of paper. I do bits of paper for everything. But sometimes I forget. And that's when... And in fact, I sent something to my... a friend of mine, she looks after my accounts and all the rest of it. So I have to send, at the end of every month, all my receipts. So every time we go to Marks and Spencer's and buy some Prosecco and some food, I save the receipts. When I buy to Pants in M&S, I save the receipts. Everything, the receipts go in a bag. And I sent it about a week before Christmas. It's still not arrived. So I'm hoping... but it's because there's a huge volume of post, and the post office have to try and deal with it. It's not a great deal of fun for them. Top brass bands are fighting for survival. Why? Because they used to be affiliated to Pits. And if you've ever seen the film Brassed Off, or Brassed Off, that was a good film. Go on, I identified with that. That was one of my first albums. I bought myself a little cheap record player for about £3 years ago. It was electric, and it was in a case which was made out of cardboard but covered in like plastics to make it look leather. And you could still buy them now. They're dirt cheap on Amazon, little record players. And I bought the GUS Footwear Band, which was something to do with shoes, I think. All these places had different brass bands, and the GUS Footwear Band I grew up on. That and music from the D'Oyly Carte operas. I mean, I ask you. You couldn't have a more diverse, eclectic musical taste. The D'Oyly Carte opera, I thought, were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I loved all their stuff. And I tried to learn I am the very model of a modern Major General, information, vegetable, animal and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the facts historical, from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I am very well equipped. And so it went on and on and on. And I learnt that years and years ago, and all these years later you kind of bring it up, like, the ladies of the harem of the court of King Caractacus were just passing by. Oh, the fascinating witches who put the scintillating stitches in the breeches of the boys, who put the powder on the noses of the ladies on the faces of the harem of the court of King Caractacus are just passing by. And then you had to go through the whole thing again. And I have a horrible feeling it was made famous by Rolf Harris. I just got a feeling that's where it came from. Caught on camera, the man missing for 28 years. And police who found how much worth of cocaine in the back of a smart car that they stopped in London. Have you ever been in a smart car? It is like basically sitting by the side of the road waiting for something to happen. They're very small, very compact, and there's no room to keep anything at all. This one, they opened up the back of it, had 3 million quid's worth of cocaine. Well, I tell you, that's a selling point as far as I'm concerned. Why do you need to buy a truck to get stuff over there? Just take smart cars over. It'll be like sort of that car with the minis going through Italy, which I quite liked. The Italian Job, that was so good. So good. We are the Self-Preservation Society. That was on television over Christmas, but I watched yesterday Phantom of the Opera at the Royal Albert Hall, which was, I said yesterday I went to the first night of Phantom and got to know Michael Crawford, who was very generous to us. He was the one who phoned me at LBC And the man on security phoned down. It was George. And he said, "Oh, there's a phone call for you, Steve." And so I said, "OK, put it through." This is before I went on air. And I picked up, I went, "Hello," and a voice said, "Hello, Steve, this is Michael Crawford." And I went, "Yeah." He said, "No, it really is Michael Crawford." And I thought, well, it's actually, it was too good an impression for it not to be Michael Crawford. And so he said, you keep talking about you can't get a seat for Phantom. He said, "I'd love you to come and see it." And so I phoned the theatre the next day, spoke to his dresser, and she said, "Yep, he's left me a note." She said, "I've got you 2 seats for tomorrow night." I could have had any night I wanted. Michael had row D. He owned row D, so he was able to sell row D. I know, well, sort of owned it. It was, I think they do these deals. We were talking about deals the other day that people get, you know, as sort of presenters or actors. And so I went to his dressing room first, and he was being made. It took like 2.5 hours to do his makeup, because first of all there is putting the wig on, and then there's the prosthetic bits that go on the side. I think there were 3 or 4. And then they've got to wait for those to dry. Then they've got to put a tube in down the back, connected to a bottle for the sweat, because his head was encased in a prosthetic. And so he would sweat 2 litres a night. It was unbelievable. So they had this bottle which had to be emptied all the time. It was quite something. And then over the top of that would be the Phantom dark wig, and the mask would then fit on around the back. And in between that, you've got 2 microphones that are fitted as well, which come from round the back, and one just above your nose. And so I used to go there all the time, actually. I sort of started going on a regular basis to go and see Phantom. So when they showed it on Sky Arts the other day, they'd staged it in, I think it was the Royal Albert Hall. And it was as good as the very first one I saw all those years ago, as good as the first one. And so they do it with a huge cast, and it was beautifully done. And at the end, as you know, if you've seen it, the Phantom disappears. He sits on a chair, he throws a huge piece of material over himself, the girl comes on, looks at the thing, pulls it, and he's vanished completely. The Phantom has vanished into thin air. And at the very end of it, they brought back the original London cast company of Phantom of the Opera, together with this huge company. They brought on the writers, and then he said, "And we've got a very special guest, Michael Crawford." And on came Michael, and there was like, people were going berserk, absolutely berserk. And it was filmed a few years back, but it was wonderful. And then strangely, they brought on Sarah Brightman after that, but of course she was going out with Lloyd Webber. So, and they all sang at the end. It was just fantastic. It was brilliant. So, big up Sky Arts, who've got so many good programs. Seriously, I can't fault it. The quality is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Bit like this programme. This programme's quality is stunning. You know, I like to think we're giving of our best, and we take all your texts and emails. I was trying to work out this morning, actually, how many days I've done on the trot, because this is the first time in ages that I've done a Saturday as well. So I've done an all the way through. And, you know, I feel as fresh as a daisy. Fresh as a daisy, the producer, and Callum. And I said to Callum, I said, "But look at all this money you're making. Look at all this money." And then all of a sudden his little eyes lit up. It was like sort of a child at the bottom of the Christmas tree, you know, opening that one present and going, "Great, socks." You know, that kind of thing. Did you get many presents at Christmas, Callum? Did you get, opened any presents? He's had no time to open his presents, ladies and gentlemen. He's not been home, because he can't. So you've got to, so you didn't have no presents to open at all. Oh my goodness. We were just talking about what we got for Christmas, of course, as you now discover. Poor old Callum didn't get anything, because all his presents are up with his parents. He's still at that age where they put his presents under the tree, and they wait for him to hurry home for Christmas. But of course they can't, because they've gone up a COVID area. They're up to tier 3. They were tier 2. A friend of mine in Brighton, she was tier 2. They're up to tier 4. My brother was tier 2. He's up to tier 4. And my godchildren are up to tier 4 as well. I mean, it is... All the cool kids are in tier 4. Yeah, exactly. All the best people are in tier 4. And then in Manchester last night, I mean, I really couldn't believe the stupidity of people. You know, they held a party of about 100 people. I mean, you know, you want to go to each and every one of them and go, "I'm sorry, do you have a brain? And what part of your body has it been inserted into?" You know, really thick people. So they've all been fined £1,000. That's good, isn't it? I'm very pleased about that. Perhaps we can give that to people who are more deserving than this bunch of buffoons. Steve Iceman says, "I watched Phantom yesterday. After all these years, also saw it in the first week. Made the hairs on my neck stand up. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, and you know, it actually couldn't be any more perfect. The costumes, Maria Bjornsson did these beautiful costumes, and everything about it. It was sort of part cod show. It was like a show within a show. And it was, and yeah, I spoke to a friend of mine. She said, I've never had any interest in seeing Phantom of the Opera. I said, well, I loved it. I really thought, and watching it back again and listening to some of these fantastic tunes, it was brilliant. Brilliant. And Gary Wilmot sang all the stations of the Underground in Panto Line at the Panto Land at the London Palladium. Yeah, he's done that for ages. That's part of his staple act. He sings, he does a song incorporating every single one of the tube stations. Every single one of the tube station. No, every zone. He mentions every single tube station. I don't know what the song is called, actually. Probably Stations of the Underground. I don't know. But he literally does all of them. It's quite clever. I mean, if only for a remembering trick. You know, people can never remember. It's like I know a guy who can memorise, I forget how many packs of cards it is. You shuffle them, he'll look at them and he can tell you where all the cards are. He's very good. He's a memory man. And so before you turn over the card, he can tell you what it is. Because he's memorised the decks. And I think it's something like, 10 or something. Amazing, really. We found a British food store here in the States, Steve. Very excited to see many of the foods that you frequently mention. Until noticing everything was past the expiry date. So very disappointing. Yes, we'll have to pay through the nose. GUS was Great Universal Stores, used to own the Houndsditch warehouse in Aldgate. The GUS footwear band. I remember it vividly. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I'm starting my new diet on Boxing Day. It never worked in previous years. This year I've had to go cold turkey. Ooh, cold turkey. Why don't the government make healthy food cheaper than junk food? Maybe then we can reduce obesity and diabetes. Not everybody's rich and has to budget to live, says Sat. Not everybody's rich and has to budget to live. What are you on about? What do you mean not everybody's rich? Well, can't you afford to eat? Oh, God, get down to a food bank, love. You need to get there as quickly as possible. Junk food is cheaper and fills you up. Yeah, also so slowly killing you. But there, thought I'd mention that to you now. It's very bad for you. Very bad for you. And somebody says... Nick Abbott was eating... everybody's telling me about Nick Abbott and what he's doing, eating. They weren't mine. Okay, they weren't my after eight. I had gifted them. I'd gifted them, and I'd gifted them to Nick, and I've got some little mince pies left and some little cake things with a Christmas... Callum's very excited. Free food. And, or I've got Satsumas as well. You think Henry ate? Really? What? Our Henry? What did he eat yet? Did he eat all the sweets? I'm not surprised. That's the sort of thing he would do. He would eat sweets. Because I was surprised when I came in this morning, considering there was a full thing, but somebody had said to me, Henry, whose family listened to this programme all the time and sent me Christmas greetings, which I thought was very nice. He loves a sweet. He'd have taken handfuls down to the studio. Yeah, I think so. I wonder if he's in today. I shall have a word with him. Yeah. He'll be in a bit later on. You know what he's like. We do have the papers, which is good news. And believe it or not, Deirdre's leaving. The nation's #1 agony aunt steps down after 40 years. So she's been replaced, which is a bit sad, isn't it? What have we got here? This is lots of people. They think that 15 million could be immune by March. Yeah, but what use is that? There's 66 million of us in this country. My friend reckons she's not going to get hers until July. Something like that. Oh, look, another picture of Nicole Scherzinger. Lovely. My God, honestly. Those pussycat dolls. So David Attenborough has hinted that he may never fly overseas again. He's been flying around the world for nearly 70 years. The trouble is, he doesn't really need to go somewhere. They can make the film. Like Murray Walker. He never went to the motor racing. He sat at ITN in a studio and he watched a television and did the commentary. I was a bit disappointed at that. A little bit. And so he said, he's not going to do it. I mean, he went to the North Pole in 2011. I mean, he's 94, for God's sake. I mean, cut the bloke a bit of slack. Let him have a little bit of a rest period. So he could do the same thing. They can go and film, and then they can sort of just play these things out to him, which is okay. There's one here. Sun readers today urged to shop a burglar who stole Christmas presents from 2 female NHS frontline medics. He took goods totalling £3,000, then bought champagne using a stolen bank card. They have a picture of him. He was wearing a mask. He made off with a white Portobello bike, a Maltese Gold Cross pendant, cash and a MacBook Pro. So you'll have a look at a picture of him. You might know him. These people are fairly identifiable, aren't they? Like those two old so-and-sos who attacked somebody on a train because he told them to put their mask on. Very clearly identified, which was good news. 20 minutes to 5. I don't know why I'm telling you the time. Who cares? It's Monday. I know, I feel in my heart that, in fact, today is Sunday. I don't know why. I had to keep asking people, what day of the week is it? What day of the week is it? I need to know these things. Steve, you can get your results over the phone. What are you doing for New Year's Eve, says Jackie. I'm going to bed. I hate New Year's Eve anyway. I never liked it. I never understood the whole purpose of should. It's all right if you're working. I always worked on New Year's Eve. You know, that's the best. Put it this way, I'd rather be looking at people enjoying themselves and I'm earning money than sort of do it, than actually being part of that group of people looking at the DJ going, I wish I was the DJ, you know, things like that. So I'm quite happy not being the DJ, and I'm quite happy not doing anything. So I watch a little bit of television, then I go to bed because I've got to be up early in the morning to go to work because that's what I do for a living. Shame not everybody realises these things. You know, if you work for a living, that's what you do. You get up, you go to work, you know, which is good. An apple a day keeps love handles at bay. I'll get you some apples. Just think, yeah. Sounds good, doesn't it? I don't know what love handles are. Are they the bits at the side? Muffin top? Good Lord above. So if you can... What do they used to say? If you could pinch an inch. And that's... Yeah, if you can pinch an inch. They used to do it on the television for an advert for cornflakes, I think, or something like that. And they'd have this woman, and she only pinching a little tiny bit. And I thought, I've got a set of suitcases down here. You know, this is quite a lot. Yeah, pinching an inch at the side. So there you go. Steve, people just forget about this thing that I'm British, and then they'll put the face covering on. This British thing is the problem, says Joe. I just think they think that they're immune, and they don't believe it, most of them. They really don't. They don't believe that it's transmitted by air. They have no idea, which is a little bit worrying. Steve, you can't beat the music on Phantom and Les Miserables with Alfie Boe. Shane says we have to wait until March for the COVID vaccine. Yes, and it's got to be kept at a certain temperature, and they've got to use it within a certain... So the moment it comes out the fridge, they've got to use it. Was it minus 70? Well, who's got fridges that go to minus 70? I mean, my fridge just does cold milk and water and things like that, and keeps my butter hard. And that's about it. I'm not sure about... Oh, it keeps my insulin chilled. But the moment I take it out, I start using it anyway. But you've got to keep this minus 70, is it? God. Not going to be doable, is it, really? I don't think so. It doesn't matter, I can't wait. It's just the needle that's putting me off. This huge needle. I mean, it's about 3 inches long. Why can't... I've got little tiny needles. Mine are 5mm, 6mm needles. Tiny little thing. I know. But the big needles, you think, where's that going? It's like when you go to the dentist and he takes out this metal syringe, and on top of it is this thing about 3 foot long, and you think, where's that going? And they go, OK, I'll just numb you up. And so he rubs the inside of your mouth with something. And then, and you sit there and you go, all of a sudden you start, like that, you know, because everything's swelled up in your mouth. You know, your tongue's got bigger. And then afterwards, the only thing you can eat, you go home, like that. So you can only do tomato soup. You can't eat anything solid because you bite the side of your tongue off. Have you ever bitten your tongue? Deeply unpleasant, deeply unpleasant. What else we got? JLS, apparently they're due to hit the road next year. Oh, God, how awful. JLS have obviously run out of money, so they've decided we're going to sort of be coming back again. And but Aston Marigold, he was the one who used to sing, I think, you know, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, she'll be coming round the mountain, coming round the mountain, coming round the mountain when she comes, singing aye, yippee, yippee, aye. That was a song, it was done on one of these kids' programmes. That's what Aston Marigold did. But in an exclusive interview, he said he was looking forward to a future on the big screen. An exclusive interview. I should imagine he's told everybody, hasn't he? You know, I used to be in JLS, now it's all finished, but we're going on the road next year. What for? What on earth is the purpose of that? I go on the road every single day. I don't make a big song and dance about it. You just get in your car and go for a drive, love. But he says it's definitely... Acting feels like the natural next step. Really? I wonder if there's a... What would you do, Nick, if you weren't doing this? What other job qualifications do you have? Nick's the producer, by the way. Do you have a sort of... It'd be this... Or trying to be this as well, OK. Callum, what did you do before this, before you left primary school? What did you do? Did you have a job? You were at uni. Okay, how old did you look at uni? I mean, it must have been ridiculous. Did they say, do your parents know you're here? To you? You know, it must have been an everyday occurrence, because he looked so young. So young. So is this your first job, then? Is this your first sort of proper job? Have you had other things that you've done? Worked in pubs? How did that work? Didn't you get the people coming in going, how old is he? What's he doing pulling a small sweet sherry? You know? Worked in pubs. I bet they were student bars, not so much pubs as student bars. Actual pubs. We want photographic evidence of that, I think. Which is good. It's my birthday on the 31st, says Rashan. Last day of the last month of the last year. Wow. And somebody else says, been stuck in bed with the flu since Boxing Day. Listening to you has helped, says Al in Tooting. And somebody says you can't beat the music. Everybody talk about the music on Fountain. If you didn't see it, it's free. It doesn't cost anything, Sky Arts. I've got it on Channel 11. You might have it on something else. Well, I'm not paying for it. I don't have anything on Sky at all. I've got nothing at all. It just pops up on my television. Yeah, do you not get it up? Yeah, you have a look for it. Yeah, I get it up on 11. I mean, whether it moves, I've got no idea, but it's always been on 11, and but I don't pay for it. I'm not a Sky subscriber. A number of my neighbours are and everything, and I thought, I've got more than enough to watch as it is. I mean, just BBC One and BBC Two and ITV is enough to contend with. You don't watch ITV, that's right. Without getting it up on Channel 11. I seem to have 1 to 9. What's the matter now, Callum? What's the matter? What's the matter? Do you have Sky? No. Oh, you just use Netflix. All right. There's a piece on Netflix in one of the papers today on some of the programmes that they've got coming up, which look quite exciting, including the Harry and Meghan fiasco. Sorry, programme. I do beg your pardon. I'm sure it'll be absolutely marvellous. I love mentioning Harry and Meghan, and people go, you're just jealous of them. Which bit do you think I would be jealous of? Which bit? That would be very funny. Oh, I've got a bag for you. If you have somebody you're buying a present for, this is Hermes, and they've got a new bag which basically looks like a bin. You know, one of those plastic bins, $5.94 from Amazon. This is a handbag, and they say it's the promise of sophisticated elegance. To be honest with you, you'll see this and you'll die laughing, and especially when you hear the price. They're looking for somebody to pay for this one. It comes in black or brown, £8,000. I mean, well, more fool you. £8,000. You know who'll buy that? Victoria Beckham. That'd be the sort of thing she'd buy. Oh, I got an Hermes bag, you know. Look at me, eh? Whoa, I don't know. Can't wait to see the company accounts for her. Be very interesting. We should find out shortly, actually, how much these shoppers turned over. Steve watched Holiday on the Buses yesterday. I laughed so much. I don't think they make films like that. Very sexist comment. No, they don't make films like that. They were still very good, though, weren't they? They were still very good on the buses. Dum, 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 dum. They were great. I love the theme tunes, everything. All the films that they made, I bought. Everything. The vaccine's got to be kept at -70 for transportation only. Once it gets to a hospital or a GP surgery, the pack can be stored in a standard fridge and will last for about 5 days. The Oxford AstraZeneca doesn't need to be transported at such low temperatures. I can't wait to get it. I cannot wait to get it. He's celebrating his big 30th today. Good grief, honestly, 30. What it must be like to be 30. Is there anything to look for? I thought 30 was a funny age. I thought 30 was a very funny age, because you were neither, you sort of go from 29, which I thought was even more peculiar, to 30, and then it's a slippery slope. You're literally sliding down, because the next one, which will rocket up on you, is 40. And then after 40, you're then going to get 50. And between 50 and 60, like that. It's really fast. Really fast. How old are you now, Callum? Oh, here we go. 21. God. How depressing, honestly. 21. 21, honestly. I can't even remember what I did when I was 20. Oh, that's right. No, 21 when I was 21 was sort of the 18 that they have nowadays. 21 was your sort of coming of age kind of thing. And we went to see Michael Crawford, coincidentally, in Billy at the Theatre Royal Drury Lane, and we had a meal in a restaurant, and that was considered posh years ago, for your parents to take you out to a restaurant, and you'd have a meal, you'd dress up. You used to dress up. I'm not dressed up for the theatre for ages and ages. Aston Marigold's a ledge. What, as on a building or something like that? Or can you not spell legend? Is it one of those things? somebody else talking about the vaccine and what temperature you've got to keep it at. And the global pandemic, for that is what we are in, has led to a rise in UFO sightings. Gary Heseltine, 60, reckons that this will help convince people that we're not alone. You know, it's... I always laugh at these things because these people... He's a retired cop. Yes, retired being the key word on this one. He said, with more people having spent time in gardens, parks in the countryside, reports of alien craft are up. There aren't any alien craft. There aren't any alien craft. He's kept a database of 550 UK sightings involving 1,100 cops. Some cases are supported by video footage. No, they're not. No, they're not. There'll be video footage which is so fuzzy and hazy it could have been a ping pong ball on a piece of string. But no official record is kept since the MOD's UFO desk shut down after 50 years. Of course, because it was a load of old rubbish. Load of rubbish. Sightings have gone up in lockdown. With less air traffic, the likelihood of seeing UFOs has increased, he says. Do you think he's got a drink problem? I always worry about these people. Goodness sake. He's convinced the government has hidden the truth about UFOs. Why? Why is the big question, isn't it? So, wait a minute. The government have secret information that there are UFOs up there, and they've kept it secret from you. Well, for a reason. I don't think we're going to go into panic. We've got COVID to worry about. We're not worried about a few little green people with sticky out ears landing in the middle of Trafalgar Square. Why is it always in the middle of the countryside? Because there's more drinking goes on out in the countryside. There's no such things as little green men, flying saucers or anything like that. And if you believe that, you're more mad than everybody thinks you are in the first place. Honestly. And was talking about your program. Oh, that's right, the same one, actually, isn't it? Talking about your program. My brother-in-law owns Stevenson's. So there you go, James. That's your claim to fame. That's your claim to fame. Which is always good news, isn't it? Always good news. So what else have we got? What else have we got in the papers today? Lockdown is driving down car insurance. My car insurance went down this year. Went down quite significantly. I mean, not that it's hugely expensive for the car it is and the job I do, because, and the reason that us in radio, and there's lots of people who tell fibs about being in radio, on the radio, they always ask you, are you on the radio? Yes. If you're on the radio, that bumps up your insurance because they think you might have a celebrity in the car. Only celebrity in the car is me, pal. Okay, I'm it. But we do pay through the nose for insurance. About 3 or 4 companies wouldn't even touch me. They weren't remotely interested in doing insurance. And you think, all you do is pay over them. I'm a very good driver. It's an automatic, my car. I have to be there to just steer. But the rest of it is easy peasy. And what if I told them I was a magician? Well, if I was involved in an accident, that would not really count because my income is through being a radio presenter. If my income was through being a magician, because I know people who work in radio and they've said they work in an office, which technically is true. They do work in an office. And it's just to make sure. So in other words, I've heard of people in my business whose insurance is like £280 a year. Well, blimey. I haven't had insurance of that. I'm just under the 1,000, I think. That's fully comp because you can't get it any other way. Steve, you've got a producer of 21? Says Russell. Yes. Well, and I've worked with him for a few years. How long have I worked with you for? Yeah, about 2 years. So he wasn't 21 when I first met him. You're twice his age. Well, how do you think I feel? You're twice his age. How do I feel? I've given up. Twice his age, honestly. I'm 3 times his age. And then some. But I don't mind. Russell says he needs to do about 20 years in Capital. Do you mean in Capital Radio, or because he has worked Capital Radio as well? He's very variant. He is. He literally pops up all over the place. Steve, you're so on form this morning, says Josie. I'm on my own, but not with you on the radio. Oh no, you're still on your own. Let's not beat around the bush on this one, Josie. Listen, I'm not actually in the room, okay? I might be in... turn the radio around. Oh, that's better. Much better. No, you are definitely alone. I'm not actually in the radio. I know you might think so, but I promise you wouldn't get a third of me in the actual radio. And, Steve, the proof that there is intelligent life elsewhere in the universe is that they haven't tried to contact us. Yeah. If they're so intelligent they can fly these spacecraft into our airspace, do you not think they might have learnt English? Or something, It's not going to happen, is it? It's very sweet of people to try and imagine. But why do they think it's got more credibility if they say he's a former police officer? Why is that supposed to be credible? Have you seen some of the mad people out driving cars and stuff like that? Goodness sake. When I was 19, Steve, I used to hang out with 23-year-olds, says Roger. I thought they were ancient. I suppose 23-year-olds now think I'm a relic at 55. No, we all think you're a relic. We all think you're a relic. And, Steve, when I was 21, I'd been married for 4 years, one child, still married to the same man, and I'm 63. Well, you're a rarity. You really are a rarity. You know, marriages nowadays, especially in the business, are very, very difficult to maintain, very difficult to hold on to. You know why? Because if you work with people, you tend to find that people who work with people, you spend more time with them than with the family. Why do you think there's been all these cases of people in show business who've come together over COVID and it's driven them mad because they're spending so much time together? And all of a sudden, you know, the marriage goes a bit pear-shaped. And also, you're working with people, so you get to know people much, much better. So it's very easy to fall for somebody you work with. I knew somebody who fell for their producer and goes out with them, you know, but denied it to start with. So, you know, not people are like who tell lies. You know, you think everybody knew about it. TV's Mary Berry is now worth 20 million. Worth every penny, as far as I'm concerned. Every single penny. The lovely Mary Berry. Told you she used to go, when I talked to her, I found out where she lived. I don't know why we found. Anyway, it just came up. And I said, oh, my auntie used to live out there, my auntie Grace. And she said, Grace? And she told me her surname. And I went, yeah. She said, I go to church with her. And I thought, isn't that nice? Because my auntie Grace loved cooking. She really did. She was very good. Very, very good. Coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock this morning. And somebody says, you're right, Steve. 60 comes round as quick as a flash. Oh, it does. Oh, it really does. It goes by so quick. But I think I'm of the firm opinion, and I'm never wrong, that in fact age is just a number, or two numbers, or if you're really unlucky, 3. But no, it's just a number. That's all it is. You're as young as you feel, or as young as you want to feel, and that's how it works. You know, you're as young as you want to be. Hang around with young people; they make you feel young. You know, inside you might be slowly dying, but on the outside it's like whee. You know, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is the Bank Holiday Monday, okay? You might have another name for it, but I promise you, this is Bank Holiday Monday. And the reason that we've got Bank Holiday Monday is it wouldn't have been, but we didn't have the Bank Holiday Boxing Day because it occurred on a weekend, okay? So today is a bank holiday. What that means, I've got no blooming idea at all. Not a clue. It just means you can. The shops will be opening, but presumably the shops that were open the other day, they'll open Sunday hours. That sort of keeps them going, I think. And there were no queues anywhere. I didn't encounter any queues at all. There was a little bit of a shortage of toilet paper in Waitrose, but that was it. I should imagine they'll now stock their shelves up today. It doesn't make any difference. As long as everybody's sensible and doesn't go mad, you should be absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. A firm that sold an axe to a 13-year-old has been hit with a £19,000 penalty fine. The volunteer test purchaser, they use these kids every so often. They use them around our area for going into certain shops to see if they'll sell them booze and cigarettes. And most of them will, I'm afraid. Anyway, the company was fined £8,500 and will pay £10,500 prosecution costs and £170 victim surcharge. So, that's not very big, is it? Very disappointed. Very disappointed. I was looking for something, Nick, a little bit bigger than that. But, it's very nice. Very nice. I like it when they're a bit shorter than average. I've had some that have been so enormous. I mean, seriously, and I've sort of thought, no chance. But I struggle on with it. But this is it's appealing. Pretty appealing. So anyway, so it's illegal, did you know, to sell a knife, an axe, a knife blade or a razor blade to anybody under 18. But I'm glad they were fined. I'm glad that they do these testings to find out. Donna says, I had my first child at 21, Steve. He's turning 35 this week. Time flies. Certainly does. And, Steve, on the Victoria Beckham at home section of the website, discover our new lifestyle pieces. A cushion. I know. Shock horror probe, a cushion. Block cushion in red, orange, multi. Price £190. Limited edition. Good, I'm glad it's limited. Best that we don't have to worry about things like that. That's why I can't wait to see how her company's doing. Who spends 190 quid on a cushion? I mean, you can go to the London Transport Museum in Covent Garden and buy lovely square cushions made of the material that they use on the trains and on the buses and everything else. There's a whole range of all these different maquettes. And I've got a few of them. I've got round bolsters, and I've got different things, and they're very cheap. They're only about 70 quid. I say very cheap. They're very cheap for what they are, because they're iconic. And she's charging 190 for VB stuff. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude, but for goodness sake, honestly, I laugh at that advert on the television for Davy Boy Beckham and his whiskey. And there's Dave trying to look butch sitting at the bar. And then, I imagine him opening his mouth and going, "Have another whiskey, please." And I'm going, "No, Dave, you've had 2 already. He looks like he's going to fall off the stool. He really does. I mean, who's going to buy stuff like that? That's why I never understand it. It's sort of very odd, isn't it? Terry Wogan used to advertise butter, I think, and I used to think the celebrity endorsements of sort of, can't watch. Oh, they were doing an injection on the television. Oh, goodness me. I tell you, I'm rubbish at casualty. Anything that involves bleeding and blood and stuff like that, I'm terrible. Absolutely terrible. Where was I? Anyway, just being here and just being amazing and all the rest of it. But why are these needles so bloody big? And they don't sort of. So I slide my needle in slowly, and they just go like that. They told me that's how to do it when you first do your injections for insulin. And she said, just take the needle and stab yourself. Well, the first time I did it, it nearly shot through the bloody roof. I was in a terrible state. And then I started sort of hitting veins on the way down. I mean, it was ghastly. So now I've got a little bit better. I start putting the needle in. If it feels like it's going to hurt, I take it out again. I'm a bit mamby-pamby. Works for me, though. Steve, it's going to snow today, says Waj. Better blooming not. I don't think we've got snow on the horizon. I don't think so. Uncle Nick will have a check. I don't think. Roger says... So what, snow on one day? No, no. I'm sorry, Callum, you don't want snow. We would lose you today in that top. You could disappear. We just see your head above the top of the snowdrift. So, no, definitely we don't want... No, we don't want snow. I've had a look at it. Here we go. Monday in London. Rain and snow. Well, that'll be rain, and as it chills down, because the temperature 4 degrees, the precipitation is 30%. What's that? I've got no idea. I don't know. Humidity 86%, wind 8 miles an hour. The other day, my hair was ruined. I went out and it was very windy. So snow and rain today. Oh, riveting. I don't mind, actually. The jacket that I bought a short while ago, which is it's like a puffer jacket. It's quite nice. They were selling them on Ideal World the other day. One of the boys on there was selling them. Nice leather jackets. And I thought, I might buy a leather jacket. I might buy another leather jacket. I had one ages and ages ago. It was Boss. And it was the softest leather I'd ever... you could crunch up this entire leather jacket into your hand. It was so soft. It was like a fortune. And because Dale and I, real name Dave, had gone up to Glasgow, I think, for something. And we go into the Boss shop. He was obsessed with buying names, whereas I was never that bothered about it. And he was buying trousers and bits and pieces. And I saw this jacket. They'd only just come in. And I tried it on. He said, you should get that. It's lovely. I didn't even look at the price. When I saw the price, I nearly passed out. It was a lot of money. And I kept it, and then I gave it away years and years ago because it didn't fit me anymore. And what are you going to do with it? You don't hang on to it in your wardrobe, do you, until you can fit in. Joe says it's snowing in Liverpool. Bit frosty in Warwickshire. No snow, though. Snowing in Liverpool again. And your mention of ice-cold water has given me a massive craving for a crate of San Pellegrino. Says Matt, have you had San Pellegrino? It comes in orange, lemon. It's quite nice, isn't it? I had one, about 2 years ago, and I'd never had it before. I know, 2 years ago. Look at me, honestly. Reckless and mad, but I'm in show business. And I had it in a restaurant. There was about half a dozen of us went out, and they said, you like a San Pellegrino? And I said, I didn't know what it was, but it said orange. And so I said, yeah, so I had it. And it came, because I like loads of ice in the glass. It was blooming delicious. You know why? Because I don't drink fizzy drinks. So when you have something that you're not supposed to have, it's like, ooh, call me Beryl. And I enjoyed every minute. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And then somebody said you can buy cases of it in Costco. And they're right, you can. You can buy cases of San Pellegrino, either mixed or orange or just lemon. I haven't bought any since. No, the only thing I buy in Costco in the wet line is water. I buy that pure water. Because I don't. It's made by the Coca-Cola company, or sort of filtered by them, or something like that, and it's got a charge of electricity. It's a load of old rubbish, but I buy into it, and so I always buy a case of that and keep it in the car. Because with this cold weather, it keeps it chilled anyway. It's either that or fill your fridge up with water, which is not the best thing to do. An ex-EastEnders boss has hailed the late Dame Barbara Windsor's influence on the long-running soap. Dominic Treadwell Collins also revealed she had a go at June Brown for criticising the writers. Because if you remember, Barbara was a stickler for timekeeping. Oh, don't start messing around with Barbara. Definitely not. Alison Hammond turned down her role over fears people would see it as tokenism. Oh, don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. Friends say she was left uncomfortable by the offer to replace Ruth and Eamon. Well, listen, they'd had a 14-year run. I mean, that was, good in anybody's books in television terms. And I wish they'd been a bit more gracious with Alison taking over. I mean, isn't it funny? I should imagine poor old what's-his-face who's doing it with her, Dermot O'Dreary. He hasn't had a look in on this at all. It's all been about Alison Hammond, which is a shame, really, isn't it? That the only reason we're talking about it is because she's black and she's on the television. But I mean, she'd been on the programme for ages and ages. She's likeable. She's funny. I mean, she might in years to come have issues or something about, being funny every day is quite difficult and all that kind of stuff. But she'll be fine doing it. She'll be fine, absolutely fine. He'll be fine. He's okay. He's a bit boring. But then, she compensates. It's a bit like you can't have two people exactly the same. That would be awful. Absolutely awful. Dean says, talking about UFOs, I think my future mother-in-law is one of those green extraterrestrial creatures. I can guarantee she is. Snowing in Manchester, says Ed. Can anybody take a photograph? Oh, did you take my... are we taking emails? Have you done the emails? Yeah, we'll get the emails in. Do you need my code again? And actually, out on the machine outside, there's some emails. I shall run and get them in a moment. Yeah, we have. We've got the emails. Do you need a number, or is it's open them up? You can access all my private stuff. Lovely. There's a lot of private stuff, I know. I'm very lucky with private stuff. I don't mind sharing it to anybody. Anybody wants to read my private stuff. That's the thing. People always go, oh, is stuff secret on computers? Not if you're a presenter. So if you can send us a photograph of snow, please. I don't want anything lifted off the internet. We know them all. So I want to see snow where you are. And you can send it in to steve@lbc.co.uk. Frosty. And I've just taken the bulldog outside to relieve herself, and it was like walking into a freezer, says Mark. She didn't take long and shot back in and upstairs to bed, enjoying the show. That's Teddy and Rabbit, really. Teddy and Rabbit, honestly. I think you're all drinking early in the morning. I think that's what it is, actually. Most people are drinking and eating more than they would normally do. I turned on for 5 seconds worth of a programme the other day. Which one do you think it was? Gemma Collins, the Diva programme. A bigger pile of toffee you've never seen in your entire life. This time they managed to cram the large one into a little small helicopter. She was going to... They've obviously had to find things for her to do. She doesn't know anything. She comes out the bedroom door wearing what can only be described as somebody's last reject tent, and sort of going, yeah, today, because I'm like doing Loose Women. And I thought, God, another boring interview. Very dull, very dreary, very single. Likely to remain so. Although she does seem to hang around with a lot of gay guys, which I don't think is really helping the situation. Also, the RAF off radar. Defence chiefs scrapping Britain's state-of-the-art top-secret spy planes. And another picture of Kate Ferdinand. She can't stay away from the publicity, can she? I think it's about time you sort of gave it all up, darling. Carried on, doing it, because they all do it. They're all doing it. They're all fighting for their one little bit of space. By the way, how much will a drink-drive conviction cost you? If you're stupid enough to drink and drive, they reckon 70,000 quid. They reckon that will be lost earnings, fines, and higher insurance cover. You have been warned. Yeah, good. Yes, good. Absolutely. In fact, who did they fine a lot? Ant McPartland, didn't they? 86,000 quid for drink driving. I mean, seriously, if somebody had lost their life as a result of that, then, that fine means absolutely nothing, doesn't it? So we want your snow pictures this morning, please. Thank you very much indeed. Tickets on sale for Aladdin at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch for next year. Tickets on sale now. So now you know. And we got a poem for you. We didn't have a poem before, but Nick has It's gone over and above, I think, on this one, which is called Lucky by Anonymous. I never know why they're by Anonymous, whether or not it's written by somebody who's too embarrassed to put their name to it, or if they don't have a name at all, or if it's a sort of a combination that somebody just sort of puts a poem down, they don't want to put their name to it. But this one's not bad, actually. Lucky. In my imagination, there is no complication. I dream about you all the time. In my mind, a celebration, the sweetest of sensation, thinking you could be mine. In my imagination, there's no hesitation. We walk together hand in hand. I'm dreaming you fell in love with me, like I'm in love with you, but dreaming's all I do. If only they'd come true. Gosh. It's very exciting, isn't it? It's very exciting. Well, that's the programme sorted for the day. See you tomorrow. Bye. Not surprised it with an anonymous one. They're always the same, aren't they? Lying in bed listening to you, and he said, I've looked you up on Wikipedia. It says you're worth 18 million, yeah? And your problem is what? What's your problem with that? Do you have a problem with sort of people earning money on the radio, for goodness sake? I might have won the lottery, you never know. I mean, I haven't. Well, I tell a lie, I did. I won £6. I got very excited, and I got 2 lucky dips the other day. Whoopie-doo, whoopie-doo. Today is my birthday. And I realise I've been listening to you for 5 years, says Trev. And he said, I switched from BBC 5 Live, because at this time of the year, the same pre-recorded programmes go on endlessly, but I love the live content on LBC. Yes, we don't do... Only occasionally do we do sort of, best of the year or something like that. But the rest of the time, as you probably guessed from this programme, I am live. So today, birthday. Brian in Stockport says, I've got cystitis. Yes. He says, I told my doctor I think it was passed on to me over the radio. Do you know, somebody asked me the other day where it comes from. And I said, do you know, I've got no idea. No idea at all. In my case, it could be excess sugar. Excess sugar. Being a diabetic. So, the drink-drive conviction. Many motorists who are found guilty could be fired, whilst others who find an automatic ban makes it almost impossible to get work or unable to do their job. Most face a £2,500 fine and will rack up losses of about £38,500 based on the average salary of 30 grand and a ban of 15 months. So, in other words, if you are stupid enough, and I don't think there'd be anybody who would disagree, to have drinks and get in your car and drive, whether it's 5 feet, 5 inches, the moment you're behind that wheel, they'll do you. You might even be on your drive, sitting in the car. If you've got excess alcohol in your blood, not good news. Because, if you drive for a living, you'll lose your licence immediately, and you'll lose your job. And I don't know, where people... I mean, I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even think about sort of getting in the car. And to be honest with you, if I was drunk, I probably couldn't find the car. So I tend not to. And you have taxis. You can get into an Addison Lee or an Uber, or get on a bus, or get on a Chuff Chuff or an Underground, or all sorts of things. You don't need to get behind the wheel of a car, but some people want to. Steve, your poem sounds like the Kylie song. Oh, right. Is that what it was? Oh, he's such a tart. There we go. The poem you just read out, Steve, was the lyrics to Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky. Oh, look, your poem sounds like the Kylie song. Steve, the words you just read are from the Kylie Minogue song, I Should Be So Lucky. Steve, that poem was the Kylie Minogue lyric. In the corner, face the corner, you're in dead trouble. So wait a minute. In my imagination, there is no complication. I dream about you all the time. In my mind, a celebration, the sweetest of sensation, thinking you could be mine. In my imagination, there is no hesitation. We walk together hand in hand. I'm dreaming you fell in love with me, like I'm in love with you, but dreaming's all I do. If only they'd come true. And then the next line is, I should be so lucky, 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 lucky. I should be so lucky in love. Hence the programme by Anon called Lucky. Oh, honestly, so embarrassing. I don't know why I didn't see that. I thought it was a bit odd. And he was looking at me strangely when I was reading it, and I was thinking, this is a bit peculiar. Anyway, very suspicious, wasn't it? Enough of the music. Enough of the music. Everybody else saying, Steve, that poem was I Should Be So Lucky, recorded by Kylie Minogue. Honestly. It can't fool you. Of course, everybody could fool me all the time. So thank you so much So that's one I owe the producer now. So we have to find some way of getting back, don't we? And you know when you incur the wrath of the Allen, oh dear, like a thunderbolt from the blue, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when it's going to occur or what's going to happen. Lovely Noreen says, we enjoyed your shows over Christmas. Thank you. She says, we were pleased you got a Christmas lunch. Nobody was as pleased as me and Lynn. You mentioned Uncle Ben's sweet and sour sauce. They do a sugar-free one. It's very nice. Do they? Because I said the other day, nothing nicer than sort of cooking some chicken off in a pan with some onions, sweating them off, as they do, and then you pour this sauce on the top and then stick some rice in there. Delish. But I didn't know they did a sugar-free version. I might be having to try that today. Steve, a lot of drivers found over the limit on their way to work the morning after the night before, so careful with the Prosecco. I don't drive, love. You don't need to worry about that. I have a driver that sort of deposits me in here, so you won't find me going near a car. Zachary is in... we don't know where he is, actually. I think he's working in a COVID ICU, and he says... he also got the glasses, the 2 Prosecco glasses. They're obviously in America. He said, did you have one of your producers row them across the Atlantic? Well, the only person who's got the strength for that would be Callum. He's the only person I could see in a rowboat. I can't see anybody else in a rowboat. You think what? Yeah, it would be fun. It's a long way to go, though, in a little rowboat. You know, but don't worry, there's no food on board these things at all. But he lives in Connecticut, in New England. He says, your show is already finished, and I listen to the whole show podcast. It's the first thing I turn on after I shut the 4:30 a.m. alarm off. He says, I couldn't be more sincere when I say you're the bright start and bright finish to my day. There you go. It's cool, isn't it? It's good. Well, it's different to what you get over there on the radio. Oh, Steve, did you know you've just read out the lyrics to I Should Be So Lucky? Yes, thank you. I did realise that. I did it on purpose. Okay, and if anybody else picks up on it, he might be finding himself eating liquidised food a little bit quicker than maybe he was imagining before. Wonder how he likes hospital food. Kieran is in West Yorkshire and says, I wanted to say thank you for getting me through Christmas this year. I've had a dreadful bout of E. coli poisoning at the hands of somebody who deliberately sabotaged a block of Stilton cheese. But hope you and Lynn enjoyed the period. Well, we did. We did, because we got our Christmas lunch. So that was good, wasn't it? Very pleased about that. That was courtesy of our neighbours who sent me a Christmas card and everything. So we're definitely getting them flowers today. Steve, when I met my wife in 76, I took her to see the Drifters in the West End. We also saw the Four Tops at the Circus Tavern. Purfleet, isn't it? Just walk away, Renee, you won't see me. Neil in Fulham says, I love your show. Thank you. Very much indeed. And thank you to everybody. Also, Rose says, anybody who tuned in whilst you were singing, that would be so confusing. Hilarious prank. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, very funny. What's he reading out a blooming... They used to do that. There used to be a quiz show on the television. They'd read you out the lyrics. My brother does it in some of his quizzes. And he reads out the lyrics. You've got to remember what the blooming song is. You see, I mean, I read that thing all the way through, and it never crossed my mind that it was a song. That's why you're going to suffer. And you might suffer on more than one occasion, Nick. I haven't quite decided yet. I shall find out. Michelle says, have you tried Rose Prosecco? I haven't. I did see it the other day. It was not cheap. And Steve, my wife was... Rosé Prosecco. What did I say? Rose. Sorry, yeah, Rosé Prosecco. I've seen a bottle, but I haven't bought it yet. Do you think I should try it? Rosé... I'm not a rosé fan, full stop. Oh, Callum, it's no good asking you. You're still on Ribena. I mean, there's no point. He doesn't even drink alcohol. I love cider. Cider is the worst student drink you can have. Was it a snake bite? Was it cider and lager? Snake bite. Most pubs around our way wouldn't serve it. They're deadly. You have that and you're climbing walls. Climbing walls. So not for you, honestly. The idea... Have you ever been drunk? Yeah. Oh, right, okay. If you saw him, you'd go, he doesn't look old enough to get a drink in a bar. You'd have to take his birth certificate up there with him. You do get ID'd. I bet they do. I bet they do. Listening to you from Ghana, Steve. Have a happy new year. Been listening to you over 10 years from London to Ghana, says Harry. Thank you. Thank you. Kylie should take singing lessons from you. I've never heard her sound so good, says Helen, very, very bitter. My wife was wondering why you didn't have your Christmas dinner with Lynn. If you're both single, you could have bubbled together. Well, we did, but it was blooming we can't bubble inside. We can only bubble outside. And as the weather was freezing cold, we had to eat separately, which was a bit of a pet, but it was delicious. Oh, look, Steve, you've just read out the lyrics to I Should Be So Lucky. How hilarious was that? Hilarious. Can't stop me laughing, really. What else have we got here? I'm trying to find something else, actually, to sort of put a smile on your face. Oh, policemen. £30,000 a year they waste of public money. I don't know if this is over the whole country or anything like that. They put the wrong fuel in patrol cars. I mean, how daft you have to be. Costly repairs had to be carried out, despite them putting, talking fuel caps and clear warning signs. They don't understand them at all. Essex Police fitted cars with talking fuel caps over 10 years ago, but they still racked up £3,500 repair bill after 22 fuel blunders. You must be employing idiot policemen. I mean, you should know what you're supposed to be putting into the car, shouldn't you? I would have thought so. Obviously not everybody, but a few people manage to do things like that. What to do with your extra bits of turkey and stuff like that? You could do a jambalaya. That's quite nice. I've never had it, but it looks quite nice. But you can use bits of roast pork, tiger or king prawns, parsley, boiling chicken stock, spring onions, paprika, long grain rice, celery sticks. All sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I like that. A jambalaya, crawfish pie, Philly gumbo. Because tonight I'm going to see my Machera Mio. I think the Carpenters sang that, didn't they? Remember that? Jambalaya, codfish pie, Philly gumbo. For tonight I'm gonna see Mama Sherry. Quick turkey curry. I love a curry. I could eat a curry now, we decided yesterday. Or even cheesy gammon, potato and vegetable bake. Or turkey risotto. That sounds nice. Turkey risotto sounds very good. And you just use basically any turkey left over, a twist with some yellow peppers, some garlic cloves, some dried rice, and mixed leaf salad to serve with. Sounds gorgeous. Oh, by the way, you've got another one of those ridiculous programmes where they get a bunch of old and they call them the Housewives of Cheshire. Now you've got the Housewives of Jersey. And here they all are, the over-made-up, brassy-looking fake blondes, and bad clothing, bad dress sense, bad everything. But trying to work out which one's going to be the fly in the ointment. They always are. In the case of the Housewives of Cheshire, it's Tanya Bardsley and Dawn, who are the real flies in the ointment. In fact, they're all pretty ghastly. But these ones here, the producers reckon it's packed with glamour. Yeah, well, I mean, put it this way, most of them look like they've been touched up. Quite a few times, actually, if you look at the picture in the paper. What else we got? Oh, dear, the flood pictures. Seriously bad. Seriously bad. News everybody just in from work, Steve, says Roger having a chicken pad thai. That sounds very pleasing. Very pleasing. I'm the big 5-0 tomorrow, Steve, and your show sets me up for the day. Be cool to get a birthday shout-out. Birthday shout-outs, honestly. Goodness sake. Also, on yesterday's show, you read out a text by somebody called Connie. It wasn't me, says Connie. How'd you know that it was me who sent you a text or from another Connie? Well, it depends what it says on the bottom. You see, so I have to look as to where it's from. And I can check the history, actually. Will you be broadcasting New Year's Day, which is Saturday? No, New Year's Day is Friday. New Year's Day is Friday? Yes, Friday. So, yes, I shall be here. There I am. I shall be here 4 till 7, and that'll be on the Friday morning. And then, following me, 7 till 10 is Andrew Pearce. Okay? So, I shall be here. So, it's Nick Abbott, Clive Bull, and then me. And then after Andrew Pearce, Ian Dale, then Sheila Fogarty, then Ian Payne, then Natasha Devon, then Dean Dunham, and then back to Nick Abbott again. You see? The world turns in a circle, and wherever it lands, you end up with another good presenter. The Mirror today. Sophie Ellis-Bextor was terrified of coming down to earth with a bump as she teetered on a plinth in her alien suit on The Masked Singer. It starts... She's the first celebrity to be unmasked in the series, which started on Boxing Day. So, Ladbrokes have tipped ex-EastEnders star Jake Wood and Aston Marigold to be in the Robin costume. So, Sophie wants to wear the elaborate alien costume to the next school parents' evening. I think the costumes are lovely on that programme. They really are. They're very elaborate and very beautifully made. So I like that. And you saw it on the big screen. It was Sophie. Yeah, the actual costumes are stunning. Some of them are beautiful. You see them around the world. And obviously they've got these costumes, they're obviously making to a formula, but they're beautifully done. Absolutely beautiful. Also today, in the paper, they've got England's Greavesy and Flowers are the final squad members to get gongs. Because we should know on the 30th who's actually going to be getting the awards in the New Year's Honours list. So there's a few names that we've already put out there. There's also footage of a man who went missing 28 years ago today has been released by police in a bid to find his killers. Stephen Clark, 23, vanished on December the 28th, 92, and this September his parents are being questioned on suspicion of his murder. Bizarre. Missing for 28 years. There was somebody else who turned up on, was it Bullseye? I think there was something on, but there's another very odd thing going on about Bullseye and somebody who was one of the contestants on there. That was another weird one. And here's a picture of Rod Stewart and his wife and a young man. He's telling a Pride winner. This is a young man who's 23, Reese Hayes, 24, and he thinks he's there to discuss his campaigning work, and then Rod's wife, Penny, reveals why they brought him from his home in Glasgow. She says, "We brought you here under a little false pretence. I've got some news. You're the winner of the Pride of Scotland's Prince's Trust Young Achiever Award." Rod whips the award from under a tartan shawl and tells Reese, "Your mum would be very proud of you. She died, age 45, after years of mental health issues." So good for him. Good for him. That's what we like to see. People getting reward. Also, a WWE champion. This is the wrestler John Huber, best known as Brody Lee, and Luke Harper, has died from a lung condition at the age of just 41. It's nothing, is it? Now, I never liked that sort of wrestling kind of stuff. I know it's hugely popular, mainly with kids, I think. Mainly with kids. Also, a former the soap chief I told you about. This is called, he's called Dominic Treadwell Collins. He said Barbara, who played the feisty Queen Vic's Peggy Mitchell, often directed the rest of the cast and laid down the law with showrunners. Oh, absolutely. I could well imagine. Excuse me. Oh, that's nice. Nice cup of tea. Nice cup of tea. And have you got a £1.8 million ticket? Have you? Because they're trying to trace the winner. It's one of 5 in the UK, won by matching the 5 main numbers and 1 lucky star. I mean, nearly £2 million, not to be sniffed at. The ticket was bought in West Lothian. Sorry, I went all like that. Freddie Parrot-Faced Davis. But do you remember Freddie Parrot-Faced Davis? Oh, he used to go like that all the time when he was talking. I don't know why. But it was bought in West Lothian, so it's nothing to do with us. So this, 30 years ago, this is a story. Jim Bowen commiserated a man for narrowly missing out on the top prize on his darts-based TV show, Bullseye. That man was John William Cooper, a violent criminal who'd evaded police for years. In fact, it was said that he was so dangerous that only Dennis Nielsen was as dangerous. And I think one police officer said, if you were in bed and either of these men came in, you'd be fighting for your life. But anyway, this was a Welshman with a fondness for burglaries, robberies and assault. 4 years prior to his appearance on Bully, he'd carried out a burglary on a large farmhouse in Pembrokeshire. Things got ugly when he noticed the owner's siblings, Richard and Helen Thomas, were home. He proceeded to tie them up and set the place alight, burning them alive. He was eventually apprehended by police who were able to match eyewitnesses' description to footage from his episode on Bullseye. Extra suspicion came from his mentioning how picturesque Pembrokeshire is during his chat with Jim Bowen. Cooper's hoobery for volunteering to appear on national television will end his undoing. He's not the only murderer to have the gall to pitch up on television. In fact, somewhat incredibly, he's not even the only serial killer to have appeared on a TV game show during their reign of terror. Isn't that amazing? But when he was talking about Pembrokeshire, he mentioned the places where he'd put 2 of the bodies. So that's what his doubt... You'll find that story in the paper. It is absolutely an amazing programme. But you do tend to find that murderers cannot wait to tell you about their crime. Eventually, they can't, even the Yorkshire Ripper. They actually couldn't stop him talking about it. There was the fake Yorkshire Ripper, and the one that everybody played that clip on. And Francis says, I've just woken up to somebody singing Kylie's I Should Be So Lucky. Yeah, whatever. Not on this show. Well done to Steve's producer. Absolutely delicious. You managed to prank the great man. I expect, says Anthony, the punishment will be swift and severe. Oh, rest assured. Rest assured it will be so severe and so swift. But then, maybe not. It will be when least he expects it. I tell you, I did that years ago. My bank manager phoned up to speak to me, and she said, "Oh, by the way, during this phone call, she said, I've transferred some. You're overdrawn on your main account. What we have is we have an option that I can keep so much in my main account, and then when it drops below a certain level, money automatically transfers over from a holding account." And so she was talking about this. And I went, yeah, okay, fine. And because I was really busy, I was a bit stressed. And I said, yeah, okay, fine. I put the phone down to her. And I thought, I'm going to prank her. So I phoned her back. I said, listen, thanks for that. You've just really embarrassed me in the office. And she said, what? I said, well, you were on speakerphone and everybody heard about my bank troubles. And she went, oh, I'm so sorry. I said, listen, don't ever do it again because it's really embarrassed me in the office. Next day, I got a huge bunch of flowers, £25 credited to the account. Yes. And so I didn't tell her straight away. I left it a few months, and then we went out for lunch in Brighton. And I said to her, I said, you remember those flowers? She said, oh, it still haunts me to this day. She said, I'm so sorry. I said, I know. I said, I made it up. And she looked at me and she went, you did what? I said, I made it up. I said, I thought I'd see if I could wind you up. She said, I went through hell for that. I had to go to the manager and get permission to buy the flowers. She said, I had to get permission to transfer £25 to your account. I laughed. We didn't have a pudding that day. We decided to leave the restaurant somewhat abruptly. Funny, isn't it? So that's why my retribution for the producer giving me the words to Kylie Minogue's I Should Be So Lucky is going to be not just short, it's going to be prolonged pain. I think that's better. I mean, he hasn't had marks on his body for some years. I'll be writing my name all over it. All over it. In a tattoo artist's place, I think. Something like that. Honestly. The things people do to radio presenters now, which is great. And somebody says, I love your show, it's right up my street. What is it, people? I don't want to be right up your street. What are you on about? It's ridiculous. And also, that's from, I don't know who that's from, actually. It could be from anybody. And then somebody says, I didn't realise radio presenting was lucrative. Well, it is when you're at the top of your game. Yes, of course it is. That's what people pay radio presenters for. That's why people... I know lots of radio presenters. Lots and lots of radio presenters. Some of whom are making a very good living, some of whom are not making a fantastic living, but you're as good as your set of audience figures. Ask anybody in the business, and they will tell you that if somebody employs you at a huge amount of money, or an average amount of money, whatever it is, they're looking for results. You know, nobody gets a job because they're a nice person, they look pretty, and they've got nice hair, and they can do a handstand. You know, nobody's going to be interested in that. They're only interested, can you produce an audience for this particular time slot? And you go, well, I'll have a good try. And we've had a good try for 42 years, and it's worked very well, thank you very much indeed. It's quite nothing worse is will you like to do the jingle? Well, how much more money do I get for mentioning his name? You know, okay, just say Steve Allen. That'll be good enough. Steve Allen. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday, the 28th of December. It's a bank holiday, so expect, I'm assuming, your public transport to be based roughly on a Sunday, I think. And Lawrence says, how are radio audiences worked out? I don't know, I think just ask you to write in, but it always works, actually. Steve, those at the top of the game deserve big salaries. Bring in the audience, you bring in the advertising. Yes, absolutely. That's what it is. We're commercial radio. Good heavens above, I've known that for 42 years, if not before. But you're right, that's how it works. If you have a big audience, the advertisers are very keen. I mean, why would they not want to advertise on a show with a big audience? And the answer is they don't. They want to advertise on shows with big audiences, and you get awarded, justly for it, which is very good indeed. Very pleased. Revenge is a dessert best served cold. Oh, listen, you don't need to give me ideas. I have enough ideas of how he's going to suffer. Seriously, and it would just come out of the blue. It would just, I'm going to he says you're going to put laxatives in the after eights. I don't need to. You've been eating them for the last hour and a half. They'll be working slowly through the system, believe you me. You'll be wandering out of this building and going, oh, they're going to go back inside the building. You know, won't go out just yet. Steve, would you be classed as one of the top earners in LBC? Well, how on earth can you discuss that? How on earth could you ever even entertain a conversation like that? I don't know what everybody else earns. I have no idea. You know, I mean, I wouldn't ever think that I was one of the top earners. I would think I'm earning. That's what I do. I earn money for a living. You know, the management very kindly pay for what is loosely called my talent, and my talent is getting an audience for them, and a big audience as such. And that's why things are the way they are. As I say, if you... Sorry? What car do I drive? That's an indicator. I drive a Bentley Continental. But then I've always driven them. It's like, you know, once you bought your first one, it's just like buying another car every couple of years or something. You just add that money, top it up, and then buy another one. So it's not particularly flash, I don't think. It's just, I said the other day, it's comfy. If you're doing a long journey down the motorway of like 80 miles, you want to get there the other end and not feel like you've had every bone in your body shaken to pieces. And I've had cars like that, you know, where you're pootling along the motorway at 60 and invalid carriages are going past you. You know, that's when you know that you're not keeping up with everybody else. So that's what I like about it. I do like driving, and I'm quite comfy in the car, and it's very quiet inside the cabin, as they say. We call it the cabin. I always go, you know, I'm in first class. And it's just comfy. Everybody wants to... I mean, put it this way, there's probably much nicer cars on the road than mine. Loads of nice cars. Even Callum's got a... Admittedly, it's got pedals in it, but I mean, he's got a car. Just about. You know. What have you got? A Seat Ibiza. What colour is it? Is it light grey? You see, grey's a very popular colour. Mine's grey. Mine's sort of sparkly grey, called graphite. It's quite nice. Very nice. They still get dirty, and you know where? They get dirty on the back wings as the wheels throw up dirt and everything else. Just when you think it's going to rain and the car's going to be clean when you get the other end, no chance. No chance. In fact, it needs another wash. But I'm not prepared to go anywhere apart from the car wash that I use all the time. Vandals have been down onto the underground, and they've written messages about Grenfell by Oxford Circus, one of the biggest shopping streets. And they've talked about all sorts of things. Grenfell was sprayed on the walls. It's all the way up there. It's on the platform, along with some... It'll all be taken off again. They will find these people, and they will arrest them for vandalism. Absolutely for vandalism. They're a bit thick, people who do this graffiti stuff, aren't they? They go out, they go... Psst, what's that, dear? That's my moniker. Is it really? How sweet. Can you not write properly? Psst, what's it say? It says ZP. What's that stand for? Zodiac Poseidon. Okay, right, lovely. And you write that on everything, do you? Yes. Is it because you're thick? Yes. Stupid people. Believe it or not, Emma Willis says she'll never do I'm a Celebrity because it grosses her out, but she's admitted she wants Strictly. This is the time of year they all start appealing. Yesterday we had one of those Page 3 type people, and she also said, oh, I'd love to do Strictly. And you think, yeah. This is the one who thought she could be a presenter. And I said, listen, you can't just be a presenter. You've either got to have the gift for doing it, or you don't get the gig. And they do try people out. The people are tried out, like television presenters are tried out. You know, you wouldn't just risk somebody from nowhere being put on This Morning, because they've got an audience to maintain, and they want somebody who can actually manage it. Everybody thinks they can do it because they've seen everybody else do it, and they go, oh, that's so easy, till it comes to doing it. And it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. I can remember years ago, we had... I went away on holiday, and they had about 8 celebrities covering for me while I was away. All sorts of people, from Peter Stringfellow through to Bella Emberg. And I remember that people... Bella Emberg, Blunder Woman. And she came in to do it. She was a big fan of the programme. But they gave her an interview at the beginning of the programme. And so she does this interview, and she asks a couple of questions. And then she says, thank you very much. By this time, they were about 4 minutes into the programme, and so she then looked to the glass, and the producer went, this interview lasts half an hour. And she went, oh, right. She had no idea that, because you do an interview with somebody, whereas me, they go, it's half an hour, Steve, could you try and do half an hour? And I go, yeah, I can. I always ask people if they're interviewing me for something. You know, I always say, how long do you want? And I can almost do to that amount of time. I get to that stage where I go, well, listen, it's been absolutely lovely, thank you very much indeed. But I need to know how long I can talk for. Prince Harry and Meghan want to hold on to their royal patronages. Of course they do, because they're milking it for all they can. So he's returning to Britain for more talks about his royal titles. Take them all away from him. Take them all away. Somebody says it's very hard to second-guess what the Queen and Prince Charles will do, but some of their advisers have suggested Harry and Meghan's decision to speak out on the American election has made any U-turn highly unlikely. I mean, they don't know anything. Harry's going to start talking about gender reassignment, apparently. I'm sorry, with what expertise, please tell me, does a failed member of the royal family have to talk about these sort of things? You know, apparently Harry wants to meet up to... No, he doesn't. She's pushed him. Get out there. I don't want to go there. Go and sort it out with her. Tell her what you're going to do. Harry now is a multi-millionaire with a net worth, they say, of 30 million. Well, he's managed to take that golden shilling from Netflix, hasn't he? That was good. Your mother would be so pleased. So pleased. Fake news is a growing danger. I suppose anything to do with, news is increasingly worrying, so says the BBC's Director General. Apparently, traditional journalism has been playing catch-up in the disinformation world. Oh, please don't tell me that the result in America of Trump being kicked out by the American people wasn't true. I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear it. Jason tells young actors never scorn a gig. I say that to people here. I've said that to people all the time. People, young people that sort of come in, and I say, listen, if you want to make a career out of this business, you say yes to everything. If they say, can you do this? Go yes. Don't go, well, I'm actually drinking with some friends on that night. I can do another night. You go, no, that's not how it works. That's not. He says you take as many offers as possible and stay humble. Absolutely. Humble is good word to use. Very good words. Never get sort of too above yourself. You're always very grateful and very humble, sir. Very humble. I am your humble servant. And that's what you do. You do it because then they know that you're keen on it. And you want to do it. You're not doing it because of, I want to be a presenter, or I want to be a producer, or I want to be an AP, or I want to be a phone op, or I want to be somebody who can put stuff together. No, you do it because you've got a little calling. And why not? Julie Andrews just made £1.5 million without even appearing on screen. She was a voiceover in the raunchy new drama Bridgerton, which is proving very popular on Netflix. She does the voice. They paid her £1.5 million. They are ludicrously rich, Netflix, aren't they? I'm available. I'm not in the royal family. She was doing a voice. Don't you like Julie Andrews? Do you like Julie Andrews? £1.5 million. Yeah. For her latest role, she's... the US producer, Chris Van Dusen, says she gets to say the most scathing things, most non-typically of Julie Andrews. It's been a blast. They could have got Joanna. They didn't want Joanna Lumley. They wanted Julie Andrews, and for £1.5 million, but they've got loads of money. Netflix. Look, if they're prepared to offer Harry and dreary old Meghan, two people with no talent at all for doing anything. She can do a little bit of acting, and he can't manage anything at all. Well, he can fly a helicopter, but that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Really. But it's very interesting. There's rude words in this thing. I'm not sure I can cope with rude words. Not sure. I'm a bit of a prude, actually, If I hear bad language on a television programme, that's fine. When you watch, I said the other day, and I had to go back and watch it the other day, you watch the original Vicar of Dibley series, it's full of rudeness. I mean, real rudeness. Do you ever sigh? Do you ever go, do you? Do you do that as well? Callum? No, you don't. No. Of course he doesn't. He's only 21. I think the sighing is basically Nick breathing. Like that. It says here, people who sigh a lot are less likely to be depressed. So there you go. Something in your favour. Of course, I might have made that up. We shall never know, will we? We shall never know. I'll go and get my broomstick during the news and we shall start revving it up. Oh, I tell you, this 28th of December, as we head out of 2020 and into 2021. There's still loads of things to keep you captivated with LBC, and it's nice to have your company this morning. Don't forget, today's the bank holiday. So things will be open, but they won't be open as early as they probably would be. Because I'm like, no, wait a minute, bank holiday, you're right, aren't you? It's not Sunday opening, as far as I know. Depends whether they want to open, and I'm assuming the supermarkets will open. Because already the food started being reduced. in prices. I did have a quick look in Marks and Spencer's, and they had all sorts of things reduced in price. And I thought, but I thought, no, I'm going to end up with a load of stuff which I'm never going to get round to eating. So I'm a shopping by day person, which is good. Which is good. I think so. So, and check that. And I think all the public services, they might be running a Sunday service. That's all. So, what have we found? What have we found? First of all, we've got a very rare gold coin. And this one is in perfect condition. Perfect condition. It dates from 1656, and it's a 50 shilling piece. It bears the abbreviated Latin legends, Oliver, by the grace of God, protector of the Republic of England, Scotland and Ireland, and peace is sought by war. And this is Cromwell. So it's a 50 shilling piece, struck in 1656 by the chief engraver Thomas Simon, and it's only one of 12 in existence. And this one, I don't know where they got it from, actually. I mean, unless it was sort of dug up by somebody. But anyway, it's worth £150,000. I mean, you would be wanting to sell it. You'd be holding it quite a few times, looking at it, going, this is really quite rare. Cromwell defeated Charles I in the Civil War, as you know, and ruled as Lord Protector up until his death in 1658. Was Cromwell executed? I can't remember. I cannot remember. I have a feeling he might have been. Thomas Cromwell, because he defeated Charles I, and, Oliver Cromwell. Let's have a quick look. So he died. Wait a minute. We have to find this quickly, actually, because you can never sort of find all these sort of things. Early years will be later years, won't be? I suppose. Later years, death and posthumous. Yes, he was executed. He was executed because they've got his death mask. He was publicly exhibited. Good Lord, his body was exhumed in 1661. Before that, so he got oh, wait a minute. He died at 59, buried with great ceremony. He had lovely. He had a urinary infection. How lovely, how useful. But he had no power base, succeeded by Rich, and so it went on. Cromwell's body was exhumed and was subjected to a posthumous execution. What? Good Lord. Which was the Charles who was beheaded as well? Was that the second or the first? First, wasn't it, I think? Charles I, I'm pretty certain, was executed. Was he the one from down the road? Yeah. He was executed. That's right, because he called for 2 shirts to prevent the cold weather making him shiver. And so he didn't want the crowd to think that he was frightened. And he walked all the way through. He walked through St. James's Park. He put his head on the block, and he stretched out his hands, and then beheaded with one clean stroke. And then people paid to dip their hankies in his blood. That was a ritual that they did. They thought it was good luck. How you thought that was luck, I've got no idea. But the executioner then holds up the head and goes, "Behold, the head of a traitor," and so it goes on. The other thing that they found, apart from this lovely rare gold coin worth 150,000, is in Pompeii, intact, a fast food stall that was selling chicken and duck. It's got the painting of all the ingredients on the front of it. As good today as it ever looked. Chicken and duck. Another panel appears to show a hungry dog straining at the leash. The food counter, which was well preserved by volcanic ash, was discovered last year, but they've now extended their work. Massimo Ossana, the Pompeii Archaeology Park director, described the find as extraordinary. He said although 80 eateries had been discovered at Pompeii, this was the first time a hot food and drink shop had been fully uncovered. It's a multi-sided counter, deep vessels for hot food, similar to soup container, terracotta jars still holding traces of nearly 2,000-year-old food, including goats, pigs and snails were discovered, crushed fava beans used to alter the taste of wine found at the bottom of one pot. Wow. 13,000 people were eating in Pompeii when it was buried when Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD. Mr. Ossana said, as well as bearing witness to daily life in Pompeii, the possibilities to analyse afforded by this, it's called a thermopolomium, are exceptional because of the first time we've excavated a site in its entirety. There was a jar used for food storage, a water tower and a fountain found alongside the remains of a man believed to have been aged around 50 who was discovered near a child's bed. It's not open to the public just yet, but I mean, fancy finding something like that after 2,000 years. Isn't that just amazing? I love stuff like that. The legends that we lost in 2020. COVID stole so many people away. Terry Jones died from Monty Python. Also, actor Christopher Beanie died at his home in Kent. You'll know Christopher Beanie because he was in Upstairs, Downstairs. Caroline Flack, of course, took her own life in February after being arrested. She was only 40. Also, Hosni Mubarak, we lost. Max von Sydow, talking about him the other day. Michel Roux, who opened Le Gavroche in London in 1967 with his brother Albert. Also, Kenny Rogers. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. Eddie Large, we lost. Bill Withers. There was quite a lot of people. Also, Honor Blackman, Pussy Galore, in the Bond movie. Plus Lynn Folds Woods, the TV campaigner. Richard Penniman, he was Little Richard. The former actress Heather Chasen, who you'll know from Round the Horn, who was exceptional. Nigel Griffiths, the Daily and Sunday Express journalist. Tony Scannell, the detective Ted Roach in The Bill, died. Willie Thorne, Ian Holm, Ennio Morricone, Kelly Preston, the actress, starred with John Travolta, married him, only 57. Dame Olivia de Havilland, 104. Quite a lot of people. Actor Ben Cross went as well, plus Sir Terence Conrad, Dame Diana Rigg, Sir Harold Evans, Michael Lonsdale, Nobby Stiles, John Sessions, crikey, Bobby Ball, Eddie Van Halen, Des O'Connor, Lady Elizabeth Anson, close friend of the Queen and a party planner. She was lovely. Diego Maradona, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, and French footballer Gerard Houllier. And there were loads of other people, including, of course, Barbara. I mean, it was a bad year. A very bad year for losing people. Mind you, there's a lady here, she's 93, and she is Britain's oldest postmistress. She's finally retiring after 80 years. So she was 13, she started, 14. In 1960 became the postmistress, and she's been helped by her niece, Anne Madeley, now 75, ever since. She said, it's age that done it. I feel very sad, but what can I do now? I never thought I'd live till now. I thought I shall die and the place will all be sold and I shouldn't have to deal with it, but I kept going for the village. So, good for her. She's a character. Even the people in the village say she's a character, which is good. What else in the paper today? Oh, it's clearance time, isn't it? Down at sort of Robert Dyer's, they've got their clearances with all the things you never thought you'd... I spend ages in Robert Dyer's. I seriously do. Can't help it. You see something in there, you think, oh, I think I'll buy that. You take it home and you think, what the God's name am I going to do with it? I keep looking at, do I need a cross-cut shredder for 30 quid? I was thinking, because I've got a very good shredder at the moment, and it seems to be working fairly fine, so the answer is, no, I don't. But you need a cast iron pan. Oh, like a Le Creuset or something like that. Have you seen the price of them? Yeah, Robert Dyer. They do a version in Robert Dyer's. You just need a pan, do you? How do you lift it? Proper pan. What for? Oh, because he does cooking. Things like that. You can't deglaze. Of course, no, obviously not. I knew that. I was just going to say to you can't deglaze. Many people have said to me, can you deglaze? And I've said, no, I can't. Not without the cast iron pan. But they're not, I would think Robert Dyer's would be the best place to go to get one, wouldn't you? If they were going to do one, yeah. Yeah. He'll be checking them out a little bit later. What about Sean Connery? Yes, he also went. I think I'm going to sneeze. In fact, I've got two. Wait a minute, might be another one. Sometimes I do three. There you go. Thank you so much indeed. I'm here all week, sits at all prices. Don't forget, we lost Heavy D. Did we lose Heavy D? Yes, I remember saying he was very irritating on the television. Somebody says, it says here you're worth 32 million, not 18 million. That puts you just behind Nick Abbott. I know. He's always had more money. When do you think life will return to normal? I think we're looking middle of next year. That's what I think we're looking at. I think by that time they'll have speeded up the vaccines and they'll be into a rhythm to get them all done as quickly as possible. But I think middle of next year. I'm hoping that by what am I saying? January, February, March, April, May. I'm saying June, July. June, July, they'll start relaxing the COVID stuff long before that, because as the more and more people take on the vaccine. But of course, if you're a young person, you're really at risk. They were saying more young people must be carrying the virus than are aware of it. So you need to be exceptionally careful. And then I think it will be okay. Then I think then we will find out which businesses survive and which businesses don't survive. And then we'll be looking forward to all the theatres opening. I think there'll be a tour with all the different theatres doing shows, and then they'll all be preparing for pantomimes. They'll need to recruit, so expect all the prices to go up. Which you would anyway, wouldn't you? Because they're going to have to be recruiting, I think, everywhere. Steve, 200 Brits over in Switzerland have been told to quarantine but have done a runner. Should we allow them back in? No. It all comes down to... I was reading this story earlier on, actually, apart from looking at all these pictures of this flooding, which is absolutely terrible. They were talking... Sorry, turning the pages of the paper, as you know. This is on the slippery slope at COVID Ground Zero. 1 million Brits heading for the Alps, they say, each season, but not this year. And the trouble could be traced to a single bar in an Austrian resort. And so you've got people here. There are certified tests, cost €5. So the only Brit on the mountain is the reporter, Robert Hardman, who's done this thing. So nobody's going there. And they've got a picture outside this place called Kitzloch, which is a restaurant and a bar, and the near empty slopes. You know, that's where people go, isn't it? Lots of people go, but I mean, you know, you're not going to be going there. The COVID trying to wreck the party. A ski holiday there is safer than staying in London, says Dr. Christian Harish, chairman of the Kitzbühel Tourist Board and owner of several leading hotels in the town. Not surprised he's the chairman of the Kitzbühel, and he owns most of the hotels in town. It's a nice... Of course, come on, it's all fabulous. Come in, yes, I own them all. Come on, come in. There's a better picture of the Pompeii, Fry Up Pompeii. Amazing how they've managed to keep the oil paintings on there. Absolutely fantastic. Also, new stamps coming out. Stunning British landscapes featuring on the first special stamps issued in 2021. Do you know, I used to collect stamps and then I suddenly gave up. I suddenly realised how many sets they brought out. And then I bought loads in America. Because in America, you can get stamps for just about anything. If you want David Copperfield, the magician's head on a stamp, there'll be stamps with David Copperfield on. It's all very interesting. Also, these ones, I forget how many there are, actually. There's four firsts, good Lord. On sale from Jan the 14th. I bet Lynn will be buying. She likes buying the stamps. She'll definitely be doing those. Also, what have we got here quickly? Oh, yes. Have you ever heard of Whitby? St Mary's Church. What's it famous for? It's famous for Count Dracula. Yes, apparently people go there. And a lot of goths go there where they think Dracula's grave is Dracula. They think that's where his grave is, in Whitby at St Mary's. It's not. OK? Don't want to ruin it for you goths, but unfortunately it's not. And so the economy of a seaside town has basically kept them going for 10 years as goths pose beside what they say is the grave of Dracula. But it isn't. Those searching for the grave have been handed leaflets saying, sorry, it's not here. In fact, it's not anywhere because Dracula is fiction. OK? Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist at all. And they say, so even if there are bats in our belfry, no vampire's going to come and suck your blood. The Goths, who arrive in force twice a year for a festival, are also bluntly told they're standing on hallowed ground at a place of worship. Yes, because it's a cemetery. So it's hallowed ground. It's been, you know, that's why you have to sort of deconsecrate if you want to sort of turn it into an amusement park or something like that. Father Michael Gobbett, the priest, believes Hilda the Saint and founding abbess of Whitby's 7th century monastery is far more significant. He said, we're doing our best to persuade people that Dracula is just a story. People want to believe it. People, listen, tourists, bless them, wherever they are, they even go down to 221B Baker Street to go inside Sherlock Holmes' house. It didn't exist. It's made up. It was a story. OK? He didn't really live. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was fairly strange that two elderly men of that age lived together in the first place. But there you go, far be it from me. They were very good at solving crimes, but nobody ever hinted at anything at all. Any hint of any sort of liaison between the two of them was, of course, absolutely shameful. But tourists queue up to go into Sherlock Holmes' house at 221B Baker Street, which is... They did what? Yeah, exactly. And the amount of tourists I see queuing up to get a picture in a telephone box. They do. They all stand there going, with the telephone up to their ear. You think, there's nobody on the other end. But that's what we love about London. I love it with sort of people, you know, taking pictures of Trafalgar Square and everything else. They'll probably also take pictures of Andrew Castle, I should imagine. He was very excited to talk to a lady yesterday who lived in some little village where he used to play tennis, apparently, as a child in long trousers. In long trousers. And Nick Abbott had a lady on who competed at Wimbledon in the 50s or in her 50s. In the 1950s. Really? I've never been to Wimbledon. I've never been at all. I mean, it's not, to be honest with you, not really something that appeals to me. You know, I've watched it on the television. There's a lot of that all the time, which frankly gets a little bit wearing. And that's just the women. The blokes are going, huh? Like that. But the women throwing everything over the net. So Andrew Castle, oh look, how funny. We were just talking about him a moment ago. He's coming up with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast. Up for discussion today, Lord Heseltine urges MPs and peers not to back Boris Johnson's trade deal ahead of the Commons vote on Wednesday. Storm Bella, and, you know, such a nice sounding name and so destructive. Gusts of over 100 miles an hour recorded in the UK, and the lockdown unleashes an epidemic of dog thefts. All of that and more coming up on Breakfast with Andrew at 7 this morning here on LBC. Dog thefts. Dog thefts. Honestly, you can't believe it, can I? I was talking to our newsreader this morning, earlier on, Serena. I was telling her about people shoplifting. She couldn't believe how many people still shoplift. I said, are you serious? I said, for some people, it's the family occupation. Amazing. Somebody says, it was Heavy D. To be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised, but I did find him incredibly irritating on the television. He was nobody. He was just a fat boy on the television in one of those open up this and bid on this and all. Anyway, it's very dreary. Somebody says, how can Nick Abbott make more than you? Well, he only works 2 days a week. How can he? I work a 6-day week. Way ahead of him, as you know. Goodness sake, I mean, honestly, what do you think here? Peanuts. They say because you're actually funnier than he is. I don't think it's based on whether you're funny or not. But I think the indicator is he does 2 days a week. He does do 2 days. I don't know, was it 3 days now? And I do 6 days now. And I'm older than he is. So there you go. What does that tell you? Tells me you're wrong. Steve, Mam and I ran marathons. She ran for muscular dystrophy. And one of our great patrons was Honor Blackman. And my mum was chatting to Honor and said, my son Conrad's a huge fan. Can you give an autograph? Her reply, with pleasure, Scylla. Yes, she came in here. She'd been on Honor came in on a few occasions, and I think she came in when she was 90-something. Whatever it was, she was very old and she was very frail by that time, but it was still pussy galore. That's the only thing you can say about it. As the KGB agent, George Blake dies, a plea from a man who heard the stories of those he betrayed. Edward Lucas writing about him and says, let's never glamorise this traitor with blood on his hands. He was a piece of filth. George Blake died in Moscow. It's a shame he lived that long, actually. 98 or something. And the teacher, this is a bizarre story. His name's Jason Wardill. He's a design technology teacher. He's been told by his union that he's black. But he's not. But they've told him he's black, which is somewhat bizarre. He's a design technology teacher, was surprised to be invited by the NEU, which was the National Education Union, to a meeting of black teachers last year. So he gets this invite. Mr. Wardill is of Mediterranean and Jewish heritage and has been trying to stop his union referring incorrectly to his ethnicity ever since, with no success. He feels they've been discriminatory. He says here, the NEU, which has been at the forefront of the campaign to keep schools closed during the pandemic, says it treats black as a political term rather than a signifier of African heritage. Therefore, the term includes all members who self-identify as black, Asian and other minority ethnic groups who don't identify themselves as white. Have you ever heard of such a thing? So, yes, he'd be BAME, yes. So, in other words, because he doesn't identify as white because he's Mediterranean stroke Jewish, they class him as black. They're obviously mad as toothbrushes, aren't they? I mean, quite clearly. When Mr. Wardill, who now works as an area site manager for an academy trust in Lincolnshire, contacted to say he was not black, the NEU informed him that since he didn't consider himself white, he had to be registered as black. He told the Daily Mail, "It made me feel pretty helpless. BAME would be absolutely fine, as it encompasses everything. This union are mad." He said when he registered to join the union and was asked for his ethnicity, he ticked mixed other because it was the only option available. Jewish was an option in the religion section, which leads me to believe the NEU doesn't recognise Jewish as a race. They only appear to recognise it as a religion. They said they could put an asterisk next to black to show it was political. I said it shouldn't make a difference because I'm not black. I mean, he's fighting a losing battle here, isn't he? Do you remember there was that woman who, in America, I think she was American, she identified as black, but she wasn't black at all. And I couldn't tell you what her name was. I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess. But she started talking as if she was black. But people were going, "But you're not black." That was the thing. But a spokesman for NEU says it uses the term black when communicating about some union activities to members who self-identify as black, Asian, or any other minority ethnic groups who don't identify as white. So you're black. That's right. Rachel Dolezal is an American former college professor and activist known for identifying as a black woman despite having been born to white parents. I mean, she's white. It's as simple as that. But anyway, she was charged by the state of Washington with felony theft by welfare fraud and second-degree perjury in 2018. The matter was settled in a diversion agreement. So she agreed to repay the welfare funds and to perform community service. She's not the full ticket. I remember seeing her being interviewed on television. She kept going on about the fact that she was black and she'd been the victim of race-related crimes. I remember thinking, but you're white. I can see you're white. You don't have any characteristics. Both your parents were white. I don't quite understand. I mean, I'm assuming she had a few sort of screws missing and sort of wanted to identify as somebody else because she didn't want to identify as white. So they did a partial transcript of this exchange, and the reporter says, "Is that your dad?" She goes, "Yeah, that's my dad." He said, "This man right here, your father?" She says, "Yeah, do you have a question about that?" And he goes, "Yes, ma'am. I was wondering if your dad is really African-American." And she said, "I don't know what you're implying." He said, "Are you African-American?" She said, "I don't understand the question. I did tell you that's my dad and he was unable to come in January." And the reporter then goes, "Are your parents white?" And she goes, "I'm not telling you." And she walks away. She's quite clearly mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. She's white. She's white. And, as I say, what do you do with people like that? Happy birthday today to John Legend, the American singer-songwriter, born John Roger Stevens. Changed his name. And also Sienna Miller, the New York-born English actress. She's 39 today, so many happy returns of the day. Also, what was the other one? I'm trying to... Normally there's other things here. Brian Redhead, the broadcaster, presented the Today programme for 18 years. He said, "The pleasure of Today is that if you want to drop a word in the ear of the nation, that's the place." Unfortunately, not anymore. I think you'll find it's actually LBC and it's Nick Ferrari who can drop quite a few words. And, Steve, you sound so young, whereas Nick Abbott sounds like a really old man. Oh, he's not old. He's, 72, I think, now. He's 72, but he's not old. Heavens above, no. I mean, I sound very young, of course. But, no, I think he's about 72. Steve, I remember the Sherlock Holmes phone box outside Bart's Hospital. There were messages pleading to the detective to come back to us, says Jem Jem. People are quite mad, actually. And, Steve, other singers who passed away included Julie Felix. Julie Felix. Remember was it Julie Felix who did Mama's Taking Us to the Zoo tomorrow, zoo tomorrow, zoo tomorrow. Mama's taking us to the zoo tomorrow. We can stay all day. We're going to the zoo. I remember Julie Felix, and I'm sure she sang We're Going to the Zoo. I hope so. I hate to be wrong. Sometimes the brain fails me miserably, but I don't think... Here you go. Let's have a quick look. Sings to the moment. That's the woman. Oh. It's not looking very promising, is it? Can you type in Mama's Taking Us to the Zoo tomorrow and see what we get on that? I might stand a better chance. Mama's Taking Us to the Zoo tomorrow. And here we go. Julie Felix going to... Oh, thank goodness for that. God, I nearly thought I'd have to apologise. But, no, definitely not. It's a very, very old song. It was. She sang it a long time ago, playing her guitar. She was one of those people. It's a lovely little song. It's very, very cute. But thank you very much indeed. Right. So now we've found that out, and once again, I've been proved right. Spelt W-R-I-G-H. Hearing you talk about people going to the houses of fictional people, I watched a documentary a couple of days ago on Paddington, and the people still go outside the writer's house, says Jason. Yeah, I mean, my brother and his wife have been on the Paddington tour. They love it. They love it. It takes you around to different places. You can do it all over London. There's all sorts of different places. You know, there's Jewish East End, there's the Jack the Ripper tours and stuff like that. There's loads of things. Loads of things. Somebody says, when you stated Nick Abbott's age is 72, he's only 60. It's very misleading. He's told you he's 60. He's 72. Honestly, I love the way he's fooling people. Honestly, he's terrible. According to his birth certificate, Nick Abbott's 84. No, he definitely isn't 84. Definitely. He's 72. I knew that because I went to his 72nd birthday party. I went to it because there was just two of us, and it was hugely... But because what he'd done, he'd sent it out to people saying, you know, if you like me, turn up. And so I turned up, and there was just me and him there. So luckily, he'd only bought one little packet of sausage rolls and a small bottle of Vimto, and that was it. So, no, definitely 72. Definitely. But I'm sure he'll be happy, Steve, to hear you've elevated him to pension. You don't need to elevate him. He's barely able to move as it is at the moment. I mean, luckily he's on casters, so he just gets wheeled into the studio, and then they sort of let him sit down, and then he just does the programme, which is fantastic. And somebody says, I hope that you were saying it tongue-in-cheek. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know why people don't know these things. You're supposed to know all these things. Somebody else talked about Sherlock Holmes and somebody dressing up outside. Well, there was a policeman wearing a rather naff little uniform outside, directed and having his picture taken with all these tourists. What for? I can't imagine. And you go up there and it's a bit tatty. You know, this is where Sherlock Holmes lived. No, not at all. He never existed at all. Never. There'll probably be a blue plaque on my place. That's the kind of thing you would probably get on Steve Allen's, you know, after I sort of expire and go up there into the great clouds in the sky. Has anybody got those noise-reducing headphones? I bought some years ago, and they're quite nice. But to be honest with you, I obviously need headphones quite loud, and sales are booming. They are quite expensive. They're not exactly the cheapest thing I've ever seen. So they've got the Bang & Olufsen ones. How much are they? 450 quid. Drops jaw. Apple's Slimline and Sleek, £249, but the battery life is only 4.5 hours, which is not very good at all. Then they've got these, the Sony, £349, battery life 30 hours. Wireless, yes, but an option to plug in, style over ear. So they haven't actually done as many as I thought they were going to do. I thought they could do loads and loads of them and then let us know which ones are the best. Not that I want any. I was thinking if any cropped up in the sales, I might have a look, you know, and see if I want anything like that. To be honest with you, the truth of the matter is, I didn't want anything like that. I've got a pair at home. I'm not interested in anything else. The story that I ran with a couple of days ago now has only just appeared in the Daily Star. They all sort of run out of ideas, don't they? This is the one that over the last decade, 1.7 million, including elephants, lions and rhinos, have been killed for sport. You know why? The industry is worth £300 million a year. South Africa's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, is, for instance, alleged to be part of a breeding programme called Stud Game Breeders that sell rare animals and rakes in $7 million a year. He says the farm is run in accordance with the strictest conservation and wildlife principles, but refused to comment further. There's a new craze as well, helicopters with people with guns shooting pigs on the ground. I mean, who are these sick people? This is in Trophy Leaks, Top Hunters and Industry Secrets by Eduardo Goncalves, that tells how nearly 800 have been given the African Big Five prize for killing at least one lion, an elephant, a leopard, a rhino and a buffalo. What for? What's the point of doing that? How stupid and thick are these people? Do you remember the American dentist, Walter Palmer? Do you remember him from Minnesota? He caused outrage when he paid 32,000 quid to kill a famous endangered black male-maned lion called Cecil at the Hwange National Park in Zimbabwe. He was a vile piece of work. Hope he's out of business. Hunters have funded £600,000 worth of fake news campaign, creating fake accounts claiming to be the Africans who approve of them. They basically lied with their teeth. There's all sorts of people in this country have got sort of agency-type things where you pay thousands of pounds and you can go out there and shoot things. I wish somebody would put them on the ground and send up the helicopters, make it marginally more entertaining. Much, much better. David says, I assumed Nick Abbott was 50. Really? Well, I don't know why people would be thinking that. No. I mean, he has been 50, obviously, really, but that was like 22 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, he's always been, he plays that close to his chest. You know what he's like. He's a bit secretive about things. When, you know, I always do stuff like that. The Titanic apparently was speeding past icebergs faster than modern cruise ships when disaster struck. So they found out in newly released documents. So some say the ship was desperate not to arrive late in front of waiting press. And they have asked US lawyers and Titanic expert why the Titanic was going so fast. Well, presumably just wanted to get through the ice flow. I mean, I don't know. Because as you all know, the ice that you see on top of the water is nothing like what's under the water. Under the water, there's a piece 3 times that size. That's how that works. I've got no idea. Britain's could be out of tough COVID restrictions by the end of February. Don't hold your breath on this one, please. There is no point. And a pair of pink undies picked up by astronaut Tim Peake has made the top 10 list of weirdest items found washed up on the UK's beaches in 2020. Blimey. Reality TV star Aisling Horgan-Wallace. She was never what is this rubbish about stars? She was just another one of those people on the television. Felt violated when hackers threatened to publish before and after pics of her boob job. Well, don't take pictures of them. What is it about these people? You know, somebody's stolen all my nude pictures on my telephone. What are they doing on there? Former Big Brother person Aisling, now 41, said it's all well and good me making the decision on who sees what of my body, but to have that control taken from me, I feel violated, not happy. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, don't have pictures taken then, dear. God in heaven, shouldn't have to explain to you. The hospital group where Kerry Katona and Joey Essex have also been patients confirmed a data security breach. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Kerry Katona, blimey. I didn't even know she was still around. But she is. Younger drivers are the most likely to blame their sat-navs for causing an accident. I can remember I've only ever had one accident in my life, and I was driving across the bottom of Ken High Street on green lights. They hadn't just changed. I went across them, and a car coming from the right-hand side didn't stop. It went straight, and I saw it out the corner of my eye, and I thought, what? Tried to accelerate, but of course it was going too fast, hit the side of my car and spun me round. I mean, luckily, the only thing it did was sort of dent the back part of the car. I was able to limp to the destination. Going to the people I was picking up, going, I'm terribly sorry. The car looks dreadful. Can't do anything about it. And we sort of swapped details. We got the car repaired, because that's all you can do nowadays. But it's the drink driving. So the drink driving, if you're caught, it ain't good. It's going to cost you about 70,000 quid, about 70k. That includes lost earnings, because you'll undoubtedly be fired from your job. If you drive for a living, you'll never get insurance again. No chance of that. And if you're a young driver and you've been caught for drink driving, then brace yourself for being taken off the road for a long time. Average for you would be about 2 years driving ban, I would think, for a younger person, because you don't need as many points to get you off the road. You know, that's the way it works. Somebody says, Mayor, Nick Abbott is 72. If he's 70, it makes you 102. Stop it at LBC. I'm sorry you don't like the truth. It obviously upsets you greatly, doesn't it? Well, he is 72, so there. Honestly, these people write it. Where are they? Are they in homes or something? Are people writing in under matron's guidance? I think you'll find that Nick Abbott is not 72. He is 72. Listen, I see him. He looks 72. I'm telling you. I look about 35, 40. I'm very lucky. Very, very lucky. Apparently, only on average, a tenth of an iceberg shows above the water. See, that was the thing. It was the iceberg that took the bottom of the Titanic, and that's when they couldn't close the doors. It was all done in sections, but it was obviously going quite fast, and so they've gone, oh, iceberg ahead, and then somebody should have moved it out to one side. You imagine? I mean, I wonder what life would have been like if the Titanic hadn't have gone down. If they would have saved most of the lives on board. I think 700 people 700 people died or 700 people lived, but it was certainly one of those things. And the fact it's still down there is always of great fascination to me, that they can take the down. Pitch black. It's 2 miles down. It's not like it's just resting, a couple of 100 yards. It's 2 miles down. So it takes you a while to get there. And then they turn on these floodlights, and there it is, the front of the ship. Nobody's ever shown you the back of the ship, because it's split in half as it went down. There was one bit went somewhere else and one bit went there. And we've only ever seen the front bit. They haven't shown you the back bit, because I think there were cars on board and all sorts of things that they were taking to America. And, I mean, there must have been, when it first went down, there must have been clothes and everything else floating to the surface as people's cabins sort of became waterlogged. I mean, there must have been tons and tons of stuff, all the flotsam and jetsam on the top of the water. Must have been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I still think I'd like to go down to it and have a look at it. There's only a couple of things I want to do. I'd quite like to do that. Do I want to go up in a spacecraft? I'm not sure if I could cope with the noise and the sort of the jet propulsion kind of bit. That would freak me out a little bit. I'm not sure if I'd want to do that. Go and live on Mars for, like 20 minutes in a tent or something. There's nothing there, is there? No, I mean, somebody else was talking about that, saying there aren't any shops. What do you want to go to Mars for? There's nothing on Mars at all. But I think people are hoping that there's going to be little green men wandering about going, you want a McDonald's? You want a McDonald's? But there isn't. Sorry? They're from Brooklyn, yes. They are Brooklyn people. I mean, I don't know why we assumed they'd be speaking English. I mean, if there were people on other planets, surely they're speaking their own language. But if they come here as often as all these weirdos say they do, then they must have picked up something. It must be because we can't get a spacecraft to go out and land on Jupiter or anything like that, have we? We just sort of take a picture of it, which I think is still fascinating. But don't get too excited about the whole thing. Lovely picture of sheep in the snow. If you say to the sheep in the snow, hello, going to take your picture, they all stand and face you, and they look at you. It's like a scene at a Babe. And there were freezing conditions near Lauder on the Scottish borders, and here are all the black-faced sheep. Bless their hearts. I quite like pictures of sheep. They seem to be quite hardy things, and then sometimes the farmer has to go and dig them out of snowdrifts. The sheep are going, no, leave us. We're very comfy. It's quite warm, actually, in this snowdrift. Plus, the doctor, a newly discovered letter, says there was an Irish doctor who may have saved the lives of Charles Dickens's wife and sons by persuading him to send them home from France during a diphtheria epidemic. Dickens was then 44, his wife Catherine, sister-in-law Georgina, and 8 of his children were spending the summer at the Channel resort of Boulogne, which he thought as quaint and picturesque, as good a place as I know. It killed about 366 people, the diphtheria, but he managed to get there. There's a letter uncovered by the Charles Dickens Letter Project and reported on The Conversation, indicating that Sir Joseph Olive, a corkboard physician to the British Embassy, had warned Dickens of the particular risk of diphtheria to the children. I love it when they find all these letters. They're so clever, isn't it? Also, there's people doing their own. I'm looking forward to sort of seeing what we can produce in this country. Seeing as so much stuff comes into the country after we've finished with Brexit, I wonder what we'll be running short of and what we can grow in this country and what we can't grow in this country. Hope there's not going to be a shortage of dates or satsumas. I mean, can you imagine if by the time we get to next Christmas they go, well, the satsuma market's given up completely. You'll all have to eat something else. Yes, your mould would be ruined, wouldn't it, if the satsumas gave up? Not a good thing at all. The BBC kept the chairman in the dark about Diana interview, so wife wouldn't tell the Queen. I thought it was very interesting. I've watched it a couple of times since, actually, and it looks uncomfortable. It really does. Also, what on earth is this? Walkers wandering perilously close to the edge on the Dorset coast. They stand up there, they have a picture, cooey, didn't we have a father, an idiot, as we prefer to call them, and he had his 2 children with their legs dangling over the edge. I'm sorry, have you heard of Rockfall? I mean, people just be, ridiculous. And Matt says, Nick may be 72, but he's got the biggest mansion of any LBC presenter set in 11 acres. Oh, he lives in a flat. He's got a flat. He doesn't live in it. It's not a house. I've been there. I went there a short while ago. Let's say when we were doing his birthday, before we sort of moved on to the phone box. It's not a mansion in 11 acres, honestly. I wish it was. He probably wishes it was as well. Bless his heart. Number 10 says, be ready for Brexit deal. Millions more facing Tier 4 curbs. So it's all going to be changing. But I don't think anybody's really sort of bothered about that, have they? Connie Huck says, I've got good news. I wonder what that can be. What would be good news from Connie Huck? You don't think it's another person announcing a pregnancy? There was somebody the other day who announced a pregnancy. It was somebody, I think it was somebody from Love Island or something like that. But she says, hold on to your hats. I'm only going to concentrate on the good stuff. I'm picking a story for every month of 2020. And, it's too much to read here. But she talks about, what's gone on last year and how her disabled German grandmother, or somebody else's, Rita Ebel, was embarking on acts of kindness. And then she's got the mystery of the origin of Stonehenge. So, I don't know what she does now, really. Perhaps she can't survive on this column alone. Also a gingerbread sculpture standing on a bluff in Corona Heights Park overlooking San Francisco. Held together by icing and decorated with a few gumdrops. Appeared on Christmas Day and collapsed the next. Oh, it's a bit of a shame, wasn't it? And also, Girl Scouts of America embroiled in a highly damaging recruitment war with the Boy Scouts after the latter opened up to girls, according to court papers. The result has led to confusion, with girls unwittingly joining the Boy Scouts. The competition has intensified as the Boy Scouts of America, which insists recruits pledge to be trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous and kind, has unfairly recruited girls lately, according to legal claims. Well, you girlies don't want to be with the boys. I mean, surely not. Surely not. You have your own. We have the Boy Scouts and we have the Girl Guides. And there is only one woman on death row in America. Only one woman. And her name is Lisa Montgomery. And I think a judge has delayed the execution of her. I don't know what sort of execution it was going to be. I'm assuming it's lethal injection, which seems to be, if you had a favourite method of execution, it can either be the electric chair, can't it, or it must be the injections. I can't think of anything else that they do. What else do they do in America to shoot people? Trump has allowed... states can choose their own method. Oh, Lord. Can't imagine why you'd want to pick anything that was sort of particularly gruesome. I mean, shooting. You don't want firing squads to come back in again. I would have thought the injection was the best thing, because then apparently it takes about 20 minutes, I'm told, because they're all behind the scenes and there's 3 liquids and 3 different people push them, but nobody knows which one's got the fatal dose, so that they cannot say, I executed that person or I executed that person. That's how it works. Oh, in the firing squad, not every gun has a bullet in. Oh, right, some are firing blanks, are they? Oh, my Lord. Oh, I don't think I'd like that idea. I find the whole thing horrendous. But mind you, these are people who've been through the system and they've abused the privilege, and so they've taken other people's lives, so somebody's decided to take their life. Nice segue, isn't it? It'll fit quite nicely, actually, with Andrew in a moment, which he'll be thrilled to be going, what is he talking about this morning? Also, the BBC's Winning Habit. This is the film Black Narcissus. It was a 1947 film, and I've got it at home. It comes in 2 versions. It comes in black and white or colourised version. And I think I've got both. I've never seen it. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, it's a nun opening a school on a cliff top in Nepal. And that's the only thing I can remember about it. I can't remember anything else. So perhaps I should dig it up from my little pile and watch that for later on today, because it's finding things to do, isn't it? Finding things to do. And Helen says Ascot is covered in a lovely white frost. Yes, we had frost on the cars yesterday, not this morning, but the forecast for today, for down here in the south, is rain and snow. So I'm expecting rain, which will then turn to sleet, which could then turn to snow. Either way, it's not very promising, is it? But it is a bank holiday, so you don't need to go back to work till tomorrow. Yippee! But we will be here tomorrow, as per usual. We don't rest on our laurels, let me tell you. And I've also got to start working out what forfeit the producer is going to get for pranking me later on. He thinks I've forgotten about it. He thinks, if you talk about things, Steve, he'll just forget about what he's going to be doing. No. I've already made a few phone calls and sent some texts out there, and it'll be sorted. Don't worry. Always works a treat, doesn't it? Anyway, that's it for this morning, for this Bank Holiday Monday. Thank you very much indeed for your company. And some places are selling hot cross buns as well. I do like hot cross bun, but they're terribly fattening. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I trust it. I mean, yesterday I went out and did some shopping. I bought a couple of little bits and pieces and managed to get everything I needed. So there was no worry about, shops were being closed or anything like that. And today I think you will find, especially around London, probably your neck of the woods as well, that you're going to have everything open. Well, I mean, obviously all the things that you can have open, apart from the things you can't. So in other words, you can't go out and buy underpants today because the shop will be closed. But luckily I bought loads before we did the lockdown kind of thing. I've also got enough toilet paper. I've also got enough kitchen roll. And I've got enough milk. So I seem to remember the last time we went into serious lockdown, you couldn't buy cream. Cream was in a shop. I remember going into Marks and Spencer's and looking and thinking, where's all the cream gone? There was no cream left. And I did like it. I started adding it to all sorts of things. Curries, stews. I just all of a sudden shoved a dollop of cream in there. And it seemed to absolutely work a treat. It was just really rich and creamy and, you know, and it was all very nice for you. I sort of enjoyed it. Well, since we've been back, people have had haircuts. They've been out and managed to get haircuts. I've got no idea how Luke managed to get his haircut. I'm only assuming it was somebody who had never cut hair before in their entire life. And he went in there and said, "This is a picture of a dog in the area. Can you cut my hair like that?" And that's what he ended up with. I said to him, "Let me know the name of this person. They'll be down the police station. So far, they shouldn't allow you to walk out like that." He likes it. He likes it. So he's going to be spending the whole day playing with his hair. It's one of those things. He does it. Jake does it. Jane's constantly playing with his hair and fiddling about with his hair. And now Luke, obviously feeling as though he was missing out, has decided to get the same sort of hairstyle so he can play with his as well. You know, very shortly I'll be growing mine. And then I can play. Then all three of us can play. What an appealing kind of prospect that is. For £5, apparently. What was Richard talking about? Was he talking about how you can eat well, but very cheaply? Yeah. Soup. A friend of mine goes to a market just in Marylebone, and on a Saturday, at the end of the day, there's vegetables all over the place. He said he just picks up a bag full of vegetables, goes home, peels them, puts them in, slices them all up, puts them into the liquidizer, and makes vegetable soup. He said it's really healthy, really, really healthy. But Luke's put on a little bit of weight. He was pleased to tell us that. Not that we needed telling about putting on weight, because over Christmas that's all we've done. We've eaten. I mean, I was still getting up to come into work, so of course I'm still as trim as I was before. But no, I brought in, because knowing Luke was going to be here this morning, I brought in. He likes the little mini poppadoms. And a bit of a treat for him. It's almost like sort of sit up and beg for them, isn't it, really? We've had him doing balancing, ball on his nose, everything. It's fantastic. All for a little packet of poppadoms. And he liked the poppadoms. So I brought them in and he went, "I can't, Steve." I said, "Why?" Thinking, there can't be any logical reason for this. And he went, "No, I put on a little bit of weight over Christmas." I thought, a little bit? You need to get your eyes tested. Bloody hell, I mean, honestly. You remember you saw a picture up in Withensea, Spurn Point, those whales that beach themselves, 10 of them. He was one. He was one of them. He'd been swimming in the sea, minding his own business, and all of a sudden these whales go crashing past him. No logical reason why they've ditched on the thing. They've said to the people, "Please don't go near them. They're all dead." And whales, I think they got into the shallows. They couldn't get themselves back out again or something. Terribly sad. We read about it all the time. Whales, and it's not just, you think one of them, it's like, whenever you see on the, one of these programs on the television where lions are stalking wildebeest or zebra, and they bring one down, the other wildebeest or zebra don't run away, they stand there watching. And you think, run for your life. They're going to kill you. But for some reason, whales seem to sort of throw themselves up into the shore, and they beach themselves, and they couldn't get them back out again. It was too dangerous to try and get them back out. It's ever so sad, because we've lost loads of them. Loads and loads of them, which is not so good. The Duke of Edinburgh doesn't want a fuss made about his 100th birthday. I'm the same. I don't want a fuss made about my 100th birthday. What if I could, I did say, actually, I wonder if I could make it to 100. I wonder what the criteria is. That's quite, well, how many years off? But it is a few years off. The next big birthday is the 701. I'm not looking forward to that. That sounds horrendous as far as... Sorry? I don't think I'll be able to throw a party. I don't think I'll have the fitness going on. Eamon Holmes apparently is going to start getting fit. He's apparently lost something like 3 stone in 5 years, so he's not particularly good at it. And as he's got nothing else to do at the moment, he might as well lose weight. So they're going to put a gym in the garage. That'll break his heart, spending money. I mean, goodness sake, perhaps they can get it sponsored. I bet you anything, very shortly, you'll see the Eamon and Ruth fitness DVD. I bet you. I'll put odds on that middle of the year we'll be looking at something like that. He's got to do something. Got to do something. Anyway, the idea is this morning, get yourself a cup of tea, because you'll all be back to work today, we will have a poem. We're going to have a poem. We don't know what the poem's going to be about. It's always a bit of a sort of a lucky dip on this programme. We can't have a Christmas poem. We've already had a Brexit poem, and Auld Lang Syne. I don't know. Where are people going to go this year for New Year's Eve? They're not. They're going to stay at home. If you're tier 4, you're not going anywhere. You're staying in, but it doesn't matter. I stayed in over Christmas, but I still got Christmas lunch because my neighbour made it. And we had some of theirs, and it was delicious. Put it in a metal tin. Lynn and I both had it. So yesterday, I bought her some flowers from me and Lynn, and that was quite a nice thing to do, you know, for people to share their sort of Christmas dinner with you. Jake just had a pie, which wasn't as exciting, was it, Popper? That was not... Very disappointed on that. Didn't have a turkey, because they don't do... It was nice, yeah, don't get us wrong. I mean, it's obviously very nice, but it's not the same as turkey, is it? But you could have turkey another time. You could have turkey another time. You could go and buy a little turkey or something. Yeah, the New Year. Yeah, have one in the New Year, you know, because if you won't be... There's nowhere to go on New Year's Eve. You can't be going out anywhere. There'll be no sort of, you know, staggering up and down the high street going, sure, oh, great. No, it's not, you can't do that. Can't do that. Yeah. It's not the same. I don't think so. Also, which is the best champagne? We've got a little rundown. One of the papers has done one of those testing surveys, which I quite like. And Britain's biggest fibbers are in Yorkshire. That's where they come from. It were this big. You know... Is it Corey? Corey's from Yorkshire, is it? Well, I don't know. Is he Yorkshire or is he just the Midlands? I think he might... I don't know whether he classes himself as Yorkshire or not. Difficult to tell, really. I'll never understand what he's talking about anyway. Could be another language. Elaine Page says she's too old for a stint on Strictly. And a programme signed by all 4 Beatles is expected to make £7,500 at auction. Somebody's kept it in very good condition. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Dolly Parton tells us the naughtiest thing she's ever done. And the worst festive gifts you could have received. A bottle of out-of-date Baileys and a used potato peeler. Who was it who made a big mistake one year? I think it was Joan Crawford, the Hollywood actress. And what she used to get is loads of presents from people. They would send in presents, and she used to re-gift them. They would just re-wrap them until one of them got sent to a friend of hers. And I think it was a wallet, but it was addressed on it. It had Joan Crawford, her name on it, embossed in gold. And this person went, I think I've got one of your re-gifted presents. That's what she used to do. She used to re-gift them. Can you imagine? Also, Ollie Murs admitted he may have to quit music for good. Oh, good Lord, honestly, I haven't even got round to New Year resolutions, and already they're coming true. I'm excited. If his knee injury gets any worse, well, could you just not sit on a stool like Westlife or something like that? That would work, wouldn't it? You can sit on a stool. It's Peters and Lee. He used to sort of sit on a stool as well. They would place somebody, you know, people have, you know, you can do everything now. You don't need to stand there if your knee injury gets any worse. Also, the amount of money you've made, get your knee repaired. You can get, my brother had his knee repaired. It was because it was crumbling, because he played football, and I think it goes a bit calcified, and it starts, and they do a camera inside your knee to show you what it looks like. It's like opal mining. It's like your knee is crumbling from the inside, so they give you a plastic knee. It's quite a standard operation, I believe, but at the moment my knees are very good. Very good. And Steve, you could do a poem on Joe Swash proposing, says Dave. Be very short. Here, want to marry me? That'd be it. That'd be it. There wouldn't be anything else, because they're only engaged, aren't they? Steve, you can buy pants, jumpers, pyjamas, anything like that in M&S Edgware Road, says Charlie. Well, you shouldn't be allowed to, because that's illegal. I shall have to report that onto the police now. Because if they're opening up departments they're not supposed to be opening up, they're in big trouble. That's huge fines. Huge fines. So I hope you're right, Charlie, because I'm going to use you as the reference. I'm going to have to use you and say that you actually told us that. Because none of this stuff's supposed to be on sale. No, it's not verified. But luckily, Charlie, we actually got all your details on here, darling. So don't worry. I'm sure that the police will come knocking on your door if you're spreading rumours like that. You've got to be very careful nowadays. But we just have to wait. You can go out and buy all their food's on discount at the moment in M&S. A discount in M&S. What did James O'Brien say? Didn't he have a woman? It's running as a trail, I believe, on LBC. Some woman saying that she was going to break coronavirus. He said, well, I have to report you to the police, because you can't do that. And yet there's quite a number of people in the paper today, some quite well-known people who've obviously decided... in fact, one of them is called Amir Khan. You've heard of him, the little boxer? Again, the biggest fool under the sun. He's been meeting people who he shouldn't be meeting and hugging them and everything else. I mean, quite clearly the man's a bit deranged. Ridiculous. Can't do that. You know what the lockdown rules are. We've told people time and time and time again. If you're tier 4, and I suspect he must be, you can't go anywhere. Can't go and visit other people. The only person I can visit is Lynn, my Lynn, and we can socially distance on the patio outdoors. Well, you know how cold it's been. Freezing. I mean, in your neck of the woods, it's probably even worse. Roger says, if you do make 100, you'll still only be 66 by my arithmetical calculation and yours. Can you imagine? I wonder what you'd be like at 100. Every day, I mean, it's the old joke, isn't it? How do you know when the end is near? I said, well, you used to wake up and you check the obits. If you're not in there, get up. That's the best thing you can do. It's a company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So this is I suppose technically the first day that we're all normal. The first day that we're back to normal, isn't it? That's what I think. Because yesterday was a public... Oh, I tell you, yesterday, what a pain that turned out to be. I suddenly remembered bank holidays at Waterloo Station, they move the trains. So normally my trains are up on platform 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. But on bank holidays, they're down on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 level. So I had to get a train, and I'm looking at the board, and I'm standing there, and so I had to get a train. Where was it going to? It might have been going to Shepperton, which stops everywhere. I mean, honestly, as if I wanted to stop everywhere. And I had to get off at Kingston and then walk at my age, a huge international star, had to walk from the station up to the bus stop and sit there with other people who are not international stars. And then I had to wait for the bus to come along, and then it was a bit of jostling. Get out of the way. I'm an international celebrity. And seriously, there was nobody out. There were 3 people on the bus, because it was quite early in the morning, and then I got back again. So I got back home, but it took like twice as long to get back. But it was well worth it. The journey itself was an achievement as far as I was concerned. Sort of getting on the train. The train was 3/4 empty, but it's everywhere. It stopped at every bloody station. It was just ghastly, and nobody was getting off. I thought, although the good news was we bypassed Vauxhall. He said it's not stopping at Vauxhall. And I always think, listen, you might be talking to people on the train who have got no idea what you're talking about. You live in the Vauxhall area. Well, that's our train. The train is not... And he said to it every 5 minutes, we're not stopping at Vauxhall. We're clean through to Clapham Junction. I went, yeah, whoa. What they should have done is hung these people out the window as if it was the mail carriage. And then the crane could have sort of picked them up as we shot through the station. But it was good. I got home eventually. Had myself 4 pieces of toast. Nobody frightens me. And then I had 4 pieces of toast, and that was very nice indeed. 2 with slices of cheese on. And that kind of and then I like to have a little lie down in the morning. I've discovered that is the trick to sort of getting up and bouncing out of bed. And I do bounce out of bed. I'm very good at bouncing out of bed. Very, very good at bouncing. Some people, they get up, the alarm goes off, and they go, oh, God. And they try and make sure that they can touch the alarm to give themselves an extra few minutes. Well, I gave that one up years ago. I've decided that when the alarm goes off, I'm out of bed. So what I tend to do is wake up before the alarm. Because the first one goes off at about, I think, 11:30 or something like that. Because I like to take my time getting ready. I don't want to rush things. I cannot rush things at all. I'm sort of a creature of habit first thing in the morning. I can get up. I like to pick up the shaver, take it into the sitting room, and sort of have a shave with a nice cup of coffee whilst I'm watching the news. Check up on the news, catch up on a couple of programmes, and then sort of back into the bathroom for the ablutions, and then sort of decide, what I'm going to wear for the day. It's quite an interesting scenario. And then go and get stuff out the car and then potter into work. So today I've got Satsumas, there's some biscuits out there and stuff like that. But not for us thinnies, not for us people who are on a major diet, which is good. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? There's a whole list in the papers. I think I've already done it, though, of those people we've lost in 2020, and it was quite a cast list of people, although I've noticed a lot more of them are in their 80s and 90s now, and so there's a whole list. I've saved the list because I might do it a little bit later on for you. The BA jet forced to land as the co-pilot passed out. Imagine. I've never fainted in my life. I've sleepwalked, but I've never fainted. Never fainted. I don't think I fancy it. They were doing a thing on YouTube the other day about people who have strokes. Oh, and the most irritating man in Britain, they said the most annoying man, is the one who sings Go Compare. I like him, because now you see him as himself. And then he sort of puts the fake moustache on and everything else. I think he's brilliant. I love him. I loved it. I didn't like Howard from the Halifax. He apparently had a bit of an attitude problem. But I like this one. I think he's good. The time they've stuck the wig on his head and he's saying, Go Compare. You know, it's like the Meerkats. I love the Meerkats. I think they're the best thing. Imagine if you were the voice of the Meerkats. You'd be using it all the time. People are saying it doesn't sound a bit like the television. You know, they'd be going, oh, do you think that sounds like the person who does the Meerkats? I am the voice of the Meerkats. Good for you, Sergei. No, it doesn't sound at all like him, does it? And yet you can buy all the toys now. The toys are available, which I think is fantastic. And Steve, don't worry, you're doing good, says Shane in Sydney. And somebody says, called Ollie, I'll try to shed a tear of your transportation system supplied by the UK taxpayer. Yeah. And I didn't pay for it either. It was free. Free. Got free bus going down there and free train. Yeah. How cool is that? I tell you. I've worked for it. I'm always a bit sort of sad for people who go, oh, do you have to pay for buttons? No, don't pay for them at all. I've worked long and hard in my life, and I don't need to. Well, I say I've worked hard. I mean, it's hardly work, is it? I just sort of sit down. The only thing I can't do, I've got to wait till after 9 o'clock to actually get the discount, because the mayor, bless his heart, has decided that all of us pensioners don't get it free to start with. So you've got to wait till 9 o'clock, which actually isn't particularly a bother for me. Well, I don't. I do pay. I've got an Oyster card, and I've got my free card as well. I sometimes test it to see if it works. So it always works at the weekends, the free one, and all the bank holidays and everything else. It just goes, beep, opens the gates and all the rest of it. It's fantastic. But then during the week, I have to pay on the Oyster card. But I don't mind. I'm quite cool about things like that. It's quite nice. But other people don't have that fortunate thing. But I see loads of people with the pass now. I'm not sure if you get another one where you maybe get a free hot drink or something on the bus, or the food trolley on the train. Not that I've ever had a food trolley on a train. When I went up to Scotland years ago, no, I didn't go to Scotland. I'm telling a lie. I had been to Scotland on a train. I went to Newcastle, and they had a buffet car as well as a restaurant car. And so I was always told years ago, if you want a seat on one of those trains, book yourself into the buffet car and just sit there for the whole journey. I had breakfast, toast, got given a newspaper. It was lovely. Lovely. It's like going on Eurostar. It's not first class. It's available for anybody, but you have to eat, obviously. And of course, no hardship for me. I don't have any problem at all. Watch the world going by. Eurostar. We got free food as well on that one. That was lovely, and wine and stuff. Well, we didn't. No, because John Warrington, my friend, had found a discount to get to. Where do we go to? It might have been Paris. Return first class was £100. Which we thought was really good value. I mean, we don't do it all the time, but we have all the girls who listen down at Eurostar, who are big fans of the programme. And I found a newsagent the other day, and I've now blooming well forgotten what it is. It's in Twickenham, and it's an unusual... It's not meet and greet, is it? Or something like that. I can't remember, but I was on the bus coming back, and we stopped, because the bus stops right outside their shop. And I looked, I went, oh, that's that shop. It's next door to a pub. And I can't remember the name of the pub either. It doesn't help. It's just off the green. No, it's not. Newsagents near Twickenham Green. Put near Twickenham Green, and which one is it? Wait a minute. Twickenham Green. There you go. Meet and Deep Newsagents. They wrote to me a few weeks ago saying they always listen to the programme. Look at them, they dressed up as well. Woo! Your friendly community shop. Well, you've got Modi's. I've got Modi's. And they've got all their things. And they were right next door to the pub, which I've never been in either. So, bless them. And they said, keep hydrated in the heat. You could pick up a free bottle of water from them. You see? Yeah, if you work for the police. I must get that police uniform out again, just to get me a free bottle of water. Did you see the police? It was on YouTube. And they pull into a thing. They'd had reports of somebody going round in a car which was masquerading as a police car. So they pull in behind him, proper policeman, and there's a bloke dressed up as a policeman in this car, which is fitted up with all the stripes and all the bits and pieces on it. To all intents and purposes, it was a police car, and they said, "Oh, what are you doing?" And he said, because he then realised he'd been caught out. He was playing policeman, and he said, "Oh, they used this car for filming." And they went, "Oh, are you filming now?" And he went, "No." And they said, "What are you doing in it?" And of course, it turns out he was one of those people who dresses up as a pretend policeman and stops people. Was actually stopping people. And there was another bloke in a pretend ambulance turning up to accidents, and you think, oh my God, there's some mad people out there. But this one was caught. He was caught for impersonating a police officer. His car was all flagged up with the blue lights and all the rest of it. Because if you see a blue light behind you and somebody flashes you to pull in, you're not going to think, is this a policeman or is this somebody pretending to be a policeman? I mean, obviously in Luke's car, that's completely different. I mean, mainly it's the RAC trying to get him off the road. You know, not driving that thing again, mate. Although we discovered yesterday that a friend of mine's got everybody's driving small cars at the moment. Is that because they're economical? Is it because small cars are economical? And in London, probably, yeah. People keep saying, why don't you get an electric car? And the answer is, don't want one. I don't like electric cars. I quite like hearing the purr of my engine, 0 to 60 in seconds. And, no point trying to race me at traffic lights. Seriously. And Ollie says, meanwhile, I have to pay for a private bus, which is awful. Oh, no, you want to get to my age, pal. You get all of these things for free now. You know, you get helped onto the bus. It's fantastic. They've now started waiting. You know, sometimes you get on the bus, the door's shut and he's set off at a pace down the road, and you're clinging on to one of the poles for grim death. Well, now, with me, I have to go, thank you, good morning, and they wait till I'm seated down. I'm seated. Fantastic, I tell you. The advantages of getting old. I was only saying to Eamon Holmes the other year, I said, you know, when you actually get to be old, Eamon, he said, I'm not old. I said, well, how old are you? And he said, I'm 60. I thought, why do you look so much older than that? But anyway, the worst gifts that you could do for Christmas. And a posh ski resort, 200 Brits vanished because the Swiss wanted to put people into lockdown. They couldn't get out fast enough. So more than 200 Brits vanished overnight. Also, Captain Sir Tom Moore says, give a smile to brighten somebody's day, and the smile you get back will brighten yours. Isn't that good? So I'm smiling at the boys this morning. Hello. Very, very happy to be here. And your smile gives... I think, actually, but you do that, don't you? If you're out somewhere and you smile at somebody and they smile back, you know that they're going, fancies me. And, which of course is not true. It's basically you're just sort of seeing how many of their own teeth they've got. And, but no, if you smile at somebody, you get it back in shed loads. If you're nice to somebody, then they're nice to you. That's why I treat these two really keen. You know, they love it. They like being kept on their toes. I always say to them, listen, you're my current producer, which means that you keep them in check. You know, it doesn't mean you are the producer, it's you're the current producer of the programme. Seeing as, I don't think actually Luke's done anything over Christmas at all, have you? You haven't hardly worked on any programmes at all. What was the best programme you worked on over Christmas? Were you resting? Bit of time off, yes. Oh, for goodness sake, it's non-stop in your life, isn't it? Even Jake had a little bit of a busy sort of Christmas, didn't you? You were working. Yeah, the Boxing Day show. Who was producing that one? I can't remember. Was it somebody in... 26 minutes to 5. 26 minutes to 5. Dave wanted to know whether the whales beaching themselves, does it have anything to do with the Earth's magnetic field shifting? I've got no idea, but it sounds vaguely believable, doesn't it? There's something that happens that upsets their sonar. They don't know where they're going. Dolphins happen to get involved in that as well. And if one loses their way, the rest of them kind of follow. You'd think they'd all be doing something different. Shane says the fireworks over Sydney Harbour was off. Now it's back on. The government recommends everybody to watch it on TV. Oh. Yeah, we're just not having it. We're just not having it. We're not having any fireworks. There's nothing to do in London at all on New Year's Eve, so don't bother coming in. There's no shops open. There's no bars open. There's no fireworks. Trafalgar Square will be cordoned off. They don't want you there. It's as simple as that. We want to, at the moment, we're looking at increased numbers of people going down with coronavirus and increased numbers of people dying. You know, I feel like saying to somebody who's walking down the street without a mask on, you do see families, you feel like saying, how do you think you only catch it in shops? Or on buses, or on trains, or on things like that? No, you get it walking down the street. You should always walk down the street with your mask on, but, families don't do it. They don't do it. ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. We're looking for a good poem for you this morning. We don't know what it's going to be, but it'll be something to sort of get you back to work, like, whoopee, whoopee, here we go, we're back to work today. No, we're not. But most people will be, unless you've managed to wangle it with your company that you've got this week off and you don't go back until after New Year's Day. So, but we're here on New Year's Eve. I don't know when we're on, actually. Now I've lost track of when we're on. We're the same as usual all the way through, 4 till 7. So we're back to normal. And so what day is New Year's Day? Is that Friday? See, you don't know either. You're hopeless, aren't you? Nobody knows these things. It's Friday, so we'll be here. Yeah, so I'll be coming into town and just doing the programme as normal. But no fire. I might bring in an indoor firework. I quite like the indoor fireworks. They're always very good at. Have you seen the indoor fireworks? They're great. We love those things. And, or failing that, because I didn't decorate the studio this year. This is the first year I've not actually put anything festive up. And I was so looking forward to a small tree, which was very lovely. I did have a tree. When I take the tree down, I don't take it down till 12th night, which is about the 6th of January, isn't it, I think? Something like that. Other things to do before then. Goodness sake, honestly. We've got a year to look forward to of being careful, because otherwise, you want to be one of these 22 million people. I do, definitely. Dean says we're heading into Tier 5. Well, we're not heading into Tier 5, but they're using it as a sword of Damocles. Basically, they're waving it over your head going, listen, if you're not careful, we're going to Tier 5, and that means total lockdown. Total lockdown. Steve, you were singing the praises of the doily cart. Of owning a cardboard record player and dressing up at the theatre. I had to do all three of these things, says Paul. Grew up in the north, saw Doily Cart live, often in Sheffield, Manchester, Nottingham and Leeds. Good times. Oh, do we need the number for the emails, or are we on to the emails already? Have we got them up? Can you transfer them over? Don't want to make your boys work. I know what you're like. They've had a lazy time on other people's programmes. I mean, seriously, some of the other presenters here, they don't expect anything. They just expect them to sit there and look pretty, which, of course, 1 out of 2 isn't bad. And 4:37, who could have believed it? 4:37. But I think back to normal today, so everything will be open. The shops that were supposed to be open. I like that idea, though, from Captain Sir Tom Moore. Smile at somebody and they'll smile back at you. Probably wind, but, And Grit Britain. Chaos on the roads after snow and ice follows the rain. This is the misery in the wake of Storm Bella. Some parts of the country could drop to minus 10 degrees centigrade. Oh, my goodness me. I never understand why. The snow comes down like there's no tomorrow, and people immediately go, must get the car out. And so if they do, they get the car out and go slip-sliding all over the blooming place. Last night and this morning, freezing fog was an added hazard, but they say snow and ice likely to remain until New Year's Eve. And also the other thing is, if you're elderly, don't go out in it because you'll fall over. And if you fall over, it's quite dangerous to fall over in the snow because you don't know what's underneath it, do you? So be very careful. Steve watched Paddington 2 yesterday. Lovely feel-good film, says Mark. What did I watch yesterday? There was something. I was watching all sorts of things. I have done tobogganing, yes. Yeah. I have done tobogganing. I haven't done skiing because to be honest with you, I've watched people doing it. The most frightening one is that free-fall skiing where they do a vertical mountain and they seem to just drop sideways. I've seen it and I mean, really, it just looks absolutely horrendous. You look at this thing and there'll be a vertical drop and off they go on their ski. I feel sick watching it. Seriously, it's just absolutely abysmal. I think it's called free-fall skiing. Or something like that. Or the other one where they throw themselves... There you go, wait a minute. Daredevil skiing into a parachute free fall. There's one here, 1,600 foot. They drop out of the sky down this slope, and it is just... No, that's Thunderbirds, dear. I don't think Thunderbirds counts. It's not real. This is somebody... And they film themselves... Look. I mean, look, why would you seriously want to do it? Look. And then straight off the end... And presumably he's holding a parachute. He must be on a parachute. Have you seen the other ones with a suit? And you put your arms out like that and they say, well, no thank you. No thank you. It's like the people who climb to the tallest towers, freehand. And then they sort of hang on just by one hand. Well, my hand's gone limp immediately. I'm sort of going, I couldn't even we couldn't support our own weight. There's no chance. But when these people drop off a ski thing, and then they're in the middle of nothing. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Mick's in Melbourne, and he says hot cross buns available to us from Boxing Day. Wow. And hi from hot and sunny Bangkok, off to get a pina colada. Gee, I've not had a pina colada for years. Years and years and years. I can't remember what's in it, but I think it was quite nice, wasn't it? Wasn't there a song about pina colada? I like pina colada, or something, by Rupert somebody. Rupert Holmes, there you go, the pina colada song or something. I think the base is pineapple, I don't know. It's quite nice. I mean, I like going to cocktail bars. They're so expensive. You can pay £8 to £12 for a cocktail. The profit must be immense. But I do like that. I generally have 4 if I go. Do you know how to make a pina colada? How exciting, honestly. That's Luke. He's making pina coladas, setting up a little shop. He's going to be a cocktail barman, but he can only do the one cocktail. So when they go in and go, could you do whiskey sour? Oh, I don't have the ingredients. I could do your pina colada. You know, oh, right, so have you got a slow, comfortable up against a wall? Not all the ingredients for that one, but I can do a pina colada. Everybody's sitting around drinking pina coladas going, we should have gone somewhere else, you know. This is definitely not the place to be. You can't make them at all. I love watching them making them, and they throw the glasses up in the air. The glass has got to be chilled. You can get a machine, you put the glass on and it chills it, so the glass is ice cold. The only thing I won't have anything is chocolate. Too sickly. But I've had some tea things, and what's this? This is bartending. Flair bartending. Oh, how lovely. I always think that's just showing off, isn't it? Sort of people who can throw the bottles up in the air and then sort of behind them and all this kind of stuff, and you think, I mean, it's so dull. It's so dull. But meet your instructor. They've got an instructor here, and he's going to teach you how to... Oh, he's got long hair. Very, very unbecoming in a man of that age. But anyway, and he shows you how to make... And he throws the bottles round all over the place. I mean, I'm sorry, I'd be saying, I'm sorry, can we not show off? Can we just put the drink in the glass? You know, they go, Tom Cruise did it, didn't he, in the film Cocktail? That was irritating beyond belief. And then they throw it up in the air, and then they catch it. Put it in the glass. Stop messing me about, OK? We'd quite like to drink today, if you don't mind. Steve, I'm addicted to cream lately. I put it in my coffee and now in my fruit. Probably why I'm putting on weight, says Ali. Oh, God, you'll be 10-ton Tessie O'Shea. Best cocktail bar is the Ivy, says Jane. No, I found a better one. Which is in Covent Garden. It's just opposite the main door to the theatre where the Lion King is on. And that's very good. All they do is cocktails. You can get food in there as well. It's Christopher's. And they're very good. But I sit down. They're never big enough. Have you noticed? You get a cocktail and you go, oh, I could have drunk that twice over. And of course, they put a straw in it. I've sucked it up immediately. Steve, somebody scammed my credit card the day before Christmas Eve, rang pretending to be the bank, asked all the same questions, and then the fraud people from the bank rang me, questioned if it was me doing so much online shopping early hours. It wasn't the bank that had run me in the first place. I'm on my own, says Lorraine. But the bank are going to ring me later, so hopefully they could refund. I wouldn't bank on it. Sometimes they've been known not to compensate people because they go, sorry, you authorised them. You gave them the permission to take the money out of your account, therefore we can't do anything about it. You might find that. I spoke to somebody the other day who had a problem with buying something from a well-known electrical shop in the high street. And they thought they'd bought insurance for £6 extra a month because they had children. The salesman said, do you have children? And they said, yes. He said, well, for £6 a month, you can get your television covered in case they knock into it and it breaks. So this person took out the insurance for £6 a month. The kids did knock into the television. They did knock it over. Goes back to the shop and they go, oh, you weren't covered for that. And she went, well, that's what I was told, to take out this insurance. No, it just covers wear and tear on the television. So basically they lied, which of course is not the best thing to do. So, you know, be careful, because there is a good chance that the bank might not refund the money that you've lost. Not so good. And Steve, I binged watching Columbo yesterday on Channel 21. Have you noticed that Columbo also whistles a tune? No, Helen, I haven't noticed that. I do love Columbo, but I've seen all of them. I don't think there's anything I haven't seen. I watched all the Carry-Ons that were coming up the other day. Still good. Carry on regardless. Very good. Goodly Bilo. That was No, before they don't even know what Carry On films are. They've got no idea, seriously. Until lovely Barbara died, they had no idea that she was known as Busty Barbara Windsor, whose bra came off in the middle of winter. Mind you, I know people do that all. Watched a documentary about London Bridge. Good Lord, I didn't know there was a documentary on. There's loads of documentaries on just about everything, actually. And 84850. Just watched a documentary about London Bridge. I often enjoy listening to you about visitor attractions. There's so many in London. There's so many. I always say to people, if they're coming over here, and you're coming, not at the moment because you've got to self-isolate, which isn't much good for anybody, really. But in the early hours of the morning, you can walk around London and see everything without having to put in, sort of, all get out of the way, tourists, all the buses and everything else. And just get on different buses, see where it takes you, get off the other end, take photographs. Much easier. There's so much to see in London. We found a lovely poem for you, which we'll tell you about just after the news at 5 o'clock this morning. Steve, somebody else watching Columbo as well. And to be honest, all those coronavirus reports make me feel depressed, says Connie. Oh, no. No. We don't feel depressed. We just feel aware. Of exactly what we've got to do, because you want to live. You don't want to go down with coronavirus. Believe you me, I've spoken to people who've had it. What's it like? It's bloody awful. And some of you, depending on which age bracket you're in, might not make it through the other end. And just think how many people would miss you. So there you go. If ever I think of something else, or I want to take myself away, I listen to recordings of the Steve Allen Show, says Connie. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like to hear. Have you ever been to Burr Island Hotel off Bigbury on the south coast of Devon? An Art Deco hotel where Agatha Christie lived and wrote, with the most stunning cocktail bar, says Mike. I've seen it. I have seen it. They did a piece on the television about it, a few years back. They did a whole programme on Agatha Christie on the telly, on how she didn't like certain people playing Miss Marple. But I did watch the other day Murder on the Orient Express with Hercule Poirot, and that was very good. And before that, I'd watched another Agatha Christie, which was very good. I think it was something to do with an island. I can't remember who was on it, but I think Sean Connery was there and loads of other people, and Diana Rigg. Very good. I like those. But Murder on the Orient Express was fabulous. What a train. What a train. That was just absolutely wonderful. There's a Victorian pier in Wales, Colwyn Bay. They're going to spend £1.5 million putting it all back together. And they're hoping to attract 100,000 visitors a year. My ultimate ambition, to own a pier. I'd have an amusement arcade, and then I'd have a few other little bits and pieces, a little theatre that you could put shows on, and then I'd have at the back, or the front of the pier, I'd have a big cafe where you could get tea and everything else. You can go and sit and just watch the world go by from the end of the pier. That would be my ideal thing to have. And then at night time, all lit up with lights and fireworks and everything. Oh, can you imagine the fun you could have? So this pier is from the 1900s, and it will go. If you've seen the Danny LaRue film, Miss Fred, that's a lovely little theatre. I don't even know where it is, but I thought it was absolutely brilliant. Did you watch Escape from the Chateau last night? Actually, I did see both of them dressed up the other day. I thought it was great. It was a Christmas special, very pretty and Christmassy. I love the Chateau. We love the twosome. We think they're fab. We think they're really fab. I don't know what their weather is that they've had. And somebody says, did you know in Stringfellows, if you ordered a screwdriver instead of a vodka and orange, it was almost double the price? Yes, well, that's how it works, isn't it? That's how it works. I mean, you can sometimes, if you actually buy an Easter egg and then you add up how much chocolate you've got for the money, it's cheaper to go and buy somebody a bar of chocolate. But people want to buy. They were doing a survey the other day, some school was doing it, checking all the tins of chocolate, Roses, Celebration, Quality Street. They reckon Quality Street was the best because you get more of the variety, 12 soft ones. And I do like a soft one. I like the strawberry, the orange creams. A friend of mine's got a chocolate shop in Richmond. They make chocolates. And my favourite is banana. A liquid filling of banana. I mean, that is just wee. He's also got an ice cream shop. Oh, and he's also got a clothing shop. In fact, the chocolate shop in Richmond. Yeah. He bought it off the lady who had it because he was selling chocolates as well. He's got an ice cream shop where they make it on the premises, which is a bit cool. And then he's got a clothing shop opposite. And then he's got the chocolate shop at the end, and they do gift wrap and they send all over the place. And it's I love chocolate shops. I don't eat chocolates very often, but it's quite nice. Quite nice to do things like that. I just like ice cream. They do all their own homemade ice cream. They've got a gelato machine. And so they made Christmas pudding ice cream. They made everything, chocolate with rum and raisin and everything. Just really lovely. Really lovely. Not cheap, but absolutely delicious. Absolutely. I could eat an ice cream now, actually. Just at that precise moment. When somebody goes there and you do an early morning ice cream in a cornet. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'll have to content myself with some poppadoms. Or failing that, I might have a satsuma in a minute. See myself through the other side of the news. Lad Baby wants Lewis Capaldi to help him top the Christmas charts for the 4th year. All I want for Christmas is Iron Brew, they're thinking of. The hitmaker, they've had Don't Stop Me Eating, raises money for food banks, and then the I Love Sausage Rolls, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, who'd have thought? I mean, neither of them can sing for toffee, but by the time they've been in the studio, it makes them sound perfect. And it was great fun. Great fun. What do we got here? Liam Payne has insisted his former One Direction bandmate Harry Styles is the nicest guy in pop. Yeah, it's publicity. That's all it is. It's publicity. I work with people. All their publicity and their PR stuff that comes out from the people I work with says, oh, they're really nice, you'll like working with them, they're really good and all this kind of stuff. Because that's PR. And after swapping the Love Island villa for vinyl, Wes Nelson's music career goes from strength to strength, whoever he is. Who's heard of him? Who are these people? They pop up on the show, they go, I'm sorry, where are you from, dear? Did Love Island, mate. Oh, right, you must have tattoos then. Do you have a job? No, of course not. You're now a person from Love Island, of which there are way too many. Way too many. He was quite boring. Yeah, the trouble is they were all boring. There was not one of them was of any interest. I mean, most people, they appear to be a bit tartish. It was a case of you meet somebody, within 5 minutes, they're having snoggings. I mean, good Lord above, honestly. Not even introduced by the parents. Going round asking, is it all right that I can sort of snog your daughter? And, and they don't even ask that anymore. Carol Vorderman got the hump yesterday when the webcam on her radio show just showed her boobs. The camera was too low for some reason. I don't know, because I've got camera. I mean, I'm nowhere near seeing my boobs. But the 60-year-old former Countdown star shared a snap online and says, move the bloomin' webcam. She later posted another picture of her smiling face. So it was a picture of her boobs. I ask you. How funny. Steve, I know Sydney's a long way. Would you like to come here? No. I've never had any interest in going to Australia. Apart from the fact it's so far away. It's like 23 hours on a plane. Even if you went with your best mate in the world, by the time you got there, you'd have fallen out big time. I just never fancied that. There's nothing that Australia's got that I can't get in Widnes. It's one of those sort of places, all right, so you've got the Sydney Harbour Bridge and you've got the Opera House and you've got Ayers Rock and you've got the Great Barrier Reef. And that's it. And there's a lot of people going, oh, fair dinkum, Steve. I don't know what fair dinkum is, but I'm assuming that's what they call it over there, your dinkum. And so, which is quite nice. But nothing's interested. I can't think of anything worse. People go, but look at the weather. Well, I hate the sunshine. I'm not one of these people who can walk around in flip-flops and a pair of shorts. I look ridiculous. Yeah, your flip-flops are just not for me at all. I'm completely different. I would rather stay in under a tarpaulin and not venture out at all. And also, what food is it famous for? Barbies on the beach. Barbies on the beach. You go, so sand in everything. Do I tan? Not really, no. I did when I was little, because I was a beach baby. And do you remember back in old LA, whoa, when everybody drove a Chevrolet, whoa. And I was, because we used to run about, because we used to go to school in Hong Kong when I was 9, 10, and then we go straight to the beach lunchtime, because the school was only the morning, and then you were off to the beach. So, I mean, I'd be running around in my little swim costume, into the water, then back out the water, in the water again. And so we spent a lot of time doing that. And then as I got a bit older, I think the last time I got brown was when I went with Dale. We went to the south of France. We went to Cannes, and we stayed in Cannes because he had a friend who had a flat on the Croisette. So we stayed there. We went to the beach every day, and I got burnt to it. You know how burnt you get. When you stand in the shower and you take your swimming trunks off, and you've got everything's white, except the bit above and below. I thought that was good, actually. And then I started peeling, and that was the bit I hated. Steve, 50 years ago I gave birth to my first child. I've been counting the contractions all night, and at 5 a.m, my husband went to the local phone box. We had no phone, and called the midwife. There was snow on the ground, all was calm, and the midwife caught an ambulance, and after shooting the cat out the bedroom, helped me deliver the baby. He was born at 7 a.m, so Matthew's got a 50th birthday today for his mum Pearl and dad Bob. There you go, look at that. I don't know anything about my birth. Well, it existed, and that was about it. I've got no idea whether I think I was in a hospital in Bromley, in Kent. Although I've been to Bromley since, and I'm a bit embarrassed to tell you that I was born in Bromley. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what's the name of the gelato shop, says Sandy? Well, it's the ice cream shop of December. My advice is, if you're staying in New Year's Eve, and let's face it, there's nowhere to go. There won't be any pubs open, so you might as well stay in, get some food in. Now's the time to go and buy it in the supermarkets. It's cheap, all their Christmas food. Bring it back, shove it in the freezer, then take it out, and you've got, it's all sorted, and it'll be about a third of the price that you'd normally be paying. My friend Ian wants to know what's the best carry-on. See, I don't know, actually. I like carry-on regardless, which I think was very good. I liked all of them, actually. The ones I hated were Carry On England, Carry On Columbus, any of them that sort of went a lot later down, and the compilations I wasn't a big fan of either. But the rest of them were good. Carry On Constable's a nice one. All good stuff, Ian, all good stuff. We've got a poem written by Julie Sheldon. Here we go. We don't want to get caught out. We got caught out the other day, did you know? I got caught out by the producer who'd found a poem, and I started reading it, and I read it all the way through, and I went, oh, that sounds vaguely familiar. I didn't know what it was. Turns out I'd read the lyrics to I Should Be So Lucky by Kylie Minogue. Nick was the producer, and so I vowed to get my revenge. I've warned him, it will be short, sharp shock treatment, because I read it, and all of a sudden the text and the emails started coming in, going, you've just read the lyrics to I Should Be So Lucky. Which was very funny for Nick, but as I say, he won't be laughing next week, I'm telling you. So today, selected by Jake, this one's called Bubble Trouble by Julie Sheldon. I am a single granny with daughter and a son. I've got a newish lover, and he's a lot of fun. Now I can make a bubble, but which house do I choose? Someone will be offended no matter what I do. Do I go to my daughter's and help wipe snotty noses, or do I see my lover for candlelight and roses? Do I go to my son's house and risk an ear bashing, or shall I go to Loverboys and have some nights of passion? And then there's my friend Maureen, who has nobody else, so shall I spend some time with her and not think of myself? Am I a granny dutiful on whom they can depend? Am I a selfish lover or a dedicated friend? This really is a problem that I could do without. In fact, it was much simpler when I could not go out. Oh, Boris, why have you caused me such a lot of trouble? I really don't know what to do with this flippin' social bubble. There you go. Comes our poem for today, called Bubble Trouble by Julie Sheldon. That's quite good, wasn't it, actually? That sort of fits into everybody's raison d'etre. And as we're all talking about... nobody knows what bubbles are. Seriously, I could walk out this door now and say, sorry, are you in a social bubble? And they go, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. That's what they'd be like. If folk are being courted by the media because they were on Love Island, can I get a red top photo shoot with my top off? Because I once went to Canvey Island, says Mike. Oh, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Yes, I mean, I don't understand, because all these people do is, and they're a bit vacuous. In fact, they're more than a bit vacuous. All they do is they just pose in bikinis, and then they have their picture taken, and it goes into the papers, and everybody looks at them and sort of has strange, lustful thoughts, because they've really cheapened themselves, but they're not bright enough to know that you can't put them on anything. You can only sort of do, sponsored podcasts and things like that. But there again, have you heard how dreary poor old Collins is? Gemma Collins. I mean, it's an embarrassment for an old woman of 40 to come up with the drivel she comes up with. It really is very bad. Shane says, I'm not a beach person. I hate the beach. Fair dinkum means, is it real? I don't blame you. He said, it's too far away here, but I'm an Australian. I am, you are, we are Australian. I love that song by the Seekers. That's one of my favourite songs. One of my favourite songs. I Am Australian. I think it was written, I can't remember, one of the group wrote it. I love the Seekers. I love all of it. Judith Durham, my favourite. So what a voice. What a voice. Really nice. Still to come, we've got a lineup of the champagnes. And do you know who actually gets top marks? The only one out of the champagnes that they did who gets 10, Aldi. Or Aldi, whichever you want to call it. They reckon this is the best non-vintage champagne on the market right now. £12.99 a bottle. 10 out of 10. The next one is Tesco at 10 quid. They get a 9. Perfect for sharing on the sofa on a romantic night. Who drinks champagne on a romantic night? Down to undies within about 2 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Sit there in your pants and then hope the doorbell doesn't ring. Some of the other ones didn't do very well. 6s, but 6 isn't particularly good. You know, I'm looking for 10 if I'm buying a bottle of champagne, but actually I don't buy champagne. I got given a lovely bottle here for Christmas, which was very nice. Do you know, I'd forgotten the other day, and I was looking at Tim Brooke-Taylor on the television. I'd forgotten that he died. He was 79. He had COVID. And that's why I say to people, please don't go out without your mask on, please, because there is the danger you could catch it and die. Honor Blackman, we lost. The 7 Marquis of Bath, you know, he was the eccentric one. He had wifelets. He didn't have wives. Derek Foles, we lost from Yes Minister, and also Heartbeat for 18 years. He was 82. I thought he was great. I loved Heartbeat. It's such a good programme. I like the police force. There's one of the blokes who works in the police station. There's a very good-looking one whose name I can't remember. And then there's this other one who looks like he's wandered out of a Disney movie. He doesn't look as though he shaves or anything. He's fantastic. I love him. Also, who else did we lose, actually? Nicholas Parsons. He was 96. I interviewed Nicholas Parsons on a few occasions. Eddie Large, of course, formed that act with Sid Little. Sid's still going, but Eddie got COVID and died. Also, some of the ones you won't have heard of, but there's quite a few of the other ones you have heard of. Jill Gascoigne, do you remember her from The Gentle Touch? The first show to centre on a woman cop. She got Alzheimer's. She was 83. 83. Lynn Folds Wood, lovely Lynn, who did Watchdog, and lovely John Stapleton for 8 years. She had bowel cancer, campaigned on the illness, died of a stroke, aged 72. Sterling Moss died. Kenny Rogers, Max von Sydow, and a whole stack of other people. I mean, there are just pages and pages of people. Bobby Ball, Dave Prowse, Eric Hall, used to work at LBC. Des O'Connor, Geoffrey Palmer, John Sessions. All of these people we lost this year. Willie Thorne, Bob the Street Cat. Remember Bob the Street Cat? Sir Terence Conrad, Helen Reddy, Jackie Stallone, Spencer Davis, Jack Charlton, Dame Vera Lynn. Oh, the list goes on, doesn't it? Dame Diana Rigg, Diego Maradona, Peter Alice, John Le Carrier, Dame Olivia de Havilland, Ben Cross, the British actor best known for playing Harold Abrahams in Chariots of Fire, Alan Minter. He was 69. He died from cancer. I'd forgotten about Alan Minter. What else we got? Frank Windsor. Died at home age 92. 92, Frank Windsor. And Dame Barbara. She's still there as far as I'm concerned. Seriously. She was made a dame, diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and died aged 83 on December the 10th. John Edrich, Stella Tennant. Jeremy Bulloch was in 2 original Star Wars films. And George Blake, the MI6 traitor, although to be quite honest, we shouldn't be mentioning him at all, a vile piece of work responsible for the deaths of a number of our spies, for want of a better word. So being today a normal day, we've got travel for you, which will be coming up very, very shortly. And we take all of your texts and emails. Steve, Derek Foles, also partner in crime to Basil Brush. Yes? We forget, don't we? Basil Brush, the fabulous Basil. Boom, boom. Still working. Used to call him Mr. Derrick. Mr. Derrick, he used to call him. And he would sit there with Basil Brush, who did pantomime and everything. How people ever saw him, I'll never know. He was a puppet. Never puppet? Did you not have puppets when you were little? Did you have puppets? Past your time. Did you not watch children's programmes when you were little, team? Oh, yeah, Derek. He had a number of people working with Basil Brush. But he was very good. He was sort of the foil that was needed. But I thought in Heartbeat, I thought Derek Fowles was brilliant, and I loved him in Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. I thought he was absolutely excellent. We've got here Hugh Fearnley-Whittingstall, eating better forever. He's lost a lot of weight. So if Eamon Holmes needed advice, go to a nutritionist, Eamon. OK, then you can lose the weight. And here is a lovely lady. She's her name's Ella. And what's her father built for her? He's built Diagon Alley in her bedroom. It's 14 feet by 5 feet. It's got all the shops, and she can crawl round all of the shops and look in the windows. I mean, how cool is that? That's what you call a clever father. And so it looks like it's a wardrobe. She climbs into the wardrobe, and there is Diagem Abbey, or whatever it's called. You know, the place where they go to buy those bloody wands. You know, and they wave them around a bit. I used to think years ago you could get a wand and it would actually do things. And when I saw them doing it in Harry Potter, I remember thinking, oh, I want one of those. You can imagine, you could just go, and all of a sudden, you know, my hair would be cut and I would look stunningly attractive again. Steve, I'm an avid listener. Surprise, never a mention of Fern McCann's reality series. Oh no, very boring, I'm afraid, Leonardo. Very boring. She's very dull. Very dull. But you sort of... the same genre as Gemma Collins. Well, she doesn't do anything in hers, does she? She thinks she's a diva. Nothing. Just an old woman who's not funny, not interesting, not even diva-ish. I'll tell you who I thought was diva-ish. One of the Gallagher brothers was touring. He's obviously one who's touring. There's one of the Gallaghers who isn't. I can't remember if it was Noel or Liam Gallagher. I don't know. But it was a whole documentary on him doing shows. His language was absolutely appalling. What a silly little man. I'm not surprised his brother doesn't want to talk to him. So we did mention Fern McCann, but to be honest with you, the show is about as dull as ditch water. There's no point in mentioning something which is a pile of rubbish. You know, because they seem to turn these out and they just sort of get them sponsored and all the rest of it, and they show you how boring their lives are. I mean, they seriously sit there with sort of Gemma Collins. They must be going, I mean, do you do anything? And she'd go, no, I don't do nothing. Fern McCann as well. You know, her daughter's called Sunday, I believe, which is fine. And then you've got Jordan. Thank God there's no reality show about her. And then you've got Peter Andre, who turned up on something the other day. And there's not really a lot to him either. You know, we don't know whether we call him a pop star or bloke with funny hair, who's now heading towards 50. The trouble is, you know, if you're heading towards 50, you can't still be behaving like a 20-year-old. It just does not work. Connie says, I know something about your birthday. You were born on a Wednesday. Oh, right. Yes, you could do it because it repeats itself every so often, doesn't it? So once you've worked out what the year is, you can do it. And Connie says, are you happy I found it out for you? This is another Connie. It's not the same Connie. This is different Connie. This is fake Connie here. Fake Connie. My favourite Heartbeat copper is PC Jeff Younger, played by Stephen Blakely, says Stephen. I don't know which one he is. Can we have a look at a picture of Jeff Younger? Jeff Younger? Oh, what's that? A picture of a kettle. You're not buying a kettle, are you? He's got a gift voucher. He's looking for a kettle. Let's me ask him for sort of Jeff Younger. And he's in Heartbeat. So let's have a look at a picture of him. Let's see what he looks like. Doesn't look like any of these people. This is another Jeff Younger. The trouble is, if you type in one name and you end up with that, so you need to go back a page, okay, back a page, and then go down to PC Jeff Younger Heartbeat Wiki Fandom, played by Stephen Blakely. Okay, down, there you go, that one there. And, that's the one! That's the one! That is the one! It's amazing. Amazing. Newly recruited cop. He's played by Stephen Blakely, appeared in 102 episodes. So he did 5 years of it. Where he is now, I've got no idea. But he's got one of... He doesn't look at... He could play most character parts. Comedic. Amazing. I like him as well. Sometimes he looks a bit vacant in it, and that's what I like. And Christine says, and Sean Connery, why does Steve dislike him so? Nobody liked him. He was not a very popular person at all. Ask anybody in the business. Also, do you remember the Alex Guinness films? Oh, I'm late. I've got to come back, actually. I've got to come back because I'm sort of wandering down another route, whereas Morning. Now they're asking the question in the newspapers today whether or not Jamie Lang, heir to nothing, He told us that now, so we don't need to waste time. Has been accused of breaking Tier 4 restrictions by travelling from London to the Cotswolds to spend Christmas Day with his family. He's alleged to have travelled out of Tier 4 2 days after rules banning people from leaving the city to join another household came into effect. Oh dear. Oh dear. Because why is it, I mean, if it's true, why is it that some people think they can get away with something like that, being complete and utter idiots? Terrible, really. What else have we got today? Maxwell bail bid rejected. Ghislaine in jail until the trial. She's deemed a flight risk. She's offered 21 million. They're not buying it. They're not buying it. Also, walkers trudging through a place called Kinver in South Staffordshire. Beautiful. Beautiful. They must go out with a photo, with a photographer, and they take pictures of people. Then there's people in Knutsford in Cheshire, a Porsche trying to get round. I mean, do you need to go out when it snows? Is it possible that you don't? In Cradley Heath in the West Midlands, again, 4 people having to push a car because it's all slippy. Looks very pretty during the daytime, but it's about as much use as a chocolate teapot, I'm afraid. And Clarkson's quiz clanger, Jeremy Clarkson, he was a motoring question away from winning £8,000, and he fluffed it. At just over 230 miles, which is the longest motorway in Great Britain. He didn't know. But I mean, you could ask me questions about things I wouldn't know either. I'm not very good at all. Dolly Parton, asked by the late Des O'Connor what was the naughtiest thing she'd ever done, said, "Me and my girlfriend once went to Tom Jones's house in Los Angeles, took off our tops and streaked across the front lawn. Flummoxed, Des diverted attention to her dainty feet. Dolly smiled sweetly. Nothing grows in the shade." Because she's got big boobies. Big boobies. Big boobies. I don't know where that came from. I've got no idea. Seriously, having a very strange breakdown. Team Megxit reunion. I wish they'd go away. They're very boring now. Dreary old Harry and Meghan. They're now recruiting loads of people to do what? Apparently that they've got global ambitions. Oh, dear. Yeah, of course. Also, they're looking for humour in the cartoons. I do like a cartoon. I don't like the cartoon books, but I like the actual art of being a cartoonist, which was very good. Successful and beautiful, Michelle Keegan can't have much to commit. Why is she successful? Because she's had a couple of acting jobs. She's been married for 5 years to somebody called Mark Wright, and she says, "Why do people keep asking me about babies?" Well, who keeps asking her? Don't keep asking about babies. She's not interested. It's ridiculous. So she's done a full interview in Women's Health, where another one of these emaciatedly thin people. These people do not put on weight. There are certain people. I was watching Davina McCall the other day. She was on a giant inflatable ball, rolling, which actually I thought looked quite good, rolling backwards and forwards. But she's a proper fitness person. All these other people, it's just sort of publicity pictures, isn't it? Really. I was trying to find another story, which I found earlier on, actually. Oh, it's an Albanian rapper's guide to sneaking into the UK, and he's done it on the internet. His name is Dijonis Bieber, and his guide has told you where to go, how to look, to get in. Somebody from Migration Watch says this really is outrageous. Why should we give airtime to sneering crooks like this man? He's pictured in a bar at the Shard in London. He's got a fake Romanian passport. These people, he's 20, sitting on the bonnet of a car. Well, now we know who he is. I mean, it shouldn't take them long to get him out of the country again. And the other thing is that they were saying that I think the Home Office has spent £10,000 per person to get people out who shouldn't be here. About time we clamped down on this. It's getting ridiculous. Society models Cara and Poppy Delevingne, accused of breaking lockdown rules when they attended Rita Ora's 30th illegal party. Clearly they weren't afraid of attracting similar attention when Cara shared a picture of herself with their father and elder sister celebrating Christmas. The 4 separate households posed in the sitting room of Poppy's West London home, prompting speculation they might have flouted rules. Charles tells us the picture was in fact taken weeks before Tier 4 restrictions came in, because you don't know with photos, do you, when a picture was actually taken. Here we go. Lots of tweaks to losing, because you can... Oh, no, I'm sending this to Eamon Holmes. Losing 2 kilograms of excessive weight can transform your health, and 12 ingenious tweaks will help make it easier. And it's all sorts of things, like switching to an open sandwich. What? What's the matter with that? Well, you only got 1 piece of bread. In fact, if you actually go abroad, if you go to Austria and places like that in Germany, in all the cake shops, you'll see open sandwiches in the window, and it's just one piece of bread with some butter on it, and then some stuff on the top thrown on, but they don't have the top bit on. Helps you lose weight. Well, you just pick it up and eat it. It's not giant pieces of bread. It doesn't go all floppy like the piece of bread we have. They have smaller pieces. Have you ever had French toast? Well, it's like French toast, but not as hard. French toast is like... No, it's not like a toasty at all. No, it's called an open sandwich. Oh, I'm losing the will to live. It's called an open sandwich, and they put things on it. It might have herring. Ugh, disgusting. Or it might have egg mayonnaise with a bit of greenery shoved on the top, like sort of a garden or something. And that open sandwiches. It's quite normal abroad. Am I facing the right way? What's going on? Why is this not happening today? I can't believe you've never heard of open sandwiches, the two of you. I mean, is it your age thing, or just that your parents were very poor? What's going on? Both things. All right, so if you don't like the open sandwiches, you could try a yoghurt. Oh, here we go. That's hilarious, is it? Well, yoghurts again. I mean, you could lose 0.34 grams a month if you have a yoghurt. Okay. I don't know. Just have a yoghurt. You could lose about £3 to £4 over a month if you just cut... What? If you cut back on yoghurt. All right. Well, this one you will understand. Listen to your food. Listen to it, because it's obviously going to speak to you. If you can hear what you're eating, it's because your body is judging what it is. So crunchy sounds, maybe not so good, okay? You're looking for something a little bit quieter. So you could lose half a stone in a month. Or put your phone away at the table. That's very popular. So you don't take your phone with you to the table. You put the phone away and you leave it. Okay? Well, you lose weight with that because it's bad manners to bring your phone to the table, and it's also bad for your diet. Eating whilst using your phone or reading a text message increases calorie consumption by around 15%. So, I mean, I like to be helpful and to help you get the weight off. And so, also, snack on prunes. Snacker. Let's go get some prunes. I mean, to be honest with you, I quite like prunes. I like prunes. They're very nice. And the monthly weight loss, they say you're often warned off dry fruit, but prunes, which are dried plums, can in fact help you lose weight. Men were asked to eat around 15 prunes. I mean, you have to stay near the bathroom. But eat 15 prunes, and that's good. The fibre content in prunes is very good for you. So there you go. And I've got another one here, which is clear up clutter in the kitchen. So clear up, because you're doing something, you exercise, reach up, put something in a cupboard, take something down from a cupboard, put it back in again, and pretend you've got to use the fridge. And all these things can be very helpful to you. So, I like to be helpful to people, especially around here. Have I got another one? Yeah. Make sure you're getting enough sleep. Sleep is very, very important. Very important. Monthly weight loss over 1 kilo. Not only does getting less shut-eye slow your metabolic rate, meaning you burn fewer calories, but you'll eat more to compensate for your tiredness. Water should be your new drink of choice. Water. It's very good for you. Yeah, you drink... I know you do, dear. You drink water. It's very good of you. Very good of you to drink water, and don't think the water industry is not grateful to you for drinking as much water as possible. And also, takeaway night. You should only have one a week, and you should decide, carefully. What, one a week? Well, how much are takeaways? They're not that expensive, are they? Are they just 30 quid? What are you eating? 30 quid for a takeaway? Are you serious? I thought they were about £6 or something for a takeaway. £30? Good Lord above. A typical takeaway curry can add over 1,000 calories into your weekly diet. There's only one. Opt for plain rice rather than pilau, and dump the naan in favour of a lower-fat chapati. So, if you're thinking about these things... I mean, you could save 500 calories on the meal, but only one takeaway a week. Only one takeaway. There was a bloke, he's on YouTube, he's complaining bitterly about his egg roll. He thought it was a spring roll, but he's ordered from a Vietnamese takeaway. And the woman's explaining to him, this is egg roll. He said, but I wanted spring roll. And she goes, we're Vietnamese. We don't have a spring roll. It's an egg roll. Okay, fried in exactly the same way. And he wants his money back. And she's going, no, stupid. You're not having it. I'll tell you, YouTube provides me with more entertainment than anything. else in the entire universe. Also, more of your texts and emails coming up in a moment. 5:30, the LBC News with welcome to Tuesday. This is a normal day. We are now back into normal for this week until we get to New Year's Eve. And then a bit like Christmas Eve, a lot of the shops will close early so their staff can go and celebrate the new year. Although, to be honest with you, there is nowhere to celebrate New Year. You just have to stay in and just put up with it. Bernard Cribbins celebrates a birthday today. What's his association with LBC? What is his association with LBC? Bernard Cribbins at the age of 92. Well, in one of our incarnations years ago, LBC was London Talkback Radio, and he did the jingle for it. He did the jingle for us. And it was very good indeed. We were given a CD of all the jingles that they'd done, and I think he was doing. I used to have a competition called Let's Be Avenue, as in a road, but really playing on it. Don says, "Oh my gosh, my late great fabulous grandmother snacked on prunes. I love them. It's like snacking on dates." Yes, Steve, ref your mention of prunes and bathroom. It's a toilet. No, it's not. It's a bathroom. What have you got? Oh, do you have a separate loo, do you? No, it's called a bathroom. You hang around near the bathroom. The bathroom is where you find the shower, the wash basin, and the loo. If it's just a toilet, WC, or lavatory, it's all by itself in a little room. Okay? Yeah, or a bidet, which is a very popular thing. You know, a lot of people have got bidets. And this is from Ken in Yorkshire. Oh dear. Honestly, we used to be okay with Yorkshire. Now they've got no idea. He thinks it's an Americanism. No, it's a bathroom. They've always been called bathrooms. I can take you around every estate agent's website and it's got 3 bathrooms. It doesn't say 3 lavatories. It says bathrooms. Yeah, and the American one would be restroom. But he's in Yorkshire. Why would he know anything? What does he know? Who's he met recently? Nobody. Peter Green, the original guitarist of Fleetwood Mac, died this year. He used to be in Twickenham. He used to sit down on the ground there. And Helen in Bryce Norton says, read the Kylie lyrics to I Should Be So Lucky. Is your producer a fan of BBC One's Ghosts? Oh, I have no idea. I never ask them things. I ask them loads of things, but I never ask anything like that. And another one here. Harry says, the Bible says we're all descended from Adam and Eve. Yes, they do. They do. But it depends what you want to believe, isn't it? If you want to believe that, you are descended from Adam and Eve, that's fine. I tend to err on the side of caution, which means that the Earth is a lot older than that. A lot older. We had the Big Bang. We had everything. We had dinosaurs. I mean, didn't see them wandering through Bethlehem High Street, did you? All the Bethlehem hotels and all the rest of it. No. But the word dinosaurs, we do know that they existed because their skeletons and all the other bits and pieces are in the Natural History Museum. Although there are certain people who don't believe in dinosaurs. They believe it's made up by the Western world. So they don't. I remember Clive talking to somebody years ago, and she didn't believe in dinosaurs. And he said, well, what about the Natural History Museum? She said it's fake. Seriously, I mean, she believed that, we were descended from Adam and Eve, whereas in fact, man was around on this earth. I mean, I think we came from apes. Certainly the ones I've got working with me today, I think we're sort of pretty close on that one. That's what we were, and then we just sort of evolved, and things changed, We were very hairy, and we walked about with no clothes on. Sounds fantastic. All in favour of that. That'd make the bus journey go a little bit quicker, wouldn't it? Imagine getting on the bus. Isn't there this bloke who keeps appearing in court? Isn't he called the Naked Rambler? Because he wanders about with no clothes on. And people go, no, so they keep putting him in court, and he keeps walking out of court and taking his clothes off again. Doesn't really help, but lovely. So Harry, I don't believe we're descended from Adam and Eve. I mean, we might be. If you want to believe that, I don't have any problem with anybody's belief. Goodness sake. Shane says, I have podcasts of your show, then they get deleted on the LBC app. I know, because as fast as you add, it's like a conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor belt are the very old podcasts and stuff like that. And at this end, the new ones are going on. So when the new one goes on, it pushes, and one falls off the other end. So that's why I've said, if you download fast. Because, for Steve Allen's show, I mean, there will be the podcast going up today. There are 2 of them. 2 of them going up. There'll be the little bit extra. Which 6:45? That'll be up, will it? At 6:45. Very good and very precise. 6:45. We've never had that before. Even Luke couldn't give us timings on the thing, and so we've got the little showbiz one, which is quite nice, and that'll be out at 7:15. So there's 2 of them. Woo, whoopee, and they're both very popular. So please download them quick as possible. A husband bought his wife a pair of socks with his face on, only for her to find another man's face on the socks. Mark Weatherburn ordered the novelty gift for his wife. He didn't notice that only one of the socks had his face on when he wrapped them up. His wife laughed when she opened them and saw a stranger's face on the other sock. Pub box Mark says, "We have no idea who he is." The wife says, "It's a bit weird. I just think I'll wear them in bed." The online retailer Magic Trend, who sold them, were asked to comment. They asked to comment, but they didn't. They didn't. $6.99 they were for a pair of socks. It's a lot of money. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Michelle Keegan, showing how emaciated she is. They've had to sort of make her stick her bum out to make it look as though she's got a bum. Poor soul. She says, "I hated PE at school." Oh, don't you hate these people? "I hated PE at school. Oh, my body just arrived naturally." God. Filming for the next Britain's Got Talent facing a huge delay because of the COVID rule change. Hopeful acts due to perform in front of a socially distanced audience at the Coliseum will have to wait at least another 2 weeks. So you've still got David Walliams, Alicia Dixon. We love Alicia Dixon. And hopefully Simon, plus Amanda Holden. Plus Amanda Holden. We like all these people. They have to be there. Because that's what makes the programme, isn't it? That's what makes the programme. They found... How they find these things, I've got no idea. But here is a driver delivering packages for Amazon has been exposed as a convicted paedophile. Now, the reason is, this is an ex-footballer. He was sacked after the Sun alerted bosses. In June, he admitted sex with a girl and sharing indecent images. He's yet to be sentenced but faces jail. He comes from South Ockendon. His name's Terrell Robinson. And an inquiry's now been launched into how background checks failed. Because I thought that they would check people out. Because if you work for Amazon, you might come into contact with children. There's a very good chance you'd come into children delivering parcels. So he's now lost his job. He comes from, as I say, South Ockendon in Essex. He was fired by Bradford. This is Bradford City. And he worked for a firm which delivers for Amazon. Have you noticed how many people there are whizzing around in cars and vans and trucks delivering parcels? I mean, I've had loads of parcels delivered over the festive season. I've still got some I don't know what to do with. I've ordered one thing and I really don't know what to do with it because nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. I've tried to give it away and people go, "No, I don't want that, Steve. I don't." And they've said to me, "Listen, I know you spent a bit of money on it, Steve, but I couldn't. What would I do with it?" No, you don't know what it is. It's no good saying you take it off my hands. I tell you what it is. It's this big. Okay, that's my hand. Okay, there. And there's 200 going all the way round it. Marbles? No. Marbles? Do you know, I haven't had marbles for it. What do you do with 200 marbles? That'd be a bit ridiculous. Trust you to think of marbles, honestly. Typical Dorset bloke, honestly, you know. Is it light? It's light without the 200. You guess what it is yet? Can you tell what it is yet? It's 200 Chupa Chups on a stand. Seriously. I saw it on Amazon. I thought, I'll buy that. And I've got 200 Chupa Chups on the stand. And I was going to bring it in here. And then somebody said, "You can't take it in there." What are they going to do with 200 Chupa Chups? I said, "It's all different flavours." It's on there. It's on that. There you go. 200 Chupa Chups. It's like I've opened a shop. It's so exciting. So exciting. Yeah, the news desk would love it, but it's 200 Chupa Chups. I gave one to Corey. Not 200. He had 150. That's why we've not seen him for a while. He's working his way through 150 Chupa Chups. But yeah, I saw it and I thought that's quite nice. The box is nearly as big as I am. It's quite nice. And I bought a book as well, which, to be honest, I've nearly broken my back over, and it's on Versailles. It's all the photographs of the inside of Versailles, which I'm fascinated by. But, yeah, Chupa Chups. 200 of them. It's good, isn't it? I mean, isn't that a cute... I've also got 2 huge bags of toffees. 2 huge bags, which I brought in here before, actually. Steve, you still haven't guessed the tune Columbo always whistles to. It's This Old Man. He does it in every episode. With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home. This old man, it's a round, isn't it? He played 6, he played knick-knack on my sticks. With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Are you sure it was Columbo? Oh, well, there you go. I'm sure it must be, actually. Steve. I love your show. Been listening, says Sylvia, since 2014. Found you when I was despairing and anguishing the loss of my mum. I found solace and cheer in a long, dark, lonely hour. So thank you for being there. You're the best tonic. So grateful for you and the team. I'm fairly grateful for the team as well, actually, because without them, we wouldn't get anything done. Not that I think we'd get everything done now, but we're definitely, because somebody said to me, what does your producer do? I said, a question we've all been asking. A question we have no idea. He turns up, he smiles, he laughs, he comes in with a new haircut, and then tries to wrestle the Chupa Chups out of my arms. Oh, I'll take those home, Steve. Having told me earlier on he wasn't going to be having the poppadoms because he's on a diet, and now he's going for, 200 tons of sugar, which apparently is okay. We're not doing the travel, are we, just yet? We're not sure where. We think we've lost her somewhere. She's sort of... Perhaps she could be isolating in the snow or something like that. I don't know. We'll still look at the best and worst of 2020 on the television. And there really was some absolute dross, I tell you. Morning. Somebody says, oh, you could send me the Chupa Chumps. They are Teresa in Cornwall. Typical Cornwall, isn't it? Typical Cornwall. I'll have that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And good and bad on the television. Worst documentaries. I can't repeat some of them because I'd never heard of some of these things. They were very, very odd. The best fly on the wall celebrity series, it's Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King. Worst fly on the wall celebrity series, according to Ali Ross, writing in The Sun today, is ITVB's Gemma Collins Diva on Lockdown, Gemma Collins Diva Forever and Ever, and Gemma Collins Diva for Christmas. Because they were just the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen. But, as I say, the talentless one, they've got a picture of it, lookalike of the year. Gemma Collins and then Peter Griffin from Family Guy in drag. Doesn't really help, actually, does it? Poor soul, honestly. If only she realised they were laughing for all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. Was it you I used to listen to during the day doing a kind of consumer programme? You can't do a kind of consumer programme. You either do a consumer programme or you don't do a consumer programme. And I've done one, Clive's done one. There's quite a number of people who've done consumer programmes. I'm very good at consumer programmes because I like people's rights. If ever you go into a shop and they go, well, you need to take it up with the manufacturer. That's the big no-no. No, I bought it from you. I'm dealing with you, okay? And you don't accept... so sometimes they go, we'll just repair it. No, I want a replacement, okay? I want a replacement. And if I don't get it, I'm going to take you to court. Take them to the small claims court. It's worth it. You tend to find the same shops seem to appear time and time again. I don't know why, they just do. BA forced to land as the co-pilot passes out. As I said before, I've never passed out at all. BA 640 from Heathrow to Athens made a U-turn at 30,000 feet. And the Airbus was 90 minutes into its 3-hour journey on Boxing Day when the captain alerted controllers that the co-pilot was unconscious. I mean, you have to laugh, don't you? I've never heard of that before. The aircraft stayed on the ground for 5 hours. He was taken by ambulance to hospital. And everything happened so quickly. It's believed the co-pilot was later released by doctors. The plane has since flown to Manchester and Spain and was not taken out of service. I like flying. I like trains better, given the choice. If I could go on a train, I'd love to go on a train this morning. I'd love to get on a train and somebody goes, "What would you like for breakfast?" And you go, 2 sausages, 2 bacon, some beans, 2 toast, and what else? Oh, that'll do to start with. I might have some more toast in a minute, and then just watch the world go by. Have a pot of tea, pot of coffee, something nice like that. That'd be good. Watch the world go by, and then when I get to the other end, I don't want to get off the train. I just want to stay on it. They turn it round and we come back down to London again. So if it's like 4 hours there and 4 hours back, that's an 8-hour day. That's fab. That would be just what I want. I'll be going north. Yeah. I want to go up into the Highlands. Just up into the Highlands. I don't want to get off the train. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to see the Highlands and then turn round and come back again on the train. And then I might go down to Mevagissey or somewhere like that. in Cornwall. Haven't quite decided, actually. Easter eggs have gone on sale in supermarkets and are moved branded crackers by the staff. I'm not surprised, but it is a race as to who can actually get them out first. Shoppers have seen the chocolate treats on shelves more than 3 months early. The Co-op has full-size eggs available, plus smaller Cadbury's cream eggs, packets of mini eggs and chocolate bunnies. Tesco is already stocking some stores with a full range ahead of Easter Sunday, which falls on April the 4th. Morrison's and Aldi are flogging hot cross buns. Good Lord. One shopper wrote on a Facebook page dedicated to the high street, popped into my Co-op for mince pies on Christmas Eve and came home with a Malteser egg. Malteser egg. A Co-op staffer in Bradford said the store started taking delivery 2 weeks ago of the eggs. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. It's a bit early, isn't it? I mean, even by my standards. My standard would be very nice, but not just yet. It's not till April. Which was a bit bad. So farewell. They've actually done a nice piece in the Sun. It runs over a few pages of all the people who we lost, who are up there probably causing absolute mayhem in heaven, including people like Bill Withers. Forgot about him, but I don't know some of these people. Have you ever heard of Andrew Weatherall? See, I've never heard of Andrew Weatherall. He's a genius dance music DJ. He did Primal Scream. He died aged 56 on Feb the 17th following a blood clot. I didn't know anything about him at all. So his career took him from being one of the key DJs in the acid house movement of the late 1980s to being a remixer. So I don't understand anything like that at all. But he still gets a mention on the programme. He was born in Windsor. How lovely. That's a nice place to be born. And Eddie Large, very good. When you watch those shows back again, Little and Large, they're very good, Very, very good indeed. Norman Hunter, he got COVID. In fact, quite a number of people on this list got COVID. Neil Peart, who was a member of Rush, he was considered to be one of the greatest drummers. He died of brain cancer. He helped the band sell over 40 million albums. Some going, isn't it? Also, Max von Sydow, the Swedish actor, most recognised as Ming the Merciless in Flash Gordon. He appeared in more than 150 films. He died at his home in France on March the 8th at the age of 90. And Caroline Flack, she ended her own life, aged just 40, on Feb the 15th. It's, that long ago. She became a household favourite, hosting X Factor and winning Strictly, but had a troubled private life. And even, when it was announced that the police were going to go forward with it, a friend stayed with her. And that was the problem. The friend stayed with her just to make sure she was okay, because she was, as they call, troubled. And she said, I need to go out and get some milk, I think. She went out. She said, are you all right? She went, yes, I'm fine. The moment the person left, Caroline decided to take her own life. Great shame. Johnny in Watford said it's freezing out there. Freezing. He says, back to work today. Wife Simona made a thick homemade vegetable soup. Vegetable soup's lovely, isn't it? But it's only good when you can dunk. You have to dunk bread. I like leek and potato. That's one of my favourite would be tomato, because I'm a bit boring. But no, leek and potato is delicious. You get some really good leek and potatoes. And I liked one smoked haddock chowder from M&S. That was very good. That was actually better than the new Covent Garden Soup Company's one. Another one here says, according to LBC, we can already buy Easter eggs. No, not according to LBC. It's in the newspapers. It's in the newspaper saying you can buy them. All the shops are saying that. He said, so it seems my genius-like plans to get a grip on my festive gorging in the new year are now scuppered. Mini egg season is here. Yep, you can buy them. Heartbeat is still on ITV3. Yes, I watch it most days. Always watch it. I like to see, because there's Gwen Taylor's in it. And I love Gwen Taylor. There's an actress. Absolutely fantastic. Catherine says you could take your Chupa Chups to Teddington Food and Wine in the High Street. I'm sure they're going to be thrilled with sort of Chupa Chups. It's amazing how many people want my Chupa Chups. But there you go. Somebody else says, Poppy says, I love Chupa Chups. The moment I reminded the boys, though, that of course they're very fattening because they're sugar, they kind of went off the idea. So we might just go for the toffees tomorrow, which would be quite nice. You like toffees? Yeah. Jake likes toffees. You like toffees as well? Yeah. Do you want to take the poppadoms home? Yeah, I think, yeah, because then you could probably stretch it out over a week, because you could have one a day or something. Unlikely, but might as well go there. Sean Connery died of heart failure. He was 90. He was 90. The only man I've ever met who played a Russian submarine commander with a Scottish accent. They didn't even bother changing it. Daily Express are looking at the infection, the virus. The infection rates are soaring. COVID hospital cases hit a new peak. It's up 50% in our area. Up 50%. But I suspect they've got the figures muddled because the people are probably up at university. Snow chaos and more on the way, but it's fun for some. It is. People think it's very funny and it's very good, but you can't drive in it. There's no point in getting out there driving it. Also, you get in and you shake your coat off and the dog doesn't want to go outside and all the rest of it. Shoppers provided a boost to local stores and firms over Christmas in a bid to keep their communities alive. Probably the first decent thing they've ever done. And major funding announced for the fishing sector to help it take full advantage of Brexit. Oh, look, another picture of Michelle Keegan again. Posy, 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 posy. Out-of-date Baileys, a used potato peeler and a mop with the pink rubber gloves are among the worst Christmas presents found in a poll. Somebody was baffled by Mr. and Mrs. cushion covers. I like cushions, actually. I think cushions are quite good. And I like a throw. I love a throw. I've got a nice throw I bought the other day from Costco. It's red, lined in white something. I don't know what it is, but it's very nice, and that's very cosy. You can sort of snuggle up with a throw. Your mum's got a cashmere one. You have to top me. I've just got the old red one with the boring white bit round the outside, and Jake's mum's got the cashmere one. I mean, I ask you. Yeah, saved up for ages, just went to the bank and went, oh, give me money. Give money now. Cashmere. Look, throw. Woo, look at that. Didn't know they did them in cashmere. But I've had a few, actually. I've ended up giving them to my brother's daughter. She does wedding photographs, and she uses them for sort of posing for people. So they're absolutely ideal. I'm going to sneeze. Dear, and another one. Ridiculous, isn't it, honestly? It's so cold in here. My little hands have gone quite blue. Elaine Page says, don't cry for me, but it's over. And the bit that's over is the fact that she thinks her West End days are behind her. She's too old now, she says. I get too tired at 72, and she doesn't have the energy to do a musical stage show. I told you I went to see an awards ceremony, which a friend of mine was producing, Jonathan. And it was lovely. And I was at the same table as Elaine Page, who for December. We are back to normal. I say we are back to normal. The country is as back to normal as it can be. Unfortunately, the death rate has risen. The amount of people testing positive for coronavirus has risen substantially. And we need to do something about it. What are we going to do? We're going into lockdown 5, which could be a possibility. What are they going to do with the schools? They've got no idea at the moment, because I think the next people to start being infected are going to be children. Somebody's going to get it, and there's no social distancing. There's nothing at all going on. So when they say, whenever they do pictures for the television news, you see all the kids wearing masks. Well, I pass about 3 schools every day on my journey home, and I'm telling you, they're not wearing masks. They really aren't. Steve, I wish they'd do a full lockdown for a short period. Says Lisa, I've seen too many people breaking the rules. I see it all the time. Mind you, I tell you where I see it most, and I've not quite worked this one out. I did ask a short while ago. We never got an answer. I don't see police officers wearing them unless they're out on the streets. If they're in the cars, they're not wearing masks at all. Not round our way. So perhaps that might be happening. Steve, talking of train travel, one of the best jobs I have had was as a secret shopper on trains. I get a first-class ticket from, say, King's Cross to Edinburgh, and all I had to do was have lunch on the train and rate the service. A friend of mine was a secret shopper. He would go... I don't know, did you ever read about what secret shoppers do? He had a machine and he went round, and companies would sort of pay for this other company to send people in to be a mystery shopper, and he would go and buy stuff and then would rate the service afterwards, and the feedback would then get back to the company, because he actually got to keep the stuff, yes. Yes, there was sort of a limit to what he was buying. But I remember thinking, that sounds like quite a good job. I quite fancy that. Sort of, I could road test Prosecco for them. You know, just obviously in the interests of consumerism. So you mentioned Gwen Taylor. She always reminds me of the lovely Pauline Collins. Steve. Married to the even lovelier John Alderton, says Sue. Love them both in Upstairs Downstairs. I loved Pauline Collins in Upstairs Downstairs. But Gwen Taylor, one of my favourite actresses. I love her in Heartbeat. I loved her. I mean, she's been in so many things that I absolutely love her in. Duty Free, of course, one of my favourites. Box set available now. Best soup on the planet, Baxter's Royal Game Soup, says Peter in Clapham Junction. Oh, no. I don't think I've liked any of Ena Baxter's soups. I'm sure they're delicious. I'm just a Heinz tomato or leek and potato from M&S or haddock chowder from M&S. I mean, that's particularly good, which I quite like. They actually went off it a short while ago and then they brought it back again. Took them ages to get round to it. I couldn't quite work out why they'd want to axe something that I was buying on a regular basis. Also, they've sold Huey's war medals. Huey Green had war medals before he hosted the TV show Opportunity Knocks. He was a distinguished Second World War pilot. He flew missions to spot enemy U-boats, ferried dignitaries, and 3 times survived mechanical failures over the North Atlantic. And in 1963, his plane was fired on by Russian fighters as he flew to Berlin to entertain the British troops. And he hit the headlines after it emerged he fathered TV star Paulie Yates. He was 77 when he died in 1997, and his medals have just sold at auction for £3,100. I think that's cheap. Considering it's Huey Green, but you have to explain to people nowadays who Huey Green was, because most people don't remember. And who have been partners longer than Laurel and Hardy? Come on. Partners longer than Laurel and Hardy? Not Morecambe and Wise, no. No, not Morecambe and Wise. I'll give you a clue. Da 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 da. No, not musical theatre writers, no. Dan da 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 dan da da dan da 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 dan dan. Torval and Dean. That was the music that they danced to. I'm facing the wrong way here, I tell you. I'm facing the side where you're looking at the back of their head, and they don't know. I mean, so Torval. Do you know who Torval and Dean are? He doesn't know who Torval and Dean are. That's what I'm working with. Seriously, even you know that. Skaters, yes. Do you not know who Torval and Dean were? He didn't. The producer didn't know who Torval and Dean were. Have you heard of Steve Allen? He's very good, very funny. You must listen to him. He's very, honestly, seriously, he'd look after you. He's fine. Dashingly handsome. I mean, excruciatingly handsome. I mean, seriously, one of the happiest people you could ever find on the radio. 4-tier is basically a lockdown as nothing's open. Well, there's loads of shops open. There's loads of things. But they shouldn't open schools as they're in the worst carriers of COVID. No, I mean, Tier 4 isn't basically a lockdown. Not round our way. Fruit and veg is open. Butcher's open. The supermarket's open, Screwfix open, the dry cleaners open, the banks are open. Hello, what more do you want? The only thing I can't do is go out and buy socks and pants, but I can go and buy socks because I can get them from Costco. I can go to Costco and buy little bits and pieces. So, you know, when you say it's basically a lockdown as nothing is open, everything's open round here. Even where Jake lives, I should imagine there's quite a number of shops which are open. Yeah, Tesco's, they're all open. You can, I mean, round our way, I can get my clothes washed and ironed because that's classed as an essential service. So I nearly forgot. I can go to the doctor, the chemist. I can go all sorts of places. I can go and get a cup of coffee from a coffee shop. I can do, what am I missing? Pants. Pants is the only thing I'm missing. The rest of it. Oh, where you get your shoes repaired. Oh, right. You need a Timpson's. A Timpson's an essential? I don't know, but we actually have a Timpson's. They'll have one in Staines. Oh, you have one there, do you? Oh, right. Oh, how novel. And, no, that's fine. Do you know, I've never had a pair of shoes repaired. I don't think I've ever had shoes repaired. I don't know why. So here we go. This is the list. What is open in Tier 4? I did this the other day, but for the benefit of those people who think that, you know, everything is a lockdown as nothing is open, this is what's open. Supermarkets, pharmacies, garden centres, building merchants, Market stalls selling essential retail, businesses providing repair services, petrol stations, automatic but not manual car washes, vehicle repair and MOT services, bicycle shops, taxi and vehicle hire businesses, banks and building societies, post offices, short-term loan providers and money transfer businesses, funeral directors, launderettes and dry cleaners, medical and dental services, vets and pet shops, animal rescue centres, boarding facilities and animal groomers, agricultural supply shops, mobility and disability support shops, storage and distribution facilities, car parks, public toilets, motorway service areas, outdoor playgrounds, outdoor gyms, pools, sports courts and facilities, golf courses, archery, driving, shooting ranges, outdoors and outdoor riding centres. What more do you want? What more do you want? I mean, that's practically everything, isn't it? You can not only sort of eat and drink yourself to death, but you can be buried at the same time. It's all there. There's not really much we're sort of missing. Tier 5 would be, most of that would be closed. You know, obviously supermarkets would be allowed to remain open. Of course, they're laughing. The supermarkets, they haven't had to worry about anything. Even during lockdown, people queued. People queued for, ages. I always look at the queue and I always think, do I want a queue for that? No, thank you very much indeed. So what can't open? Hairdressers, barbers, nail salons, spas and beauty bars, clothing and electronics stores. Why they put them together, I've got no idea. Vehicle showrooms, travel agents, betting shops, auction houses, tailors, car washes, tobacco and vape shops. Although I've seen a few of them open. In fact, actually, the vape shops are open in Twickenham. Bowling alleys, leisure centres and gyms, sports facilities including swimming pools, golf courses and driving ranges, dance studios, stables and riding centres, soft play facilities, climbing walls and climbing centres, archery and shooting range, water and theme parks, theatres, concert halls, cinemas, museums and galleries, casinos, adult gaming centres and arcades, bingo halls, bowling alleys, concert halls, zoos and other animal attractions, botanical gardens, body and skin piercing studios, well, I had to put paid to something this morning, non-medical acupuncture and tanning salons, libraries, community centres, museums and galleries and amusement arcades. I don't need any of those. Well, I mean, obviously the body piercings I was thinking of going for today, might have something done. No hairdressers. No, you can't have body piercings either. You can't have body piercings. And definitely not. Why hairdressers? What's that all about? If there's one thing we do want to be, it's, we want a haircut. I do. I might have to bring my clippers in tomorrow, boys. You might have to have a go at doing it. Might have to let you sort of, Can you imagine? You let them do it and they've sort of carved my name in the back of my head. Can you imagine what a horrible... I'd go home in tears. I'd be in a terrible state. Can you imagine? Not really, no. Other stories which were in the papers today. Swamped. What is? The NHS ambulances lined up, ready to pick people up. More Eamon Holmes, who shed 3 stone. Took him 5 years to do it. 5 years. A friend of mine did it much quicker, but then again, Eamon never was one for exercise. But he's got nothing else to do, so he might as well do that. It's a very good idea. A team of 26 Coast Guards had to... Sorry, I'm excited. Had to rescue a woman who was trapped in mud halfway up a cliff. The woman in her 20s was hit by a mud flow whilst walking along a plateau on the Black Ven Cliff on the Jurassic Coast. She was flown to safety with no major injuries following a 4-hour helicopter rescue. My God, these Coast Guards and helicopter people, we owe them everything. They say the amount of people who get drunk and then go onto the beaches late at night only to find themselves dragged out to sea by an undercurrent. Not good at all. New Year resolution. Nobody does New Year resolutions. I've got one this year. One New Year resolution this year. And that's it. I know other people have probably got them. People say they plan to shop local, lose weight and travel. It's always that, or give up smoking, cut down on drinking. Mine's really good. Mine's a really good one. It's a New Year resolution. I can't tell you, then it won't happen, will it? Won't happen. This one will. I'm determined to make it happen. It's a tease. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, every year people did no smoking, no drinking. I'm going to lose weight and not be a fat so-and-so. I've got a much better one. Much better one. Can't tell you. Secret. Love a secret. And... I went on a fantastic train ride, Steve. In the year I was a tourist in London, I found going on the Underground very exciting. So I went on the Circle Line and stayed on it for a long time, says Connie. Yeah, it just goes round and round and round. That's why you get people sleeping on the blooming thing. People sleep on the Underground train, on the Circle Line. Whereas I can sleep anywhere. I could sleep on this floor right now. I could literally lie down on here, curl up and go to sleep. I could sleep anywhere. I'm very lucky. Which has got nothing to do with my New Year resolution. Morning, 20 minutes past 6. Heroes and villains. Heroes and villains. Oh, I just realised my phone just flashed. I just noticed that, actually. We had a computer glitch, I think. So, heroes and villains of 2020. This is interesting. The Hero, the Screen Actors Guild Awards in LA in January. The villain was Angelina Jolie, because she didn't seem all that sorry in 2005 when she and Brad fell in love. But because 15 years later she wanted sympathy in a custody battle, she was having to base where the father chooses to live. February. Oh, meanwhile, actually, in January, Harry and Meghan suggested the royal family was outdated and they were leaving. More on them later, apparently. Hero, Philip Schofield in February came out of the broom cupboard, and when he came out. And, unfortunately, his sidekick, Gordon the Gopher, remains stuck in the closet, which is where they keep Ed the Duck, Zippy, and the rest of the retired puppets. The villain was Harvey Weinstein. Once the titan of Tinseltown, a year after the Me Too movement, he was merely the runt of Rikers, with sexual predators ranking as the lowest of the low in the infamously tough New York prison. In March, Captain Tom Moore, his 99 years on this planet, raising £32 million. £32 million. Absolutely phenomenal. Never known anything like it in my life. The villain, the whole country is now terrified in March of coronavirus. In April, a lot of people talking about Paul Mescal and Daisy Edgar Jones and the apparent lack of cash in the normal people wardrobe budget. It was full of nudity. It's available on DVD, I should imagine. The villain was the Netflix hit with backstabbing, betrayal and 3 people in a marriage. No, not The Crown doing the Charles and Diana years, but the deep dive into Trump heartlands that was Tiger King for zoo owner Joe Exotic versus new ager Carol Baskin. So it goes on. May Adele was the hero for casually posing a birthday snap of herself looking half the woman she once was. The villain was Kylie Jenner. She was declared the youngest billionaire by Forbes magazine, finance magazine, only for her to recant the title, claiming her bank balance was exaggerated by 100 million. In June, the hero was Marcus Rashford, the hero of football, of course, who wanted to force the government to provide free meals for the nation's poorest children. The villain was shows Bo Selector and Little Britain. Keith Lemon, Lee Francis released a plea for forgiveness over Bo Selector's racial stereotypes, claiming, "I didn't realise how offensive it was." No, I don't think Keith Lemon or Lee Francis, the same person, realised at all. July, the hero was Kate Garraway, returning to GMB despite Derek remaining on a ventilator fighting coronavirus. The villain was Kanye West's ego. Poor soul. In August, the hero was Ian H. from Steps Watkins and Matt Evers, who made history when they became the first same-sex pair on The Strictly Show, followed in August, I think, by Nicola Adams with Katja Jones. Hero 2 was Chadwick Boseman. The Black Panther star lost a secret 4-year cancer battle. Thousands of videos and kids holding vigils. The villain was Simon Cowell's electric bike. He broke his back crashing on the driveway. September, the hero was Ashley Banjo. Britain's Got Talent and ITV, Ofcom, got 24,500 complaints when Diversity reenacted the death of George Floyd, but ITV stuck by the show, taking out full-page adverts. The villain, some may say Prince Harry and Meghan. They signed a megabucks deal with Netflix, included a reported fly-on-the-wall series despite controversial storylines about Harry's mum Diana on the streamers The Crown. However, like ITV and many of Harry's ancestors, Jess, who's done it, this is Jessica Bolton, she says, "I'm going to put my head on the chopping block and say good for them. With the Kardashians set to step down, there's finally one crown Harry could be first in line for." Yes, if only we thought he's actually got the guts to do it. October, Dominic Wild West, the star of The Affairs, was the villain, canoodling with Lily James. The hero was Catherine for a smile that says, "You've got some whatsits asking me to do this, Dom, but I have my own vices too." November, the hero was Tony Beak for waltzing onto the Strictly judging panel. Only took 18 years. He's still very irritating. The villain was Johnny Depp for reasons we all know. December, the hero was Dame Barbara Windsor. passed away aged 83, less than 6 weeks after Sir Sean Connery. Meanwhile, Corrie celebrated 60 years of affairs, triangles, murders and dramatic weddings. And the villain, Peggy Mitchell's line, "Get out of my pub," would have been excellent advice for Rita Ora, who, despite having a mum Vera on the NHS frontline, held a rule-breaking birthday bash at a North London restaurant before jetting off in shame to Bulgaria. She's trying to do damage limitation even as we speak. Not buying it. And so those were the highs and the lows of the year, which is good, which is very good. I quite like house prices in Leeds. You know, they've risen faster. The average price in Leeds, 247,000, which actually, you know, two of you could probably manage. That's up. I think it's one of the 3 northern hotspots in the top 6. I mean, this year, they've said at the Halifax, it's very hard to try and predict it. So there's a new terminal at Leeds Bradford Airport, boosting, while Wolverhampton, Hounslow and Doncaster all prospered. It's amazing the prices that people get for property now. I mean, it really is. Twickenham, you know, I've said before, they put up a new 2-bedroom flat. You're looking at £600,000, £800,000 for a 2-bedroom flat. On top of that, you've got all your extra charges, which is not so good, is it? Jessie J had to dash to hospital Christmas Eve when she lost her hearing in one ear. Not good. Not good at all. A lot better now. And sea eagles, white-tailed eagles, are thriving in the south of England. They've got 8-foot wingspans. 8 foot. I mean, you try to... This thing could lift up a small baby, I should imagine, or I would think, you know, a lamb or something. Definitely. They've been seen over central London. Oh, my God, over central London. Don't walk around with your food in your hands. And as far as Norfolk and even North Yorkshire. One flew home to Scotland, then back south to a partner, leading to hopes they are settling. They became extinct over 100 years ago, reintroduced in the 60s. So they could be life again. Could be life again. Oh, look, Spencer Matthews is in the paper. What does he do for a living? He set the bar high because he's got a body makeover. He said he hopes he now looks like Brad Pitt. Sadly not, love. Sadly not. And that very embarrassing nude picture of you still pops up on the internet. Honestly. People started sending sympathy cards again. He was another Peter Andre. And if you don't know that story, you'll have to go back into the archives. Also, Ian Hyland talking about Two Doors Down, which I haven't seen. There's so much I have not seen on the television. And the position, the number 1 position, the Saturday singer Frankie Bridge finds herself in Heat magazine's Fit List, which honours body-positive women. I thought that's the one thing she wasn't, but perhaps I've missed that one there. Rumours of my death have been greatly exaggerated, says Cheryl Ferguson, forced to clarify after an online fan blog mentioned her character's demise. It said George Michael R.I.P., Heather Trott R.I.P. The actor had to confirm that no, she herself wasn't dead. She said, "I am alive and well despite confusion on social media that I'd passed away." You imagine. Who was it who said that? You know, they're talking about, you know, my death has been grossly exaggerated. And also a music fan has spent 12,000 quid on Oasis memorabilia and even named his business after a Liam Gallagher hit. This is a guy called John Smallbones. He's been following the group since '92 and was devastated when they split, so he's built up a huge collection of merchandise. Unfortunately, the fiancée, Elaine, is bemused by his obsession. She can't understand why he's obsessed with this at all. Never works the same, does it? You see, sort of one person will be going, oh, right, oh, look, begonias. Now, should I buy begonias? Now, because, you know those begonias I bought last year, and I put them all in, they were orange, little tiny flowers, still going. They're going to have to come out eventually, but they're still growing. They've been throughout the winter, the wind and all the rest of it, and they're still going. But I think they will be going very, very shortly. But even so, they've done they were very good. They were very, very good. Robbie Williams lectures people on aliens and UFOs. It led Gary Barlow to describe him as, you know, not all together in the head. But I think Robbie Williams is a bit peculiar anyway. He said that particular record was exciting when they did Progress. He said, but he was talking to us about UFOs all day, and we were like, who is this guy? In the loveliest way, he's definitely a bit mad. But it was bringing out this other side to us where we were showing Rob how good we were and he was showing us how good he was. Yes, he's got an ego the size of an absolute planet. He really has. But he wants to believe, I don't want to Spock DJ. You know, he's sort of one of these people who likes to believe in stuff like that. So, listen, that's what he chooses to believe. Fair enough. There was a guy the other day who said we should all believe in UFOs because they definitely exist. No, they don't. No, they don't. It's as simple as that. It's a very nice little thing to have a dream of. And we've all got dreams, but try and make it a little bit more realistic. This is cute. Grandparents who've not hugged their grandson since March share a loving embrace. They're wearing an inflatable polar bear costume. Clive Walshaw and his wife said the hug was their best 6 minutes all year. So the family normally spend 2 or 3 days a week together, and the grandparents have a spare room for the boys. So they dressed up as it must be a bit scary, dressing up as polar bears and hugging. So you could do your 6 minutes, which was good. Gordon Ramsay used TikTok for Ramsay Reacts, posting duet videos, reacting to food creations he can't agree with. And there's all sorts of people showing practically their entire bodies here. Kiara Wilson racked up 15.7 million views, and we mentioned Wes Nelson before, actually, but apparently he's a bona fide star with a little bit of help from TikTok. I don't even know what TikTok is. I think it's something to do with small videos, which you take a thing of and you send it to somebody and then it vanishes within about a minute, doesn't it, after you've sent it to them. They reckon within a short space of time, 22 million of us will be getting the COVID vaccine. Because they're training people up to give injections. I don't want anybody trained. Seriously, I'd rather have a doctor doing it. I don't want anything else. I'm a bit scared about things like that. Rose says, do you remember the film The Slipper and the Rose? My favourite. Yes, it was on the telly the other day, which was very good. Brett said it was Mark Twain who talked about the rumours of his death. And Andy says there are around 24,000 schools in England and Wales, and the government are sending 1,500 soldiers in to help administer COVID-19 tests. In a month, they will be claiming success because the troops were sent in. Well, to be honest with you, I think that's where the next outbreak is going to occur, in schools. That's what I think. At the moment, I mean, there are a number of young people who have succumbed to coronavirus, but I think it's going to go up, and it's going to go up significantly, and you're going to see it spreading again. I mean, it's already up on what it was. So we have to watch it. But people seem to take no notice of what the government advises. You know, so-called celebrity. Look at that stupid Rita Ora. What an idiot. Twice she broke lockdown rules. What is she? She thinks she's a bit special or something. A complete and utter dipstick, I'm afraid. Yeah, there should have been a fine of about 50,000 quid and kick her off, everything. No, don't put her on anything at all, because it's beginning to get on your nerves. There's also an eagle-eyed police officer. He's called Andy Pope. He's a PCSO. That's a wait a minute, he's a support policeman, isn't he? And he's been dubbed Memory Cop. He's used his face recognition skills to catch 2,100 suspects. He can even see people through masks. He says he can recall faces from CCTV images years later, even if they're wearing masks. So since 2012, the super recogniser, who comes from Redditch, has collared suspects for crimes ranging from robbery, indecent exposure, sex assaults and attempted murder. Last year, his skills led to 406 people being caught, 16 of them in one day. We want more like him. We like him a lot. And also what happened to the Gogglebox stars? People like Sandra Martin and Sandy Bogle. And they've sort of done it. Sandra continued after Sandy left, but quit, struggling financially. She moved out of her house into a hotel and then into temporary accommodation. She told Loose Women, I didn't get help or advice. The money was squandered. See, that's the problem. I heard a story of one of the people from Gogglebox who went into pantomime. And now pantomime pays good money. Admittedly, you've got to wait for it to come round. But on this particular pantomime, this particular person was working on, they had no idea, and they had a slight drink problem. So they did the first show. By the second show, they were completely off their trolleys, and they had to be removed from the pantomime. Leon and June Bernikoff, they had their banter. They first met in 1955. In December 2017, Leon died, and June decided to leave Gogglebox after his death, and she passed away on May the 5th this year following a short illness. The Moffats, former Asda checkout girl Scarlett, don't ever think you won't go back there, is the most famous face to emerge from the show. It was reported, of course, that in 2016 she had Scarlett's Super Slim Me plan. She attended a Swiss boot camp. She confirmed going to the camp but denied taking diet pills. But she didn't give the money back from the thing because she's now piled all the weight back on again. Jay Makin was with his girlfriend Eve and her mum Viv and German-born dad Ralph from the Wirral. I think I vaguely remember them. I think so. The Tapper family. They had Nikki, Jonathan, Josh and Amy were firm. Amy overhauled her lifestyle and dropped from a size 20 to a size 26. Appeared on Celebs Go Dating. Joss bagged a job, and it doesn't say what Amy ever did. Stephanie and Dom Parker. Steph and Dom, we like them. One of the original couples. Remember, for the glass of bubbly they always had. Chris Ashby Steed. You might not remember, but he, with his boyfriend, Stephen Webb, appeared on the show from 2013, but then they split, continued filming. Viewers were unaware the pair had a series of off-screen rows. When Chris left the show, he was replaced by Stephen's mum, then his new other half, Daniel. At the time, Chris said he wanted to pursue a career in TV, but later claimed Stephen had forced him out. He said, a year on, I finally dared to stand up to a bully and start to tell the story of how Stephen Webb forced me off Gogglebox and how it's affected me. Hopefully, honestly, it's the trouble when boyfriends fall out. It's going out big time. But anyway, Stephen from Brighton declined to comment, as you imagine he would. He and Daniel, both hairdressers, co-own a salon called Lustig and Webb in Hurstpierpoint. They renewed their wedding vows last year, but apparently not the most pleasant of people. But there again, that's television. Probably works in radio. Also, George Gilby. Oh, we've done George Gilby, haven't we? The Tapper family, Leona thing. Oh, and the Reverend Kate Bockley and Graham. They were loved by fans. And she comes from North Nottinghamshire. She's also been a contributor to Pause for Thought. And Kate's appeared on Celebrity MasterChef, Songs of Praise, and most recently The Wheel Christmas Day special. But she does like water swimming, which means that you often brave chilly lakes in nothing more than swimsuits. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Water swimming. Yeah, they do it. If you go on, I think it's New Year's Day or Christmas Day, they go to the Serpentine in London, a lot of people, and there's a group of, and they swim. Even if it's icy and everything else, they swim in the Serpentine. So it's water swimming. I know it's not the same. It's not a swimming pool. They go and swim in open lakes and things like that. Yeah, but it's called swimming in water because it will be like you're swimming through a lake, you know, not a man-made place. And she does it, but the people who do it in the Serpentine every Christmas Day, I think they must be mad. It's freezing. It'll be freezing cold out there, but apparently once you're in the water, it's warm. I don't think so. No, I think it's still ice cold. Ice cold. And somebody says, I've just recovered from COVID. This is Sunil. He said the sour taste it leaves in your smell senses is disgusting. Well, put it this way, you don't want it. You don't really want it. It's not very good at all. Also, Steve, zoos are being looked after properly. They only just survived the first lockdown when they had to close. Yes, they do look out for all the animals. I know because a friend of mine works down at London Zoo. Adam says we had the tomato soup with a hint of chilli. No, thank you. No, I don't do anything that's been affected. I just go for the plain things. Andy in Purfleet says the villain is anybody who cares what celebrities get up to. Well, you've obviously not read a paper in some years, have you? Mind you are in Purfleet, so there's probably not much chance of it. But no, you have to read the papers because 90% of the stories in the papers are about celebrities. And that's why people talk about them. It's the way it goes. The papers are full of it. I mean, absolutely full of it. But as I say, maybe you've not read a paper for a while. Some people don't. Some people manage to get all their information from the radio, which is way ahead of it, because we can actually get it out there faster than anybody else. Helen loves watching the trains come and go from the Champagne and Oyster Bar at St Pancras. Easily entertained. She says, can't wait for it to open again. I agree with you. And, no tanning or body piercing, says Sharon. How will I cope? This is against my human rights. Oh, no. You don't want to... Tanning you don't need. Go and lie in the garden. Go and lie in the garden. That works just as well. Also, another one here. Wait a minute. I've just lost it, actually. Blooming thing, honestly. Somebody else asked you about tomato soup, and somebody else asked you about all the shops. I hope the leafy London burbs are warmer and drier than Hull and the East Riding of Yorkshire. Yes, I think we are, actually. I think we got wet for how long? I've got no idea. I'm sure Anton Deck will soon take over Torvill and Dean's record, says Anthony. Well, I've been waiting to sort of see some new programmes from them. I mean, we had the I'm a Celebrity, and I suppose the money from that will keep them going for ages. Kevin says, I think it's a little sad that Huey Green's medals have been sold for such a relatively humble amount of money. He says, by the way, I can't stop sneezing and it's not cold here. It's cold here. I'm absolutely, my hands are absolutely frozen to death. I might have to start wearing mittens in the studio, which I don't mind. I think that's quite cool. I could be the first presenter to wear mittens. Can you imagine? They love putting pictures of snow, don't they? Love putting pictures of snow. So the Daily Telegraph's got the best picture, and it's brothers William and Conrad going sledging in the Cotswold village of Burford after many woke to a covering of snow on Monday. Kids love it. Kids absolutely adore it. But it did play havoc with online deliveries. You can't deliver to half these places. Not good. The amount of money promised to the fishing industry is £100 million. Nightingale Hospital's being dismantled. As medics say, there's not enough staff to run them, despite the risk of the NHS being overwhelmed. Well, they kept that one pretty quiet, didn't they? Also, Ghislaine Maxwell's had her second application for bail denied after a US judge concluded the British socialite still remained a flight risk. The ruling means she'll remain in a New York jail until her trial next year on 6 charges relating to claims she helped Jeffrey Epstein recruit and groom underage girls for sex in the 90s. So Miss Maxwell's legal team had made a second attempt to secure her release before Christmas by offering more than $22 million for her bail. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever offered an amount like that. I mean, that seems just a huge amount of money. Also, how to eat your Christmas tree. Because I don't know whether you've got a council round your way that will take away Christmas trees and will recycle them. What they do is they've got a machine at the back of the truck and it mulches them and then they put it on all the council gardens, which I think is the best way. It's like, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Minutes to 7. No, it's not. Well, it's nearly 12 minutes to 7, but it's a work day. It's a work day. All those people, actually, you might be lucky. You might be working for a company that has said, listen, take all this week off because it's so near to New Year's Eve and New Year's Day and then come back in on the following Monday. But as far as I'm concerned, today is normal. All the things that were open yesterday, because everything was open yesterday, is going to be open today. So you can go out and get your milk, go out and get your bread, go and get all your little bits and pieces. But it's just miserable out there. To be honest with you, you're better off indoors. A little bit of heat, going on, and a bit of telly, and a bit of radio, and then you're absolutely sorted. It could not be better. Could not be better. Isolated British explorers at the South Pole are planning a wild and boozy New Year's Eve mega party without COVID restrictions. The lucky Antarctic, as they're saying. The lucky Antarctic. They don't need to worry about things like that. But it's definitely going to be Cold Lang Syne. Definitely Cold Lang Syne. Also, the founder of Spitting Image died. It's Martin Lambie Nairn. I didn't even know he was the Spitting Image founder. I had no idea. But they're also looking at all the things. If you want to beat the bloat, those festive eight. Where you eat enough and you go, I couldn't eat anything else. I seriously couldn't eat anything else. Eat smaller meals. So, drink plenty of tap water. Fizzy drinks, not so good. Fizzy drinks, not so good. Plain old water also counteracts the dehydration from excess alcohol. Don't add salt to your food. That can cause high blood pressure, strokes and heart attacks. Eat fruit and vegetables full of fibre, bulk out dishes. Eat 1 fewer mince pie and opt for a tangerine instead. I haven't eaten my stewed rhubarb yet. I looked at it yesterday and thought, I'll be having that very shortly. I couldn't remember when. Also, try taking ginger. It's been used for hundreds of years to reduce tummy issues such as nausea, stomach cramps, indigestion and bloating. Look for it in recipes or try supplements. And have a cup of green tea after dinner. I tried green tea. My heart surgeon said after I'd had the stents put in, he said, you should try to drink green tea, Steve. I said, I can't stand the taste of it. And I did try. And, Steve, 1979-80, I worked at Fortnum & Mason. One morning we all wondered where the manager was. He died on the Circle Line, says Henry, and went round many, many times. That's it. People go to sleep on the Circle Line. I've seen people sleeping there, and they just go, because it's warm, and it just goes round and round, and people just studiously avoid them, just in case they sort of wake up. Not good. Steve, the son who's 21 had COVID weeks ago and still tastes not good, so tell people to be careful, says Anne. Listen, it would make no difference at all. I wish it would. I wish it would. I wish you could say to somebody, listen, do not do this, do not do that, and people go, absolutely. will not do that, but people carry on doing it. Not so good. Steve, around Chelmsford area, Farley Hospice collect Christmas trees for a donation. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea because, I just see them lying by the side of the road. But the council round our way, they don't charge for taking the Christmas tree, which is good. So it gets recycled, and then they just put it on all the council gardens. Richard says LMD Skip Hire are working and are festively recycling 95% of Christmas waste. There is a load of stuff, isn't there? Load of stuff. Knock knock. Who's there? Martini. Martini who? Martini hands are frozen. Oh, look, they've got a smile for both of them. You're still barred, Jane, OK? That's it, you're out. You'll never talk to anybody ever again this side of Easter. Yeah, banned. Absolutely banned completely. I mean, that goes without saying. Martini hands are frozen. That's not good enough, is it? We expect a higher standard. Much higher standard. The rich, they say, are buying the injection. Apparently, they've said you can buy it for around anywhere between £680 and £2,000 for the vaccine. One person here has said that I had someone say, listen, I'll give you £2,000. I've got people with infinite money who would do anything because they've had relatives pass away with COVID. Well, if anybody's caught selling it and doing it, I don't know what the situation is about buying it privately. I don't know whether or not you could sort of go to Pfizer or Oxford and go, can I buy it and how much would it cost? I don't know whether they'd sell one or whether they'd only sell 100 million. I'm assuming it would only be 100 million, so you'd fill up the garage very quickly. Very quickly. And you'd have to use it fairly fast as well. But, the idea... Some people are going onto the black... What do they call it on the internet? The black internet, is it? Or the dark web? And you can buy it on there. I would suggest that what you're being is ripped off. People will sell you anything. If you want to believe that that's what it is, well, then good for you. But I'm telling you now, it's not. It will all be fake. Everything will be fake. And there will be people who will think that they can actually sell something to... And people buy anything. I saw a programme years ago, and it was in Africa, and in one of the markets, they were selling basically sugar pills, but they didn't tell them they were sugar pills. They had all the right packaging for the particular drug they were looking for, but the actual drug inside was not the drug they thought they were buying, which was a great shame because people just got ripped, because people are so desperate. So desperate to go and get something. So Laurel and Hardy had a long partnership. There was a programme on the television about them. We had a programme on there about them and about their friendship. Because apparently, Stan Laurel used to answer his telephone. He was in the phone book, and people would phone him up and go, is that the Stan Laurel? And he'd go, yes. And he'd have a chat to people on the telephone. Because there was somebody on the television a while ago, and he was saying, he said, I phoned him up and had a long chat to him about the films and everything else. He was more than happy to do that. I mean, he must have spent all day on the blooming telephone. I've got Stan Laurel's phone number. Hello? Hi, Stan. That's like sort of having, Rod Stewart's telephone number and go, Rod, is that you? Hello, love. Hello, Steve. I do this when I go home, yes. I do phone people. Yes, of course I do. And then they answer and they go, hello. I hang up. I don't want them to know it's me. But then, of course, all they do now, they dial the 1471 and up comes your blooming number. So I've learned a way round that. I dial another number before I put mine in, and then they can't do it, which is always good fun, actually, which is great. Don't oversteep the green tea, says Phil. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't like it anyway. I mean, it just doesn't... Me tiny hands are frozen. It's a dreadful joke. So we do like... I interviewed... Torval and Dean, they really work well together, don't they? I mean, it's one of those partnerships. Lee Mack, he's very good. He appeared with Bobby Ball and Sally Breton, and he says it still doesn't feel real because they've edited scenes for him for the Not Going Out festive special airing tomorrow. A younger comic filmed with Bobby just a month before his death in October. He was only 5'4" tall, but I thought he was great. I thought he was very funny. I thought they had a thing, rock on, Tommy, and he'd come on stage, and they did pathos ever so well. I mean, really, really well. I mean, I watched them doing a scene where they went on stage, they did their thing, and then at the end, he went, "Good night, Bobby," and he went, "Good night," and he carried him off stage. It was really terribly moving, and when you've worked in a partnership like that for exactly the same as all of our other greats, it leaves a big hole. It leaves a big hole. Even even for Eddie Large. Even for Eddie Large, that hole that he left was terrible. No-go snow. UK skiers barred from the slopes of Verbier in Switzerland. Can you imagine living there and knowing that every year you're going to get snow? Some very pretty houses for sale in Verbier, but they, run into millions. They're all Swiss chalets. They're all made out of wood. They're all lovely. But, when the snow comes down, in come the tourists. But the Brits, forbidden. Apparently, just one glass of wine at home is a driving risk. Don't drink and drive. Listen, if you're caught drinking and driving, you've only got to make that one mistake, like misjudging a traffic light and going over it, and the police car is behind you, you're going to be off the road so fast it will cost you your job. You'll lose everything. Don't even think about risking it. It's just not worth it. It is not worth it at all, and yet still people do. That's why on these interceptor programmes, they're always pulling over people who've had a few sherbets. I was behind somebody years ago coming back from London in the early hours of the morning, and I get to the Chiswick flyover and the car in front of me was weaving about all over the place. I mean, literally, he couldn't stay in the left-hand lane, he wandered into the right, and then he managed to pull it back again. So there were two of us who blocked him in because there was another car going under drink. And so we blocked him in, went over there, took his car keys, threw him over the top of the Chiswick flyover just to make sure he couldn't drive the blooming thing. Because people always do it. I can drive. Was a man on the Australian Interceptor programme, and he'd gone out. Why? Because he fancied KFC. And he had a barrel of KFC, like the party bucket, on the back seat of the car, but he was over the limit. He'd been drinking at home, and he went out to get KFC. And so when he's sitting in the back of the car, he had to phone his daughter and go, listen, I'm with the police at the moment. You'll need to come out here because the chicken's on the back seat of the car. He was more worried about the back seat of the car and the chicken than anything else. Look at that. Bleak Booker winner will turn off tourists, say Glaswegians. And nothing. That's it. You can go through the papers yourself and you'll find loads and loads of stories, probably stories which I've missed. Unlikely. I still can't get over the size of the needle on this COVID. They've got a picture of the needle on the front of the Sun this morning, somebody having the COVID jab. But if they say 22 million people will be getting it within a couple of months, I'm all up for that. Thank you very much indeed. I'm hoping I'm one of those 22 million. But to get round the whole country is going to take forever and a day, isn't it? Did you watch Kiss Me Kate? No, I have it on box set. On video, if you please. But I've got to go. I mean, mainly because it's Tuesday and I've got things to do, pots to clean and plates to wash up and stuff like that. I do have a free little bit extra podcast. On it today, Prince Philip wants nothing to do with his 100th birthday. He said, do not have a 100th birthday celebration. I do not want anything to do with it. Jeremy Clarkson drops a clanger on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I mean, he's supposed to know about cars, but he didn't know the country's longest motorway. And find out about the time I ordered 36 bowls of chips.